might go back. If this is going back, let's see. I don't know. We're going to go for it. We're going to go for it. I have no idea.
Oh, snap. We're live.
Oh, yeah. Hello, everybody.
We're doing our quiet mumble talk a minute ago, so if you're seeing that, which it looks like 100% you are, then now we're live.
We're like, do they see this?
Thank you we weren't just like F-bombing like you know we do.
We do really. Outside of
This is Rapid Reviews for all of 2023. Settle in, get a drink, get hydrated. Subscribe right now if you haven't. You have like the next 4 hours, however long this takes to subscribe.
Yeah.
If we can't convince you those 4 hours, then maybe in 2025.
We might lose you in that 4 hours. So,
definitely possible, but no take backsies if you click it. We are going to talk about all the games we played in 2023, starting with all of the games that were new to us, of which there was like 250?
246 new to us games.
Oh my God.
351 games total.
So many new ones.
246.
So 351 reviews coming at you right now. Like I said, this is a marathon, not a sprint, all right? We do have our live chat up. Do be chatting with us. If you are watching this after the fact, turn on live chat if you want to see us.
Yes, we'll be talking live chat a little bit here and there.
We're talking live chat. We hope you all had a fantastic 2023 of gaming. Let us know in the comments right now. First of all, hi, Mary. Second of all, let us know what your favorite game was that you played last year. New game, old game. What was your favorite one that you played? Let us know.
Are we quiet?
Riddle C says super quiet. Let us know if we're quiet to you. We can get that adjusted. We did just push down our sliders.
I guess we did, but it seemed like because they were too high. But I will increase it.
Let us know. If it's quiet for anyone else, let us know. And if not, then
Riddle,
it might be a you problem. Because sometimes it happens where certain people's things are just quieter. Are we coming in better for you?
Hopefully.
Coming in better for you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh no, Graham-tastic just got diagnosed with COVID, nowhere else to go.
That is a bummer.
Hey, just real quick, I'm putting it out there. Mask up. It's the second highest surge of all time.
Yeah, it's wild right now.
Just take care of yourself. Go get them vaccines.
Indeed. Hopefully it's a little louder, everybody.
Wash them hands. Do all those things. But we're going to get to some games right now because Nick.
We are. We got so many.
I just checked, and officially time is a wasting.
Yeah, time is a wasting. Thank you. Subscribe again if you haven't already. Let's get it. So we're going to go, as we always, we're going to be going through them in alphabetical order. And we're going to start with the new games, and then we will get to the old games. We are going to, I'll even push up a little more. I guess it's still quiet. I don't know what happened here, but I'll push
All right,
this
now
up.
let me push up. Turn yourself down so you don't blast.
Yeah, I know, right? Now I'm worried that we're going to absolutely blast people out of the water, but I'm going to do that. So,
boom.
Okay. So we're going to start with our new games, and then we're going to be going pretty darn quick. If you have any questions, we can try and answer them, but we do need to be going quick in this one. Our Rapid Reviews have been
quick-ish.
New first, then the trash. That's right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Old games, who cares? No one will be sticking around for that part of the video anyway,
All right.
so we'll go through this quick. These are the new games.
Indeed.
That's why it says new games.
First
First thing.
So, Mikey, you played 3 Ring Circus.
This is a game that you still haven't played, since, despite having it for the entire second half of the year. We have
Yeah.
not got it played.
Nope.
If I'm honest, I soloed this and did not love it as much as I was really hoping for because it was super highly anticipated. Pippin, you're killing me, dog. Stop. I think it'll be better as a multiplayer experience, but I was not as enamored as I was hoping to be with 3 Ring Circus. I love the theme. The aesthetic, we got those replacement cards. So instead of the animals, you have like kind of like robotic versions of animals, or kind of like the big puppetry you see in like the Lion King musical and stuff now is like really cool. You're building out this tableau of cards, and I think it's really interesting the way you do that. But there was a couple things where you're kind of going from like towns to medium cities to large cities and stuff like that, and they all, depending on what city you're going to perform in, you need to have different things in play. And I just didn't feel like it all kind of came together.
Yeah.
In like there's certain medium cities want these pedestals. You're trying to get these pedestals, but they literally only medium cities care about that. So I'm like, do I want to invest a ton of energy in that? The large cities, you need like specific acrobats, and I thought it was like a orange 6 or above. It's like, no, you need an orange 6. I'm like, okay, well, that's a lot of card luck to hope to come across the orange 6, which I never did, so I can never perform in that large city. Things like that, where I was like, this just did not come together. I'm hoping the multiplayer experience is better, but I was pretty disappointed, if I'm honest. I was like, man, that did not. It was not as good as I was hoping.
And I do want to try it, but that's one reason I haven't gotten.
Yeah.
I haven't really pushed to play it because Mike didn't really like that.
I'm hoping that's just that the solo wasn't my jam. I'm hoping.
It's possible. It's possible. We will play 20 Strong this year. This is a new solo-only chip theory game, but it's much smaller. It's actually only 1 chip in the whole game, but they had to put 1 in there.
That is true.
This is a game where, depending on what kind of version you're playing, you're kind of doing different stuff. we were playing the Solar Sentinels, was one that Mike did a playthrough for. You're basically just trying to get through these decks and trying to get to the boss and then beat the boss. You have a character. That character will have some kind of special abilities. And basically each round you can decide to allocate as many of your 20 dice as you want to. But then they're going to go to your exhausted pile, and you only get a certain amount back. And so the game is really about dice management. And it's really, really fun. It's quick. It's really tough, but it's also like 20 minutes. So it's like if you lose or get just wrecked by a bad roll, it's kind of like, whatever. I'll just restart, and then we'll go again. I really, really liked 20 Strong. I've only ever played the Solar Sentinels. We have the Hoplomachus one, and then
Victorum, and
then Too Many Bones.
And you kind of played around with the Too Many Bones and learned it, and it does seem like it gets a lot of that flavor of Too Many Bones.
Because there's like loot to like unlock. You're like going for a tyrant. You have a bone, so your misses you can put to your kind of backup plan. So it's very, I was like, oh, this is actually like very Too Many Bonesy while still being in the 20 Strong universe.
Cool.
Which I was like, oh, that's really cool. And so I'm very curious about the Hoplomachus Victorium one because I love Hoplomachus Victorium. We'll talk about it later. And so I was like, ooh, I'm here for 20 Strong. 20 Strong rocks. It's really, really fun.
It's very cool. Very cool.
All right, so those are the number games, Mike. Now we're on the A's.
Only 2 number games?
Only 2 number games.
That's impressive.
Apparently you didn't play Seven Wonders or Seven Wonders Duel or anything like that.
I guess so. So After Us is next up from Pandasaurus here. We both have played this. We played this together. We both played it individually on Board Game Arena. It works quite well over there.
It does.
This is a game where it's sort of after humans have gone away, the primates and things have taken over again. And that is just the kind of basis for the game. But you're doing deck building and tableau building at the same time, where every turn you're going to have 4 cards that you play out that have different apes, and you're going to put tableau, and you're going to choose the order in which those cards play. And the reason you do that is you make connection points where there's like kind of half of a box on one card, half a box on the other, and if they complete a box by putting, being put side to side, you can activate that. And that might give you resources, give you an exchange of some kind, like these resources for that, or these resources for points, things like that. It's a race to 80 points, I believe. And that aspect of like, I have my hand of cards, but the way I arrange them gives me, 5, 6, 7, 8 different possible combinations I could put together, and then kind of running, your top row, middle row, bottom row to kind of get those, that kind of engine built up was just really, really interesting to me.
Yeah, it's really good.
There's 4 kind of types of primates. They all
do different
kind of focus on different areas or different types of resources and things. And so there's like ways you can kind of build out your little engine. It was really, really neat. And actually, I was thinking it was going to be really fiddly in person. And it wasn't as bad as I thought. No. I would happily play it in person again. This is one of those games where I was like, oh, this might be better on BGA. It wasn't. I thought it was great in real life. It's bigger than I thought it'd be. I guess that's the only thing. I kind of wish it was smaller. It doesn't really need to be as big as it is in terms of like the box and the way it spreads, but like it's fine. I really like After Us. We'll probably pick this up at some point because I really enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, it was a really cool game.
We played Age of Rail South Africa.
Boom.
I had forgotten that we had played this.
It was the first in the Iron Rail series that Capstone has done. These are cube rail games. They did Iberian Rail, I think, or Riding the Rail, a bunch of different games. And then this one is Age of Rail South Africa. There's actually, I think, 3 different maps. This is a campaign they did, and we played the South Africa map. And cube rail games are kind of like fairly simple in terms of rules. Like you're kind of buying stocks in a company or various companies. You are laying out routes and making connections between cities and things like that. And so it's kind of cool because it gives you kind of like the flavor of like maybe an 18xx game or these economic games, but they're like typically quicker, not as huge and heavy, not as in depth. And I actually really kind of enjoyed my first one of these games, and I am now interested to try other ones in the series. The only downside is they are typically 3-player and above.
Yes, which they
and
really
you want to play it like
you
want to have a bunch of people in on it. But yeah, I actually quite enjoyed
I
it.
really enjoyed it a lot, and that's right. It's Irish Gauge and Iberian Gauge. That's what it is. I really liked it. I liked it a lot. And this one, I remember having some kind of timing where you can kind of choose to end the game at some point and where you are in terms of points you might want to do. I remember I chose to end the game at some point. I ended up winning because of that. And so it's really, really fun. Also, like the cover, the rest of the game unfortunately doesn't look quite this pretty, but the cover is by Ian O'Toole, which is very, very pretty.
Yeah, these games all have a certain aesthetic on the board, like that kind of derives from 18xx, which is like really minimalist.
I just wish it was pretty.
I kind of have started to enjoy that style because it's really specific.
Yeah, it is.
But I wish the game matched the covers because the covers are truly, across the whole series.
Yeah, beautiful.
Amazingly beautiful. Tool remains the best artist in the game, hands down. I said it.
Played Acropolis. You played this game at
Aircon.
At Aircon, and immediately, like one turn in, we're like, this game's amazing.
I still maintain that opinion. This game is amazing. If you like tile laying games,
it's
this game is
tiling and
great.
like grouping. You're building tiles up. And you're basically trying to make groups of colors, and those colors.
Well, depending on what color you want them to be in different arrangements.
That's right, exactly. And then it's like with the red or like the barracks and stuff, and you're basically they all score differently, do different stuff, and yeah, some want to be like I think the purple ones want to be in separate places, some want to be in big groups, and so you're basically trying to build this kind of Acropolis, which is having steps up and up, and you're basically trying to score these ones as well as you can. And again, depending on what colors you just kind of decide to go for, you're trying to get a lot of yellows, you're trying to get a lot of blues, which I think is like the housing district, you're trying to get a lot of reds on the outskirts of town because they're like protecting the town or whatever. And so like you're trying to get these groups and these specific arrangements and how you want them and just score it. But it's just one of those like relaxing tile laying games. End of the night, you're like, oh, we can play this. It's not going to be super heavy.
It's like 20 minutes.
A little bit of a puzzle, but not like a brain bursty puzzle. And you're just going to sit there and just kind of just go like boom, boom, boom. And it just scores, and it's just really fun.
Yeah, I completely agree. The main thing for me that I like is that you can build up as well as out, like you said, and those become point multipliers. Everything on the second level, if it's a blue, it counts for 2, but you're covering stuff up. So what do you give up? There's quarries, which you can get stone from, which helps you have more access to purchasing things. Fantastic game if you like those Cascadia type games. 100%. This is great.
100%. Great. Ooh, we played Altiplano again. And now this is on the new games because we had played it years and years and years ago. So we basically we had to relearn the game completely.
Basically before we started even doing content. This is new to us.
Yeah,
effectively.
And we had played Orleans, which this is kind of similar to Orleans, the same designer. And we remember we liked this a lot less than Orleans. But it had been a long time, like many years. And so we're like, you know what? I want to try it again because I feel like we just missed something. So we tried it again. Turns out, didn't miss anything.
Did not like this game at all.
Did not like it again. The movement in this game, to me, is like unnecessary. Basically, like this is a game kind of like Orleans. It's a bag builder where you're pulling out stuff from your bag, placing them on your boards to do actions, kind of like Orleans. One thing that's nice about Orleans is you go through your, one thing that's nice about Altiplano as opposed to Orleans is you go through your entire bag.
It's kind of like a deck builder in that way where your things that you actually take it discarded and you only refill the bag once it's empty. And that is an improvement over
That is
Orleans.
nice. But to do these different certain actions, like, oh, I want to do this thing, you have to be in a certain location on this kind of like rondelle of a board with all these different locations. So you have to spend like corn and stuff to move around to get to these locations, and it just makes the game unnecessarily difficult. And I don't know, we both were just like, nope, we didn't like it. Dang it. Okay, I guess we just Altiplano is not for us.
Our opinion has not changed.
Which sucks because I like the look of this more than Orleans. I like the theme more than Orleans. Look at this derpy llama. It's great. He's just like,
I'm your friend. Yeah, the movement thing adds one extra layer of puzzliness that leads to more frustrating turns, more turns where you don't do anything.
Yes, that's the thing.
Now, the thing is, it's different than Orleans, is this one at least doesn't have a set number of rounds.
No.
But there's just turns where you're like, cool, I'm not doing anything. And you're like, that's not good in games. That is not good design.
Just didn't love it. I want to like it so much. Just don't.
Nope.
Just don't,
was not
unfortunately.
Dang, I was so bummed.
You played Amerigo. I didn't know you played Amerigo.
I played Amerigo on Board Game Arena. I'll tell you what. I have no idea what was going on. I read the rules. I was doing stuff. I lost by a lot. I don't know how to play and get points. I enjoyed it. I think I need to play this in person and get it. But it's ultimately kind of you're pulling out these colors from a bag, and whatever the biggest grouping is will dictate how many action points you get. So if there's like 4 blue and 3 brown, for example, you can do either the blue action, which moves ships, or the brown action, which does whatever that was. Progress, I think. And the biggest group determines how many action points you have for the action that you choose. So the colors that are drawn give you the possible actions. The biggest group is the action points. And you're going around, going to islands, building stuff, doing things, and I don't know what scored points at all. But that's kind of more of a, like, when you're just playing the game on Board Game Arena, they don't really know. And playing on Board Game Arena does not lead to you knowing how to play it.
Makes it look real bad.
I'll tell you this right here.
Boring.
If this ain't a Queen game, I'll tell you what is. Queen games is so firmly stuck in the past, I don't get it. They are like, they think it's the 80s still. I don't get it. Every game, brand new, old, looks old as heck. I don't know how old this is because how could you possibly tell?
How could you possibly
Anyway,
tell?
so it's, but hey, Steffenfeld, I want to play it again, but in person, because Board Game Arena, I was just like, I played 2 games of it, I was like, I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, that's the problem with Board Game Arena, in my opinion. It's hard.
But that's a Board Game Arena thing. That's not like the game's fault.
Played Apiary. We like this one a lot. It showed up on our top 10 games of the year. It was our number 10, I believe. And so Apiary is a game about space bees. Bees have become sentient, and they're gone to space because theme. Again, I always maintain, make a weird theme. If your game doesn't have any theme, you might as well go for it.
Some people got like thoughts about it. I'm like, what else? Who cares?
Why not?
It could be anything.
But
this is way cooler.
Worker placement, essentially worker strengthening game where you have a worker, you place out your bee
Powering
workers.
up.
And when you go places, nothing is ever blocked because if you want to go somewhere, you're just going to bump out whoever's lowest in that spot. And then whenever you get bumped out, your bee is going to increase in value from 1 all the way up to 4.
Yep.
And then if they go from 4 to 5, they essentially die.
They hibernate.
They die, and then you got to get them back. But nonetheless, the higher value your bees are, the better they are. And so you're going to different spots. You're getting tiles to like essentially build out like your space station. You are getting like scoring tiles, you're getting like resources, things like that. And it's cool because a lot of the spots also, it kind of matters what other bees are there because like, oh, you can do a certain amount of things in here depending on the sum of the 2 bees in this spot. So the bee that you put plus whatever bee is already there,
Whether
which could be someone else's.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. And I really enjoy games where things aren't blocked. They're just maybe more expensive to go through, like something like Coal Baron, or you can bump people. I always enjoy that in worker placement games.
In this game, there's positive player interaction where it's like, if I bump you out,
Something good happens.
something good happens. Your bee powers up, they get stronger as a result.
Which you might not want to do. I'm like, I don't want to bump you to a 3 to a 4 because 4s are really valuable.
I love having to make those decisions of like, is that going to help you out? Do I want to go here? But like, no one gets hurt by doing that. That is just more fun and interesting. And I think it makes more interesting decisions of like, is this just like really giving you like a lot?
Yeah.
Am I going to get more out of this than you are?
Yeah.
Like, those are great.
It's cool. I like Apiary. I really want to try it again. We played it at BGCon. We don't have it, but I did enjoy it.
I
you definitely enjoyed it more than I did, but I do want to try it again because it was good. It was good.
It were real good.
And Quanchai art. You know, you got to love it.
Gotta love it.
You played Applejack. Jealous.
I did play Applejack on Board Game Arena. This one I did understand. This is you're building out like an apple orchard, doing tile laying. So this is in the many kind of Uwe Rosenberg tile laying games.
Is that Uwe?
Yeah, 100%.
It looks like Uwe.
I mean, there's a lot of Uwe in there. It's not the typical, there's like a little cartoon Uwe that shows up and stuff, and this ain't that, but this is definitely like, when I was young, I used to sit under the tree and eat apples, and I was a strapping young lad. And good on him. I don't blame him one bit for doing that. I'd do that.
Uwe?
This guy looks dope.
Do you?
So this is a game where you're putting out these hexagonal tiles that will have 1 or more types of apples on them, and flowers potentially. And you are trying to build out groups of the same apple type. There's like maybe 6 to 8 types. There's a bunch of types of apples. And as you progress around the board, kind of taking turns, leapfrogging each other, you are going to trigger scoring for a certain color, certain style of apple. And you want to have a bunch of, like a large grove of that type to kind of get that maximum scoring. So you're kind of trying to pay attention to like the sequence that these apples are going to score. Make sure you have those groups. And then as you build and make connections, the value on the tile, you have to pay honey. But you can also make connections where if you match up honey to honey, whatever I think the lower number is, that's showing you gain that kind of honey back. So you're kind of managing your currency, as it were, as you go. And then there's flowers you can collect, which I think score twice in the game as well. So it's just got like some nice little things to think about. And then they kind of, again, the order of the apple scoring is kind of like what you're trying to play toward and not block yourself out. So you want to be able to keep adding on to, especially if you have like a couple of types of apples that are really going to score big, you want to make sure that those really hit for you.
It's really good.
It's really good. Another great, tile laying game from Uwe.
I've almost picked it up a couple times. Like a lot of Uwe tile laying games, it's
more expensive than you want it.
Yeah, it's like 50, 60 bucks.
Like,
I'm always
I don't think it's worth that.
I don't know if I want to pay that, but I do want to try this game very bad.
Speaking of hot takes, I'll tell you this: a tile laying game like this should never be $50. There's no game on earth tile laying game that's worth $50.
We played the Ark Nova Marine World. So if we played a new expansion, it's going to show up here in the new area. But just know that we also obviously had to play the base game with it.
I only played with this, and it was not good.
It was not
I did not have
good
all
to
the
play
pieces.
with just this expansion.
I didn't have the pieces.
But we played Ark Nova with the Marine Worlds expansion. Really liked it a lot. We'll probably be doing a playthrough for it at some point here soon.
Yeah.
This adds a whole bunch of new cards, just like new animals, kind of new ways they work. They have these new reef animals where the more of those ones you collect, that's better. Some of the cards will have this wave symbol, which will like wash out the card row.
It creates a little more.
Makes that move a little bit more.
I will say it creates a little more of that. It does not
if
create
those
a ton.
cards come up, because they just might not.
In our game, they came up like 3 times.
Yeah, so I don't think this solves the card drawing
set your
problem
expectations.
that I personally don't really think exists in the game. I don't have any problem with the not card drawing in the game. It doesn't really bother me.
It's not something that bothers us personally.
But the main thing that is different is now everyone will get to draft, I believe it's 2 of these essentially special action cards that are going to replace the action cards you have.
So you have the same types of actions like animals and building stuff, but they'll be powered up.
They'll be powered up. They'll do something different, and that to me is the expansion.
Yeah.
The rest of it's cool. It's just more stuff. I love more stuff expansions. That's great.
Sure.
But now there's these which really do change up the game and really make it like, oh, now this thing is really, really good for me because it now does this instead. Like I had one for cards where I got to draw like more cards, and like especially when it was like in level 5.
Some of them are crazy.
I think I didn't have to discard any of them. So like I just had tons and tons of cards.
So
they're
many
just
cards.
really nuts. And there's a whole bunch of them, and you draft them out. You only have 2 in the game. In every game, and that was really, really nice because then it just makes everyone a little bit of asymmetric in terms of like the cards they have and stuff, and it made a great game even better. And so I really like Marine World a lot. It's good. It's a more stuff expansion, and then that one adds some cool stuff to it. I really enjoyed it, and Ark Nova is an absolute banger. So
agreed.
Really, really liked that one.
Definitely worth getting because you can just toss it right in.
We played the art project. This was one of the biggest surprises.
One of the biggest surprises of the year. This is from the Op, who, I know historically folks don't think of as like making hobby board games. We think of them for Monopoly, which they definitely still make. But the last number of years, they've really been stepping it up and really trying to jump into
the hobby game
like proper
space.
hobby games and stuff. And every year they have a slate of games that are like really solid and really, like approachable and stuff, but give you great things to chunk on. And this one, like for us, like blew us away. We're like, wow, this is super
really
good.
like it.
Actually, a truly difficult co-op game where you are the art team. You're the art rescue team, ART, and you are recovering pieces of art from like the White Hand, who are like the mischievous baddies who are out there stealing art and stuff. And there's different cities or different countries, I should say, that you are going and playing on different maps that will have different kind of like ways that the game changes, different rules and things like that. But you're kind of basically doing these missions where you have to play a card from your hand that will usually have you have to pay certain resources. You will gain certain other resources. And then usually you have to add more of the White Hand to different cities and stuff. So you're kind of managing, where are the trouble areas. There's some kind of pandemic crisis control co-op. But I love that with these missions, you're kind of choosing like, okay, if I play this card, I'm adding to this problem that's already getting kind of bad, meaning we're going to have to go deal with that right now. So that having kind of control over that and having to make those tough decisions, I thought was really, really interesting. And there's these 3 types of resources, and it's very, truly difficult to manage them well.
It's a fun puzzle.
It's a really fun puzzle. I was just like blown away. I was like, wow, this is actually a really solid co-op game.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I was very blown away at how much I enjoyed it. We played 2 of the maps, and they felt very different, which was really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm really excited to play this more. I really like the art project. It's a very cool game. Got vintage trade art. It's a banger. It's really fun. Really, really fun.
Now Bryce says, hold on. We know who the White Hand is. It's Sauron. That's not revealed. That's a spoiler.
You're not wrong. It's like one of those.
You don't find out until like the 20th page of the book.
I fought some people. We played the Art Society. This is a game we wanted to play, and this is...
I saw Thinker Themer do a review on it, and it got me very
hyped, yeah. So this is a game where you are trying to make a very nice wall of art. In my opinion, a bit too busy, that wall. Once you're done with
real life,
yes, for sure.
But if we know anything about the rich...
They don't care.
It's that
they just want the I have a Picasso. Right?
It's gauche. Like
so basically,
there's a lot of times where like you have a lot of money and you use it in poor
weird ways. Yeah.
Just like
but
this
nonetheless,
is gross.
You're trying to furnish a wall basically with all this different kind of
literally
art.
as much art as possible.
Basically, yeah. And so if you're the start player, you said you're going to get to choose what size of art there is. There's all these different sizes and shapes of art, and you get to choose one of them. You don't know what art's on the other side of those tiles, but you're choosing like, I need something around this size.
Yeah.
So you put that and you'll flip it over, then everyone is basically going to bid on what order they're going to choose those art pieces in.
You're bidding for turn order.
You're bidding for turn order, and everyone has the same. I think it's like 1 through 20 bidding in the deluxe game. They're literally like little bidding paddles, which is great.
I'll take that out.
But you only have one of each of those numbers, and once you use it, it goes away. So it's that really juicy decision of like, oh man, do I use my 18? Because then my 18's gone. I'll probably go first or second. Or sometimes you're like, I don't care about any of these. I'm going to choose my 2 because I don't care. And that makes a really interesting decision. And then there's all these rules where you want the art has different frames. You want the frames next to the same frames next to each other, but you don't want the same kind of art. You want a portrait and then a portrait. That's weird. Unless they're like looking at each other like star-crossed lovers or something like that.
That'd be kind of cool.
And then there's certain things you might want to put certain things in certain spots on the wall. It was a really fun little puzzle. I really liked the bidding aspect of it because it was simple and easy and a nice decision. I really liked the Art Society. I thought it was very, very fun.
Super cool. Yeah, the tiling, it's really pretty, cool art. Whatever piece is left over makes that color of art more valuable for the rest of the game. Really fun, quick, great like auction game because really the whole thing of like you're just auctioning for a turn order and stuff. Like, I want to pick this up for sure. We played with the deluxe version, super cool.
Yeah, we played the normal version.
The retail one, which was totally fine as well. It's still very high quality, very high quality game.
According to the absolute best game I played this year was 100% our fault is Bandito. I played it 4 to 12 times a week for months now.
Nice.
I'm glad. Yeah, let us know in the comments.
It's so easy to kind of hit again and again.
Where are you from? Where you're hailing from, and what was your favorite game? A lot of people put their favorite games in, which is
Steve
awesome.
And other folks agreeing that Great Western Argentina was a big hit last year. Yeah,
big hit. Good one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
We played Ascendancy.
We did. This is a big 4X.
It's not out yet.
No, it's
4X
a big
fantasy game.
4X fantasy game, which 4X I feel like in my mind I just assume with like space exploration.
It has
games.
a bad rep in our minds.
Definitely.
I feel like, right? Because I associate them with like 6-hour games.
Yes, and I think we're seeing stuff in the 4X genre shift with things like Last Light.
A little bit, yeah.
With Ascendancy, the way that this one did it is like there's basically different scenarios you can play that will give you various game experiences. There's ones that are very much about fighting. We played one that was very much more a Euro game where you're trying to do things to gain points and influence, which I'm much more interested in that. This
is team versions, co-op versions. There's all sorts of ways to play this game.
All sorts of ways to play it. But yeah, it's a game where you are doing that kind of action selection. You have this kind of player board, and you're kind of working your way through these 4 phases of a round. Yeah. And where you allocate your workers, certain areas need, kind of a higher level worker or a lower level. They might give you a bonus if it's like your laborer or whatever. Yeah. And you're kind of doing things that go out on the board, explore parts of the map, kind of go for objectives and things like that. I actually quite enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed it. Yeah, the timing of you only have like 4 workers, and like this worker can only go here, but then the higher workers can go anywhere. But then once you get to there's essentially phases 1 through 4. This worker can only go to 1. This worker can go to 2 or 1, 3, 2 or 1. And so it's like, do I use them? Do I need to double up over here? Yeah. But then I won't have that one for later.
There's kind of that viticulture thing of like, well, where do I? Yeah. How do I divvy up these workers?
You're going to fight monsters. A lot of times, fighting monster stuff will then unlock your house abilities. You are a specific house, and you have all these different abilities, all these different tech trees you can go up, and it's like. Wow, this is also one of the games. We played a relatively short version of this game, mostly because we were recording it, so we didn't want it to be like a 5-hour game.
We wanted to give you all the gist.
But I do think this is a game where like you do want to be that like 4-hour game because a lot of the game is like how do your different powers from your tech tree work together. And I do think that would be worth it. But I really liked Ascendancy. The production value was great. The art was great. It was a really cool game.
Yeah, and we were playing with what was essentially, a high-end prototype. Yeah. So the finished product will be even better. But they had these kind of dual-layer boards where you could set your workers in. It was just, and that helped the flow of the game of like, yes, it was pretty contained given the size. And with those longer games, which you can absolutely make a longer game for yourself, would give you, you would get so asymmetric by the end of it. Yeah. There's a lot to explore with this game. That was the kind of coolest thing. I was like, wow, they really gave you a lot of ways to engage with this, which was really neat. So I'm excited to see like what the finished product all kind of looks like. But
it was very cool. You played Astra?
I did.
I don't want to play Astra.
This game was cool. I enjoyed it. This is a game where you're kind of charting the stars, charting constellations. I played it with the Foster the Meeple folk. And did not do very well because again I didn't know how to score points. Everyone else did.
Constellations, Mike.
But there's this thing where you're all kind of like working on getting points of this constellation filled, and if you're the one that completes it, puts the last kind of star in there, you get to collect that card, the Taurus or whatever it is, which will give you an ability you can use and then refresh as the game kind of goes. And then other folks get to choose these boons that are listed on the bottom of the cards, which will often be points and things. So it's kind of like you kind of want to come in second in terms of being able to score points,
Right.
but you want to come in first because you want to get the ability of those cards.
Right.
And I think one thing I did was like really got a lot of those cards, but I didn't know how to like then use them to really be effective. And so it was really interesting to kind of, where do I want to land here? Do I want to have the second most stars here so that I, get the first choice of this boon and stuff, or do I want the power? It was cool, and the cards are, these constellations that you're kind of drawing on. So I'll draw a race. Of course, we're playing on Board Game Arena, I'm interested to try this again.
I like Mind Clash games. So
I thought it was cool. Yeah, Mind Clash, but it's a nice light game.
Yeah, it's in their Mind Clash Play or Mind Clash. It's their lighter game. Kind of branch of Mind Clash games.
Yep.
It's Astra.
Yeah.
We played Atiwa. I thought we'd played this last year, but I guess we hadn't. I guess it came out last year, but we hadn't played it till this year.
Yeah, I think we got it early in the year, but I went out to Game Houses or to Geeky Tees in
get it,
Burbank to seek it out specifically. Yes.
So Atiwa is a new Ove Rosenberg, and this is kind of his big release last year at, I guess, 2 years ago now because we're in 2024.
Yeah.
At Essen.
What's up, Reg?
What's up, Reggie? And so this is a game where you are in Ghana, and you are basically building a symbiotic relationship between you and your village and stuff with specifically fruit bats, but nature in general. And it's a worker placement game, classic, and you're basically going out and you're getting different trees, which you want fruit in there because fruit's going to attract. It's all about this attracts this, which then attracts this, and then that
this
has
fosters the growth of that, and it all chains together.
And it's got yeah, that's right. I played this with Reg at Dice Star West. That's right. And it's got this really interesting push-pull mechanism with your own resource board, because all your resources, all your trees, your bats, your goats, your villages, all this different stuff is on this board, and you're putting them onto your main board. But then a lot of things to like build a new village, you're gonna have to get rid of a bunch of trees because you have to clear out a bunch of trees to make space for like houses and stuff. And so there's like this constant tug of war between your own resource board. I thought it was really interesting. I think as a whole, this is a very good Uwe Rosenberg game. I don't think it's near the top tier of like the best, but I really like some of the ideas in this game, and I really like the theme.
The whole thing of like the ebb and flow of stuff coming and going from your player board, I'm like, I want to see that again, Uwe, and Uwe will borrow from Uwe.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's fine because that was really, really cool. And Atiwa, I think for me, was stick around for a while because I'm like, well, that does something different for an Uwe Rosenberg game. Like, it's
pretty quick for an Uwe, like especially at 2 players. So like, if you want a kind of lighter Uwe, I think it's a great option.
I think it's another fantastic entry in the series of great games.
The problem with Uwe is he has like mega ultra hits, like Feast for Odin and Converter. So it's like, if it's not that level, people are like, oh, it's a huge disappointment. Like, it's a great game.
I think it's pretty sweet.
It's just maybe not quite to that level, but I really liked Atiwa a lot.
Yeah, I did too.
I played Autobahn.
You did.
I might try and play this weekend.
You should.
I might. I mean, the person I played this with, I'm going to.
You'll have access to it. You should.
Autobahn is a game where you are building out the Autobahn in Germany, and you are building out over essentially a couple decades. And each decade there's certain parts of it that are essentially open for you to build on because they hadn't been built yet in the earlier decades and stuff. And you're putting out like service stations, like gas stations,
build that infrastructure.
And it's essentially a pick up and deliver game, and where you're like, oh, I need to get this, appliances, like washer and dryers, like appliances kind of stuff over to this city. So you have to like go pick it up with your trucks, move it along the Autobahn to get over here, pick them and deliver. But it's kind of got like a brassish feel where like, if you build stuff, I can use it.
But you'll get something out of that.
But you're probably going to get a benefit out of it. And I actually really liked it. I really liked the look of it.
Positive player interaction.
Yeah, it was an interesting game. Well, I've only played it once, and at this point it was quite a while ago, but I did really enjoy it, and I want to play it again. I think you would really, really like it.
I saw Before You Play cover this a while back and was just sort of scanning through it, checking it out, and I was really liking what I saw. And then you played it and enjoyed it. And I was like, man, I really want to pick this one up. And I think it's a beautiful cover. It's just a cool idea.
It's a cool game. I liked it a lot, and I wanted to. I haven't ever like really seen it in the shop, or else I'd probably just pick it up because I did enjoy it quite a bit.
Nice.
Yeah, Autobahn was good. All right, we also played Automania.
We're in the car area.
We're in the auto car area.
We played this at show up later.
BGG Spring.
Yes, we played this at BGG Spring. This is a worker placement game where you are making, you're producing cars in a factory and stuff like that. And it's one that we'd been wanting to play for a very long time because Z Garcia talked about it way back in the day.
Yep.
And it was a game that we never came across. And then it was in the BGG library, so we played it. And it was one of those games that like we enjoyed our time just fine. And everything that we were kind of excited about for Automania was right there in front of us, where basically you get to start doing stuff right away. There's no like waiting to build up. It's like, no, you get to start doing things.
It's not Kanban where it's going to be multiple rounds before you build a card. It's like, no, you can build a card first round.
Yeah, and it's like about how do you maximize that and stuff. But it's one that like, this is no shade on the game, but we're like, oh, sort of moved, like it felt in the past a little bit,
Yeah.
where you're like, man, if this game was made today, maybe there would be a little bit more to it, or a little bit, I don't know what it would be necessarily,
Yeah.
but it just felt a little bit old, and it was very solid, but it felt very solid for its time,
Yes.
and we're over here in this time
We're like,
now.
oh, I get why people loved this game when it came out. And again,
Sure.
it was still a good game, but like, if this came out
Absolutely.
today, I don't think it would have made any kind of splash. I think it would need more to it. It was good, but yeah, it was one of those like, oh, this, I get why this was popular when it came out, but at this point, it feels like we've moved on to like, just games have gotten better.
Yeah.
You know, and this is still a good game, but it was kind of like, oh, this wasn't quite as good as I was expecting it to be.
Yeah, we're kind of like, oh, you know, it's like, we say like let down, but it's
That's
not
a
actually
harsh way of
because
putting
it
it, but
was
yeah, you know.
because it was bad. I was just like, oh, games are different now.
Well,
And
it's like you play
I like
games
the way
from
games are now today.
certain games from
better.
like the 90s, you're like, this is still a good game, but games have just gotten better. And this would have been done better if it was made today, and it would have been better because
Games
of
have
it.
gotten better. Movies have gotten worse. You see, things
Boom,
change.
exactly,
Things change
you
over
know?
time.
All about balance, you know, all about balance.
That's it.
We played Avatar, The Last Airbender, Fire Nation Rising.
Yes, we did.
This is one of the Rising games. There's many of these games. They all work more or less the same, similar at least.
Yeah.
But it's a co-op game where it's a crisis management game, as one of our
100%.
favorite co-op games are. We also, have you ever watched any Avatar?
Very little.
I haven't watched even an episode, although I've always wanted to because I heard it's great.
The M. Night Shyamalan version is the definitive
Blue
version.
cat people going around Pandora and stuff, you know? I don't know anything about those.
I've always wanted to watch it.
Me too. I've always
but,
heard it's outstanding.
I've watched parts of it.
Yeah, but nonetheless, this is a game where there's going to be like the Fire Nation, the bad people, around the board. You're basically trying to get rid of them, trying to recruit the different other people to your team and stuff. It's crisis management. You're eventually getting to the point where you're going to fight the big, what do they call this? Not the Scion, but...
Oh gosh.
I can't remember, they had a name for the big dude in the middle. I can't remember his name. Greg, probably. So it's
Just Greg.
Just Greg.
Yeah, it is.
But so then you're going to fight them. That's going to be this big fight. You kind of have to like gear up for it. It's very tough, as many of the Rising games are. But we hadn't played a Rising game. We always heard they're really, really good.
Yeah.
And they are. They're really, really good. So if we were playing like Star Wars Rising or what, one of the ones that were a little bit more interested in the theme, I think I'd like this game more, but I think we still have it. Yeah, it's right there. We still have it.
Right there.
It's literally right
there.
Because I really liked it. I thought it was fun.
Me too. The building up of that dice pool as you go,
Yeah.
like the everything escalates in terms of like the trouble that you're facing, but you get more and more characters. You
Yes.
get like this bigger pool of dice, and you start to like the way you can activate those dice and do stuff was really cool.
Yeah.
And it was again like decently difficult. We won one game barely and lost horribly.
Yeah, the other one.
In the video that you saw.
It was pretty great. It was pretty
yeah.
great.
But it's like, I was like, cool. Like, again, nice
Yeah,
to have like a
good
good
game.
game, interesting decisions, proper challenge
there's a
for
whole
a
bunch of
co-op
them.
game, and there's a whole bunch
There's
of
like
them. So
Plankton Rise if you want to play a SpongeBob
Yeah.
version. Like
There's
it's
a lot of them out
wild,
there.
yeah. It says sadly Vader
The
Rising
Ozai
exists,
figure, yes.
but not in the U.S. When I was in England last
not
year,
available in the US
I
either.
almost bought it.
You should've.
Because I was like, you can't get this because the licensing, they don't have the license in the U.S. So you actually can't buy the Star Wars one in the
No,
U.S.
unfortunately.
So if you're overseas, buy one because you won't be able to get it here.
the giant Greg boss battle.
The Ozai, that's what it was. I was like,
the
it's not
Ozai figure,
Scion.
Yeah, I was just like, yeah, what's that thing?
I like Greg, man.
We played some Azul.
This is specifically Azul Mini.
Azul Mini. And the reason is also we haven't played an Azul game in a very long time. And I still have only ever played the first two types of Azul, which
I'm okay with that.
I want to try the other ones.
Do you? I don't
I've heard
really
the
have
Summer
much
Pavilion, the third one's really
Me
great.
too, but I like Azul's fine.
Azul's great. Yeah, it's
just-
still
I
super
love
solid.
it.
We got the little mini travel version because we had gotten rid of our original copy of Azul a while back because we kind of burned out on it. We played it a lot.
Yeah, kind of regretted getting rid of it eventually.
Kind of regretted getting it, and they came out with this little mini version that you can kind of take with you, and honestly, great. That's
It's
all I
just
need.
smaller.
It's just smaller, which is always fantastic.
great.
Azul is a fantastic tile drafting game where you are drafting tiles from these little factories, and whatever you don't, you have to take all of a certain color. If you get red, you have to take all the reds from that factory, and everything else goes to the middle, which can then be drafted later. Following the same rules, you have to take all of a certain type that are available for you. And you're putting them into these little rows, and you hope to fill out rows, which then brings a tile over to your little mosaic that you're building. And you're kind of creating groupings for scorings and stuff like that. But it can be really kind of cutthroat with the drafting. You can really get in people's way and mess with people, and it's just got some fun stuff with it. Azul's like an all-time classic at this point, and a modern classic anyway, and for a good reason. Michael Kiesling, shocker, is a good designer.
Yeah, very, very popular. And the mini version's great because it's just smaller, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's nice.
All right, we're out of the A's. We're only, God, this will be such a long video. Oh my God.
We're an hour into this?
We got to go quicker into this. I played Bog Call. This is a game from Nepal. There is a company that's kind of taking a lot of these games from like Nepal, those kinds of areas that are classic games that have been around for a very, very long time, and kind of just putting them into a package and kind of bringing them here. This is a game where you are it's a two-player game. You're either playing as the tigers or the goats, and you are trying to...
LeBron James?
Huh? The GOAT, LeBron James?
LeBron James, Tom Brady, Rowan Atkinson.
Rowan Atkinson? I mean, he is the GOAT.
For physical comedy, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, Rowan Atkinson.
Anyway,
a
tigers
legend.
and goats.
Yeah, so basically...
We don't have time for my shenanigans.
I know, dude,
we're
we're not going fast. So this is a game where if you're playing the tigers, you're basically trying to like kind of checkers, jump over the goats, and then you're eating them. You're trying to eat, I think, a certain amount of goats, and then if you're the goats, you're basically trying to pin the tigers in because a tiger can't move if there's like two goats in a line, basically, because they can't jump two spots, they can only jump one checker style. So basically, you're trying to like pin them in, and then as the lion, as the tiger rather, you're trying to jump over them. And so it's this back and forth game. I can't remember which side it is, but it's basically impossible for one of the sides, seemingly. I think it was as the goats. It was very, very difficult. But are you dead?
I'm not talking.
Okay, I was like, are you okay? I think maybe you're having a stroke or something. You have not moved.
I'll see how long it takes me to do this.
I know some video. I was like, you are not moving.
Hydrate. Thank you, Steve.
It was very good. I enjoyed it. It was cool. It comes in this little bag. It's a great little game. Two-player tactile game, although I think for the tiger side, or one of the sides, it felt very difficult.
As the goats, what you need to do is you need to build it up backwards.
Yes.
Because if you just go right up to the tiger, they're going to eat you.
Yes.
So you have to get yourself and build backwards.
It's tough to do.
Forward. And then you can get them tigers.
Yeah, but it's good.
Barcelona. Out of the A's, into the B's, baby. Let's go. Barcelona was one of Board and Dice's big releases this year, the first one.
Yeah.
This is a game where you're building up
the
Barcelona, Arkansas, and in a trying time, Barcelona, Spain, where the city was expanding beyond the original
kind of a time of prosperity.
Yeah, great time of prosperity. The city was expanding. People were kind of getting more space to live, better living situation and stuff like that. And you are building out these kind of blocks, there's streets that are kind of creating blocks, and you are putting citizens into an intersection of streets, which will give you, at whatever the ends of those rows and columns, effectively, will be action types you can do. And then you can build buildings, depending on what citizens are surrounding a block, you can put a building in. You, in fact, have to build if possible. Yeah. And you are building out and stuff, which will kind of put citizens onto this kind of scoring track. You are trying to build in such a way that you can kind of... The idea was a time of great kind of romantic ideas where everyone's going to get equal living. Obviously, that didn't happen.
The rich were like... No.
Yeah, the rich be richin', if possible, and made sure that didn't happen. But it's a great time where it's just like there's kind of this vision for everyone having space. There's more green space and parks and things like that. And so you're kind of trying to build in that vision. You're also building the Sagrada Familia there in town to trigger all these bonuses and stuff. But this one was cool because it's really fun. Dice, a lighter game for them.
Yes.
And really kind of flows nicely.
Combo heavy, like combo a lot heavy. Again, there's a lot. We'll talk about many during this theme. There's a lot of like these kind of like medium to heavier weight Euro games that are like really combo heavy, and this is one of them that's really fun.
Yeah,
yeah,
I like it.
Barcelona's great. It's really good and very, very pretty. Board and Dice can do pretty stuff sometimes.
Yeah,
I played Bandita.
Yeah, right on.
I played Bandita. This is Bandito, but with there's like essentially different versions you can play with, like different you can essentially make the game harder.
Yeah,
which is I don't really necessarily think is necessary, but like they're small and they're cheap. So
I played
why not?
Bandito once, but we didn't play with any of the things, so it was effectively Bandito.
Yeah, we played. There's like dynamite. There's all these different. I don't quite remember exactly what you can play with, but there's slightly different versions. It's still Bandito, which means it's still absolutely outstanding.
Yeah,
shouts out to Cortane.
But it gives you just alternate ways to play if you're interested in stuff. Best is Art Trick, real quick. Barcelona or Nucleum? Short answer, Nucleum. But both are very good.
Probably Nucleum, but they're both very good. Yeah. We both played Black Sonata a decent amount
Steve.
this year.
We're still borrowing your copy, Steve. We haven't forgotten.
Yeah.
We will get it back to you.
And Steve just gave us the expansion too, so we got to play with that too. I forgot there was an expansion. Yeah, there's an expansion. It's in my car. I need to grab it. I keep forgetting to bring it in.
Exciting.
Yeah, Black Sonata is a solo hidden movement deduction game. Which is a very odd concept for a game, but basically Shakespeare has this mysterious woman that has inspired many of his sonnets. And so you're basically trying to find out who that mysterious woman was. And so they're moving around town. You're hearing about their movements. They're moving around town, hidden movement style. And you're basically trying to get them to walk onto the spot you are, because then you can be like, "Who are you?"
You want to intersect with them. You want to anticipate where they're going to go.
And then every time you find them, you will learn a little bit of information about them through deduction. So you'll basically find out, like, you'll get another card of a mysterious woman that you know is not the person because you're seeing their card. And each person will have 3 traits. Like, they're married, they have kids, and they're musical. They play some kind of instrument.
They're royal or something.
Because they're walking around with a freaking oboe, you know? And then I'll tell you on there, like, your mysterious woman that you're trying to find out will have 1 or maybe 2 or 0 or like 1 to 2 similarities with this card.
Yeah.
And as you get more and more of these cards, you can start to deduce what is and what isn't. It's really, really fun. It's tough. You can make the path that they take. There's all these different ones. You can make them harder or
to
easier.
predict, yeah.
It's a really unique, interesting game that's an absolute banger. And Steve, I have not tried the expansion yet. I keep meaning to, and I keep forgetting to.
Yeah.
But absolutely outstanding game.
Shorty, sorry we didn't like Altiplano. We wanted to. Books of Time, I forgot, is another board and dice game.
Well, we played it when it was like prototype still, technically.
And then we played it at last Board and Dice Con, which we hosted on our channel. So this was one that we played in its prototype form. It's now out where you are creating these books.
Kind of history books.
Kind of history books and stuff and there's kind of 3 types, and they will give you actions that you can do where you're going to be slotting in new things with like kind of binder rings. You're going to be opening up. It's a great gimmick. And you're going to be putting in new pages of these books, and then as you open them up to pages, it will create, 2 halves that will give you actions you can do for that turn. You're bumping tracks, doing science and stuff. It's honestly been almost a year since we played it, so I don't remember all the pertinence.
Yeah, basically there's 3 different kinds of, but there's one about, you're basically writing the history of your civilization. There's like one about travel, because you're obviously traveling and trading. There's one about science, and you're trying to bump these tracks. You're trying to
There's some set collection elements with the order in which the pages of your books go.
It's really interesting. Got a really good gimmick with the little binder clips. It's a fun game, again, on the lighter side of Board and Dice. Really, really pretty.
Just unique with the way the books
it's just a cool way to do a Civ game where it's like you're just writing down the history of your civilization kind of thing. It's very, very cool. Pen and paper are the currency. It's very, very well done. We actually don't have the finished version. I want to get it because I did really enjoy this game.
Yeah, I want to play
the cool.
final product for sure.
Yeah, it was very awesome. We played Boop. This is the Halloween version of Boop. It's mostly just Boop. But
in every way but one. You literally are playing Boop, which is a game where
you can also just play Boop with this. You don't even need to play Boop.
You're putting cats down onto a board and onto the bed, and you are booping cats away from that cat or kitten. You're basically trying to upgrade your kittens into cats and get 3 cats of yours in a row, but cats boop other cats, including your own. So it's a difficult puzzle to actually get them to boop into a line.
Yeah.
And this one adds a ghost cat, which you can put out onto the bed, and they just go in a straight line across the bed, kind of programmed movement straight across every turn, and do additional boops. So it adds like an extra level of kind of like strategy and chaos and stuff to think about.
And you kind of set yourself up, I'm going to go here and boop this here because I know next turn the
boop.
Ghost is going to move, then boop it back. And so it gives it a little bit more of like, another step of planning that you can do. Yeah. Or you just not play the Ghost and just play with like witchy cats.
Yeah,
which
or
is great.
Pumpkin cats, which is fantastic.
It's Boop. I love Boop. Honestly, people who make
give me the Christmas edition.
Please just give me every version of Boop. I love it. I want Christmas one. I want anything ones.
Arbor Day,
tree Boop. It's squirrels booping each other out of trees.
Oh, come on.
Gosh.
I want it so bad.
I want it very bad. You played Botanique. This cover freaks me out, Mike.
This cover's weird, man.
We've talked about this game before.
I can never remember what this is a redo of, but it is a redo of a game. It's a 2-player tile laying game that I played on Board Game Arena, and once I figured out that you could rotate the tiles, which because we played the game in beta or alpha even, it was not apparent how you could rotate tiles. And once I realized you could, the game got a lot better. You are basically making connections of pipes and things.
You're making monsters according to this cover here.
Yeah, I don't know. The theme is weird. And you are basically laying out tiles and stuff to make connections of pipes. And you want to have like different colors and stuff, kind of runs of the same color, I should say. And then when you place out things, you're going to get points if there's like any and all flowers that are along that connection point that you make. So it's kind of interesting in the way that you can place out a tile into the middle, and there's like the middle row, then a row on your side, a row on your opponent's side. And if the tile that I place is different, either a different shape or a different color than my tile, then it pops out, then I can actually place it. So it's just an interesting thing of like how you actually gain tiles to play was really neat. I actually enjoyed this game a lot, and I'd like to play it in person to just like really kind of settle in and grok it even more. But I was like, I played a number of games of this on BGA, and I was like, this is pretty fun.
Best Star Trek says good go-to filler game.
100%.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. It's like, I don't know, what do you think? 15 minutes? Like, it's very quick.
Valentine's Day boop would be like smooch.
Get out.
Cute.
I want it.
Cute. Ooh, we play Bottom of the Ninth. I want to play this because Jeff and Jamie like this game so dang much. And we have it.
We do. We bought.
Mike won't play with
I
me.
bought a version at Barnes and Noble that was because this is like a Kickstarter and stuff where you had all sorts of different types of cards and things. And Barnes and Noble sold a pared down version of it, so there's not a ton of cards and variability in it. But it's a really fun like
Trying to predict
what
stuff,
your opponent's going to do because it's a bottom of the ninth, and one team is on defense and pitching. One team is the home team trying to win it all by scoring a run.
Is the Giants going to win this year?
Maybe. And if I'm the pitcher and stuff, I'm either pitching like high or low, then inside or outside and stuff, and throwing different pitches and stuff. And you're trying to predict like the location of the pitch. And if you get it correct, you're gonna make contact. You're gonna roll dice. You're rolling dice and stuff to see if you like make it down the baseline before I throw you out. So there's like some time, like dexterity elements almost. It's really fun just to kind of be like, is he gonna throw it down and away again?
Right.
He's not gonna do it again. Maybe
it's like real. It's like real life, right?
And you're both playing your chips, and you hit
him with a changeup,
Yeah, and so like that, I love. I love that kind of just the mental game because that's what happens in baseball. It's just like the pitcher and catcher are like trying to outthink the hitter, and the hitter's doing the exact same. We all have scouting reports on each other. You have pitchers and hitters and stuff who have abilities and stuff, and that's where the version that we have is like kind of a bummer because we don't have as much variety. With like those hitters and the abilities they have because it's not really like the full game. It's you can play it and everything, but like on the pitcher you can like bring in different pitchers, but like you're very limited on how many you have. I was like, oh, I kind of want more of this because I really enjoy what you're doing. But very quick, very fun. Get in your heads up 2-player game.
Cool. Down.
Yeah, liked it a lot.
Play Bound the Stride Into the Denlands. This is by Incredible Dream. This was on Kickstarter. Unfortunately, the campaign got canceled. We really liked the game, though.
I hope it comes back. I really do.
We did a playthrough of this. This is a campaign story game, a cooperative game where you essentially are going to these different areas and trying to fulfill these missions. These missions might be like a bit of pick up and deliver. You might need to find certain things on the map because there's all these tokens that are face down. And the cool thing is, depending on like what mission you're doing or whatever, these tokens might do different things because you are reading stuff out of a book. So all these things are like, oh, now this part of the story happens and all this bad stuff's happening in the forest and stuff. And you are basically trying to prevent that to happen. But it's super simple. It's got an interesting movement system where you have essentially these little movement chips and you put them next to each other on the board because you're walking across the land and you can like, well, I'm going to go over here and like go like this and stuff. And I thought it was actually an interesting way to do it. And one thing I think Incredible Dream does very well is they do a lot of these kind of like intro to this kind of game. They did Kinfire Chronicles, which is like kind of an intro to one of those like really big campaign games, but it's actually pretty broken down and simple, despite still being really big.
Yeah, that one does like a learn while you play kind of system, and this is just a very light story-based game.
But there's a lot of content for it, so I hope it does get re-released because I actually really liked it. I thought it was cool. But unfortunately, it wasn't doing as well as they were hoping, and so they canceled it. Hopefully, they bring it back because I really liked it. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, it's really neat. Broken and Beautiful
about
Kintsugi, which is a cool practice of taking broken pottery and filling in and reassembling it using gold to kind of bind these pieces of pottery back together, which makes them more valuable than ever because they are now kind of unique, one-of-a-kind pieces of art because of its damage.
We all got problems. We're all broken. It's what makes us beautiful.
It's about the repair.
As long as you repair that,
It's about the repair in life. So this is a card drafting game where you're drafting out these pieces of pottery. And every round, whatever the leftover card is, say if it's a 3-player game, you're going to draw 4 things out. That type of pottery for every player is going to break if you have it in your area and it's not broken already. If it's been repaired, then it's safe. But it's going to break. And so...
Which you kind of want.
Kind of. But if you have pottery and stuff, it's all set collection based and it's worth some points. If it breaks, it's not worth anything. But if you get it repaired by paying gold, it's now worth more points than ever before. So... There's that kind of thing of like, I kind of want some of this to break because then I could get it repaired, assuming you have enough time and resources to do that. So I love the idea of like,
really fun game.
Do I draft this thing because I just don't want this other thing to break?
Yeah.
And so it creates really interesting decisions while being a very quick, light set collection card drafting game.
Yeah. And there's like wood pieces which can't break, but they're not worth as much. And so there's interesting stuff going on. It's a really fun little game.
Really
it's like
solid
this big.
filler
It's a teeny tiny little game.
Teeny tiny. There's just gold and stuff as a resource. It's a really, really solid game.
Yeah.
Highly recommended.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I think it's a really good little filler game. Really good little filler game.
Yeah.
I played Burning Banners. This is a game that I'm not gonna lie, I really thought we weren't gonna like because it is kind of a war game in a fantasy world.
Yes.
But this is a game where there are a whole bunch of different factions. Like you were playing the orcs, I was playing the dwarves.
Depending on what scenario you play, it'll dictate which factions you're playing with.
And that's what it really comes down to because you have little chits that have like your little illustration, what they do, very war gamey style. Yeah. But why I actually really liked this game is there's a big old book, and the book is all of these different scenarios, and there's scenarios for all different player counts, different sizes of games, length of game, and each one scenario has different rules, have different ways you play, has different factions that you like have to play if you're playing that one. But there's a whole bunch of them for two, which was really cool. So the one we played when we did the playthrough of it was like I was the dwarves and I was kind of already across the land. Yeah. And then Mike was like the goblins coming in from the side. Yeah.
So I was coming in from off the map and I'm basically trying to like take over. Yeah. And you're already like established.
And I'm basically trying to keep these places not taken over. And it was really, really interesting. Pretty darn simple. At least the base game. There's all this like advanced game stuff you can do.
A lot of advanced
but the base game itself was like really, really simple. And the fact there's all these different scenarios that are specific to the player counts and thought out, like, in this one, they're completely different in terms of what they do. I actually thought it was really fun.
Yeah.
The point where we still have it. Like, I was like, oh, this is cool.
This is one that, like, when I finally learned the game and stuff, and kind of got it in my head around, it's like, oh, this is not as complicated as I thought it was. And it's pretty kind of neat the way you can do things. And then we played the base game. There's advanced stuff where there's, like, spells and big monsters you can bring in. And a lot more to explore. So this was amongst the bigger, like, surprises of, like, oh, I did not expect to enjoy that as much as I did. Which is why we should keep an open mind because you never know.
You gotta try stuff,
So I was like, shouts out to Burning Banners.
Indeed. We played
Trash. Move on.
Kaiser.
Move on.
We played Caesar. Seize Rome in 20 minutes.
Seize, baby.
We're gonna talk about the other two games in this series. This is the second in the da-da-da location in 20 minutes series. Caesar, I really liked. This is a game where essentially you're putting out these chips, and these chips are going to they're all going to be split into two, and you're going to put them essentially on the border between two regions.
Yeah.
And this side, it might be like a 4 boat, and this side might be like a 1 sword. And then basically, when you finish a region, you're basically going to see who won that region. That's going to get you points.
Yeah.
But then whoever put down the last piece in that region to finish it will get the token in the middle, which is going to be some kind of like special ability. They do a whole bunch of different stuff. You're like, they just do different things, allow you to move stuff or kick stuff off.
Assassinate
somebody.
And
it's just, you're just trying to set yourself up and set up your opponent to like get your points out there. It's really, really simple like these. It does play in like 20 minutes. And then there's also like a couple different variants like Poison and like Centurions and stuff, which add more to the game. I really liked this one. I like it a lot more than like Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, me too. I think, we'll kind of suss this out later, but like I like this more than Blitzkrieg. I probably like Dogfight the best. It's just the most different, but this one is really just
it's
the
tactical.
Oh man, I don't want to give you this thing. Like it's very tactical.
Yes.
In terms of where you place your stuff, I like this one a lot.
It's
cool.
Very. Yeah, I like all three of the games, and this one is my second favorite. We'll talk about our favorite soon.
Yeah, and the D's.
We played Cam Up the Card Game. Another quite good game.
Quite good game. This gives
surprisingly
you
good.
Really a lot of the flavor and even a little bit more control than Camel Up. It gives you that feeling of that race and stuff. A lot of the elements of making bets and stuff are all present in this game. It actually pairs down to a card game very well.
Really well.
And where the difference comes in is with Camel Up, you are inevitably dropping dice from a pyramid to move whatever color comes out and whatever value. That's how far in which camel moves. And in this game, there's some random elements because you're discarding cards, which will show camels in movement. I think it's between 0 and 2. But you get to like hold certain cards in your hand. So you can guarantee like green is going to move at least this one space because I have this card. And I liked actually having a little bit more control over the race and a little bit more information But I still don't know what other people have played, so I don't know if like
you can manipulate it more.
Guaranteed, like, well, that green move, but no one else had green or played green, so that didn't pan out. But at least there's not quite as random of an element. I don't mind the random element in Camelot. That game is perfect.
No, not at all. Yeah.
But this one, I was like, man, this is actually really fantastic. It works really well, and you're still stacking camels and moving them. I like this game a lot.
Yeah, I like it really, really good. I like the fact that you can manipulate stuff a little bit more, have a little more control, which is very cool. And we are live, indeed. And so, yeah, it's I really liked it. I was like, okay, a lot of surprises, being like, oh, that was kind of better than I thought it would be. We played Cascadia Landmarks. We also played Cascadia, but we played the new Landmarks expansion, which is interesting because it makes the game more crunchy.
Does.
And I don't necessarily know if I always want that in Cascadia.
Yes.
But it is nice to have sometimes because you're kind of going for these landmarks.
Yeah, so this adds these landmarks where you'll have basically additional scoring cards. And what it does is this puts more focus on making groups of the same land type, which you don't have to match landscapes to landscapes when you place your tiles in the game. It is advantageous to do so. You're making these things called corridors. But now if you make a corridor of 5 matching tiles, you get to take a landmark of that landscape type if you haven't claimed one already. And you get to claim that card, which will give you additional scoring opportunities and things like that. So it gives you more to think about. There's more to kind of track because now you're maybe trying to think of like, well, I want to do, you know, this landscape thing, but you're still having to do those animals as well. Yeah. So I agree. It's like Cascadia hits at a nice cruising level for us for tile placement games that I don't know if I always want to ratchet up.
Yeah, I think
but you can also just leave it out and just play and just have, there's also additional animals, you know, or additional cards for the salmon and all the types of animals that appear in the game. So if nothing else, it's great for that. And what the landmarks do is really fun if we're in the mood for it. So I'm glad to have the opportunity to do it.
And I'm kind of with Corthan. It's like, I'm not sure if I want to mess with the elegance of Cascadia. And that's where I was kind of, I like the expansion, but I was like, I don't know if I want this to be a heavier experience. And it's not like super heavy, of course, but it was still a really good expansion. But it's one of the things where like, I'm not entirely sure if I need that in Cascadia. But again, you can just kind of choose to not do it. And there you go.
I think it's easy enough to ignore. It also increases the player count if you're interested in that. And it also gives you a way to play it quicker, which, so it gives you those things. So I'm glad to have it in the box.
For sure.
I just don't know if I'll always use it.
Exactly. But it's good though. It is still good.
Definitely good.
We played the Castles of Burgundy. We played the new version. We'll talk about the old version. They're the same version. But we have the new version, the kind of fancy version. And it is still Castles of Burgundy, but
she nice.
She nice though. We have the acrylic tiles. We do not have the one with the minis. I do not think I want the one with the minis. The minis.
The acrylic tiles are amazing. I don't need the minis.
It's still Castles of Burgundy. It's still one of the greatest games ever made. It's incredibly good, but now it's really, really pretty. And the acrylic tiles are nice. I like the little mini castles. I think having those as minis is fine.
Because it stands out.
Because it stands out. You have your little bust as your little
person. You have a wonderful player aid that's just like nice. It has all of the knowledge tiles on them, so you don't have to go to the rule book to look through that.
All of the expansions are in it, including new expansions, which you actually haven't even played with. But it's still Castles of Burgundy. It's still great. It's just way cooler and way prettier now.
Yeah, those are those bags for all the tiles, so it's just like quality of life stuff. Man, this one hit. I was like, this is very nice.
This is very nice. Yeah, I played CDSK.
You did a little game show at Gen Con.
I did a little game show at Gen Con where Rudolph Games, which is part of like the Scorpion Mask Hachette team, this is a trivia game where basically you're kind of going along kind of roll and move style. You're going to a certain mountain. You're going to land on either CDSK, which is going to, I can't remember what exactly the stand for.
Different categories of trivia,
categories.
Sure.
And
you're coolers, donuts, Slim Jims, and Kit Kat.
Yep, exactly. That's exactly what it is. It's all food donut candy-based stuff. And Slim Jims.
The best foods.
So you're basically going to be given a topic, and then you basically have to rate 1 to 10 how well you know that topic, and then you're going to get a question based off of whatever you said. So it might be like pies, and you'll be like, oh, I know, I bake a lot. Okay, 6. And then they'll give you a question based off of that. So the good thing about the game is it's not just like, you're just going to get a question if they answer it or not. This one, you can kind of gauge how well you think you know something.
How confident are you in this
Which I think is a really cool change to trivia games. My only problem is I did feel like there was some disparity. Like sometimes like the 10s were, in my opinion, pretty easy for a topic, and sometimes like the 5 or 6s were like really hard.
That's the only problem is like when you're making a game like this, I don't envy the people that have to make them because you're like, well, how... you can't objectively
it's
choose
tough.
that because it's going to be based ultimately on the bias of the person writing the thing. Like, well, for me, this is easy. I know all about The Office.
Yeah.
Other people are like, this is insane.
But it's a cool take on that kind of game. Kind of like Wits and Wagers where you don't really need to know the answer. And this one, you're like, oh, I don't know that very well.
Let's go for a 1.
Let's go for a 2.
Yeah.
And it's really, really fun for that. That was a good take on a trivia
I think
game.
that's super cool.
Yeah, it worked really well.
Yeah.
You played Ceres.
I played Ceres. It's a game where you're colonizing the moons of Mars and doing stuff. Honestly, it's a worker placement game. I enjoyed my time with Dan playing it, my buddy who got it at Essen. I don't remember the specifics at all.
Wow.
But I had a
Hey,
good time.
Dan, you heard it here.
And would play it again. It's worker placement, space stuff, building things, and there's some cool actiony things, but I could not tell you what any of them were off the top of my head. Moving on.
Woodcraft or Hickory Dickory? Woodcraft, because we haven't played Hickory Dickory.
Haven't played Hickory Dickory.
Probably
I want
Woodcraft
to.
anyway.
We
actually recently played Challengers for my birthday.
I'm playing on BGA right now.
You are, yeah. This is War. This is the game War, not like fighty fight War, but the War where you're each flipping over a card.
You do get to punch people in the face.
You do. This is kind of this weird game where you are constantly switching who you're playing against, and you're just playing games of war, but each round you're going to get new cards. Those cards will do different stuff, will kind of like stack with other cards, and you're essentially playing war. It was way better than I was expecting it to be. I didn't like love it. I thought it was good, but I was like, when we learned the rules, I was like, this sounds terrible.
Yeah. Because it's a thing where, you know, especially with your starting cards, they just have values on them. And if you want to play a card that has equal to or greater value than the person who's holding the flag.
Yes.
And if you match or exceed, you get to capture the flag. Yeah. And then that other player's cards go to their bench. And you're trying to make someone either run out of cards or fill up their bench first. And that makes you win.
Yeah.
But it's just automated. Like literally, if you play it on Board Game Arena and you click go, until there's a card that makes you make a decision, it just goes do, 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 because there's no decisions to be made.
Yes.
It's simply you're drawing out cards until you beat the the flag thing or not. But as you get opportunities to get more cards and then cull cards from your deck, you are crafting a deck throughout the game that hopefully is going to synergize. Like there's some things where you play this out, and for every balloon type, which is the type of the cards you have out on your bench already, you get +3 or so, you know, whatever. And that so you can start to build a synergistic deck. So it's kind of like the idea is that like no matter what card comes out here, which is just going to be one after the other, you have no choice in that. It's going to work out great. So you're trying to build a kind of like a deck that will always work.
Which was more really interesting than I was expecting it to be.
That is the game.
It was pretty fun, ultimately. Again, a good like con game. You play like real quick. It was cool. It was cool.
Yeah. I definitely want to play this at the con where you can play 8 players. There's enough room to easily move around and sit and stuff like that.
Where we were, it was hard to like maneuver around the table.
Yeah,
but
it's an interesting game for sure.
Yeah.
Very cool. And there's a new one now too.
But Chicken. This is a push your luck game where you're rolling dice and trying to get chickens and not trying to get foxes.
I don't want to roll no foxes.
Chickens will then lay eggs, which allows you to roll more dice. You're trying to get points, and you can chicken out at some point. Yeah. Because if you get, I think, 3 foxes, you bust, basically. It's a great little push your luck game. I love push your luck games, especially like small little dice ones. It comes in this like cool little tube. Yeah. It was good. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, there's a Kickstarter version which has additional gameplay stuff, which I think will probably beef it up. But it was just a fun little silly, you know, very quick, light game to kind of put in between other stuff. There's a question real quick. Explain to me, please, where to store all these minis on table. I think that's in reference to the Castles of Burgundy game.
I don't know.
They all come on like trays and stuff, so they're all pre-organized, and you can pull them off. So it's all kind of taken care of for you. If you were to display them out, I think it'd be a big mess.
And we are planning on going to Dice Tower West.
Yes,
John.
we'll be there.
We played Circadian's First Light, the Specialist expansion.
Yes.
Which adds specialists. And then other stuff you can do. Like, what else is it? We played this at the very, very beginning of the year.
This was last January. I don't remember. But I liked it.
I remember liking it.
Yeah, it basically gives you specialists. You get like player powers and stuff, which beef things up. There's, I think, 2 additional races of aliens, the purple and the white ones there, that give you different things to kind of focus on and do. There was like these special dice that didn't have pip values. So they're kind of whatever value you need them to be. So it added a little bit of flexibility there for how they get played and stuff. It was just nice, like everything in this kind of added up, just interesting decisions, a little bit more freedom to make decisions, which meant that you know, ultimately have more chunky stuff to think about because you have like, well, I can go this way with this or I can go that way with my specialist, stuff like that. So it was really good. I really enjoyed it. It's an expansion, especially if you like Circadian's First Light. I would highly recommend the expansion.
It was good.
We enjoyed it, even if we don't remember
all the
pertinence.
It was just like, at this point, a full year ago, and we played 351 games. Sometimes, y'all, they start to meld together. It's just, I can't quite remember what happens.
But I really liked it. I was like, oh, especially because Circadian's I enjoyed, but wasn't my favorite Garfield game. And this one I was just like, this beefs it up quite a bit. Yeah. This is nice. I like that a lot.
For sure.
Yeah.
We played Comic Hunters.
We did.
This game, I think we've been hearing rumblings that it might be coming over to the States. This is a Brazilian game.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's been announced by a certain publisher or not. I feel like someone
There's been rumblings about it. Yeah,
so I think it's definitely on its way.
But nonetheless, this is a game where you are collecting comics, Marvel comics specifically. And you are trying to do set collection kind of based off of the game. The game will have certain things like, you know, Hulk comics are really, really valuable in this game. And like Black Panther comics are also really valuable, but like Captain America comics aren't. They're just not. And so you're basically trying to do set collection, and every round, there's essentially a different way you're going to be drafting out these cards. And the way you draft is like, sometimes it's a normal draft. Other times they're like out on the table and you can take like a row. It's like, they're really weird.
Wild, yeah.
And you're essentially trying to get, you're also trying to get like first editions will give you more points, or this kind of thing will get you more points if it's like an origin story, like, oh, this is the first time this villain ever got seen.
Yeah.
And they're all actual comics, which is cool.
Yeah.
It was a really fun set collection game that I really want to get in English, because it was in Portuguese, and we had a translation of the rules, but it was a bit of a struggle because we're like, oh, what is this? Because obviously we couldn't read it. And so I really liked it, though. I really hope it's true that it's coming over here, because I thought it was a really fun game.
Yeah, and I think it was really fun. The fact that they were actual Marvel comics was a nice nod and stuff.
Like, oh, that's the first time
Spider-Man appeared.
Yeah, or whatever. You know, it was very, very cool.
Very cool.
We played Concordia Venus.
Yeah, so I picked up Concordia. I think it was a birthday gift to myself last year. I got to think of my birthday's not 1 week from today, actually. And I got to figure out what I'm going to get myself. I'm going to get Age of Innovation. Come on now.
Ooh.
So Concordia Venus is just Concordia.
I got a new light.
A really kind of classic, trading in the Mediterranean, straight up, literally, game.
Yeah, it's very much
Concordia Venus gives you a couple different maps to play on, and the ability to play like a team game and things like that. But it's just ultimately, it's kind of Concordia with some expansion stuff. And so, and like when I bought it, it was literally cheaper than just base Concordia. So I was like, well, I'm gonna get this version.
It's got a better cover too.
It's the same game, way better cover. And Concordia is really great. It's just such a solid, classic feeling Euro game, and I really enjoy it. The turns are like simple and smooth. You have these action cards that you're effectively playing, and they just tell you, it's very clear. They tell you exactly how they work. Like this is what this does, and so it's just kind of easy to kind of get into. And it's like, I think for a lot of folks, it was an early kind of classic Euro game for a reason, and this one's great. So shouts out.
Boom, there you go. I played Cosmoctopus. I played this at Dice Tower West. With Amy from Thinker Themer.
That's
right. It was actually very last thing I played, and then I went home, and so it was cool. It's a game where you're worshiping the great Inky one, maybe the best theme in any game ever. But you're
Who's
like,
not following this dude in the
You're
battle?
like cultists worshiping this giant cosmic octopus.
I love it.
Which is great.
I still have the hands on the cover.
The game itself, you're moving the octopus around, Cosmoctopus, to these different spots where you have different actions on them. You're essentially trying to gain resources to fulfill these cards. The cards all work in different ways. Some of them will give you like permanent resources, kind of like Splendor style. Other ones, there's like constellations you're trying to fulfill by putting certain resources down in certain orders. I thought the game was fine. I really want to try it again, because I didn't like it that much, and I kind of wanted to like it more because I like the theme so much.
Sure.
And you do have a big, great Inky one in there, and so he's moving around. I thought it was the cutest dang thing on the planet, but I thought the game itself was fine.
Yeah, we have it, and I do want to try it still. So I'm sure we'll get that extra.
Yeah, I do really want to try it again. As of right now, I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
I thought it was very, very cute, but the game itself was okay.
Yeah, catching up on chat. Nabar says Chicken is clearly the best game of 2023. Number one, not close. Other people surprised by Chicken. Sergeant, I appreciate that, saying Happy New Year, everyone that support these clowns. That'd be us. In the nicest way possible by clicking the like button. If you could click that thumbs up, we would really appreciate it. Best of Star Trek Neotopia is on the list. It will be coming up in the ends.
Yes, in the ends. You play Crack List.
Crack List. This was sort of a like name stuff in this category kind of, party game, which was really fun. But you have these cards that have letters on them, so it's sort of like Uno style, where there's certain cards that like skip the next player and like fun things like that. But they were cards with letters, and so you might be in a name Harry Potter characters or whatever is all pop culture kind of stuff. And if you had a W, you had to name something starting with W, so it could be like Weasley or something, whatever. And then there's things that would change up the category. But I like the whole thing of being limited by, you're trying to get rid of your hand of cards, and you're limited by certain letters. Certain ones are going to be harder than others. And then you have the added like pop culture criteria, thing that you're doing as well. So it was a fun little party game. If you're in that kind of thing, I was just like, yeah, this was super enjoyable. We played it along with Acropolis and a couple other games that we'll talk about here. But I was like, this is actually a cool little party game. Cool. Didn't mind it.
Down skis. Played Crossbows and Catapults. I honestly forgot we had played this year.
We did.
We did. This is by Restoration Games. It was out on Kickstarter
We did
earlier.
a live stream of it.
This is a restoration of Crossbows and Catapults, but better and cooler. And this is a game where you're going to build up your wall, your kind of big fortification with these kind of big, chunky plastic blocks.
Kind of like the classic, which I have in my house now, the big first, my first Lego.
Yeah,
those giant
but they don't
blocks,
fit together quite as well. You want it to be a little loosey-goosey.
Yeah.
And then you have different characters. There's like dwarves versus goblins. And you have different characters. And they're basically, you're going to be shooting stuff at each other. You have like a catapult. You have like a crossbow, a big old crossbow that like shoots a disc at their thing.
Trebuchet.
Trebuchet.
All sorts of stuff you can get.
All this crazy stuff. And you're basically trying to knock over all of their characters. Is what you're trying to do. And you can bring in like mercenaries and all this stuff. And there's kind of special rules and stuff. It's really silly and really fun. It's definitely geared towards kids. There are some like other gameplay elements that make it a little bit more fun for adults.
It's like cards, like
but
action cards and stuff.
like build a big crazy foundation and shoot crap at it. It's just, kids are going to, it's going to be their favorite game on the planet.
This will be something that like kids will play in their childhood, and they will have never learned the rules. They will just build stuff and shoot it, and like that is the game. Like that is what you're doing. Have a blast.
And sometimes you hit it and the wall's like, God, you're fine. And then sometimes you have this whole big thing and the whole thing comes down in one hit and you're like, oh my God.
It's great.
And you can like move your people around. It's a cool little game, but again, like this is going to be the greatest game on the planet for kids. Like pretty much. It's very fun. You played Crusaders. That will be done.
They're crusading for a certain person for sure. Crusaders I Will Be Done is a game that I played a long time ago, and I played it on Board Game Arena. And then actually I also did play it physically, didn't I, this year with a buddy. And this is a game where you are moving pieces around a rondel. Little thing, kind of like Trajan, Moncala style. And you're dropping off pieces, and then wherever you land, you're going to be doing that action type, if it's a crusade action or move action or whatever it is. And I think for every piece that's in that area, you'll do that action that many times. You basically get action points from a lot of different things in the game. And this is one that I remember playing early with our buddy Jimmy, and early on in the hobby, and like just like it's stretching my mind to the limits seemingly. Yeah. And then now I played it and I was just like, oh man, this game is like smooth. Like it just kind of cruises, and you're doing like things and building up buildings and stuff. And I actually really liked kind of how just smooth and flowy it was. And you can upgrade your action types and stuff so that you get basically, you can do this action or this action. So you have a little more flexibility in how you're moving your little pieces around that rondel. But
well, and to this day, I think that Moncala is the most underused underused mechanic in all of board games. There's only a couple of games that use Moncala mechanics, and it's such a good, interesting choice. Choices
There'll be another game that uses a kind of a Moncala style for like an abstract game, and I'm like, dude, this is just so much fun to think about. So Crusaders I really enjoyed. TMG RIP.
I think Renegade has it now.
I do believe so. Yeah, Renegade has it, so it's not gone, but TMG certainly is, unfortunately.
Darwin's Journey. This was also very high on our top 10 games of the year. Really liked Darwin's Journey. And it's right there. This again is one of those kind of like bigger, heavier Euros that's got a lot of combos to it. This is a game where you are following Darwin over to the various islands that the Galapagos, things like that. And you're exploring these islands, and you are categorizing and discovering like various animals, various plants, things like that. And you're basically just doing a whole bunch of different Darwin stuff. It's very cool, but you're putting a worker out to do an action, but the workers are going to have these different colored seals on them, and those seals are going to kind of dictate what that worker is good at. So if it has like 3 green seals, the green is the one where you get to walk across the island. So you're like, oh, I'm going to go there, because certain spots to go there, you need to have a certain amount of this color seal. And so it's cool because your workers specialize in stuff as the game goes on, which is really cool. And you can do a whole bunch of different stuff, but it's all about, again, kind of like finding these animals, categorizing them, getting points like that, you can add more and more action spaces to the board, and then you explore around. But again, it's all about those combos, because a lot of times you're exploring the island, you put down a tent, that now allows you to get to do the boat action. And then you can go to the boat action, that allows you to do now this action.
So good.
You're always going to have 1 or 2 turns in the game that's just like
Bananas.
Bananas. It's
Well, you're
super
gonna have,
fun.
It's inevitably be like, are you still taking your turn?
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, we're a third of the way through. And you're like, wow, that's amazing. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Combo-tastic mid-heavyweight Euro games seem to be in vogue right now, and I am very happy to be in the combo-sance because it's TM. No one steal that word. That was perfect. It's just immensely satisfying to the point I'm like, oh, I didn't win. It's like, well, I still did a super amazing turn. Who cares?
It's very good.
Fantastic game.
It's very, very good.
Visitors here on break and watching a live show. Yay, Visitor.
Hey, let's go, Visitor.
I maintain your students will be enriched by watching our live streams.
True.
But I'm happy to have you.
We played Dead Cells, the roguelite board game, which is the board game version of Dead Cells, which is a roguelite video game, which is also very fun. Yeah, Scorpion Masqué, which is very, very fun. The video game and the board game are both very fun. Yeah, this is a game where you're kind of going through roguelite style. You're going through the toxic sewers, or one of the many places in Dead Cells. And the different spots are a lot of times going to have enemies. They might have treasures and upgrades and things like that.
A little market, different things.
When you go against an enemy, everyone's going to play a card. And that card is basically going to have an entire round's worth of combat on the card. Where basically you're like, it's going to have round 1, 2, and 3 on there. And then you play out the cards. And then all the round 1s are going to go. The enemies and you. And then you're like, okay, this one I'm gonna put out a shield, but in round 2, this card's gonna hit really, really hard. And so you go through round 1, round 2, and then round 3, and then that's the end of combat. So you're only playing one card, but it's a really interesting way to do that kind of combat.
Yeah, especially you're like, man, this card's kind of backloaded. It's gonna be better, for rounds 2 and 3. Can someone else cover, round 1 and stuff like that?
You kind of discuss like, okay, I'll do round 3. I'm gonna hit really hard in round 3.
I'm gonna hit hard. I'm gonna defend and do these things. And so
and then you come across bosses, which are super tough. It was a really cool game.
I like that, like outside of the boss, which is kind of more extended. I like that things are like, play this one card, each place one card, figure out what you're doing, and then move on, because you're going through a lot of things, and so it's like no one of them is super involved. It doesn't take a long time, because like you're going to go through and then eventually you're going to die and you have to restart, but you have some like permanent upgrades now, which is how a roguelite works. You kind of get better over time. And so it's like, if every single scenario was like 10, 15 minutes,
it'd be rough.
It's going to be hard to get through very far into this game. So I like that it's like, it just keeps it moving.
Yeah, keeps on rolling. It was very fun. And then now that I've played the video game, after the board game, now I appreciate it more. I'm like, oh, I get why this is like this, because it's from the video game.
Yeah,
so I was
like,
satisfying
in that way for sure.
So
the
fun
video game's
game.
fun.
I played Deal with the Devil.
You did?
I played this at Dice Tower West.
I'm still jealous of my mom.
With Shay, Benita, and Brain in a jar. And I really liked Deal with the Devil. This is a game that is inherently extremely difficult to get played, because it is 4-player only. It's a long game. It's also a game that's very asymmetric.
And you have to really kind of, on your own, learn
all
all the roles, because you don't know what role you're going to be. And once you're the devil, you can't really ask questions that are really devil specific, because people are like, that sounds like you're the devil. And
one of the problems is you can't really ever ask clarifying questions, because you're like, well, what do I do with this? It's like, well, that means you're the devil. So it's like, it's tough to get played. But if you can get it played, and then everyone does know the rules, it was one of my favorite gaming experiences. I really liked the game.
I really want to play this one.
It's super fun. You're basically getting resources, building buildings where you're going to get a lot of your points, but you do that by trading with the other players. So you put in your little chest stuff that you're willing to trade and what you're willing to trade it for. And then the app is basically you're going to shuffle them out of sight, and then the app is basically going to assign them to other people. It's going to scan the thing. It knows whose thing it is. Like, oh, this is one of the cultists. This is the devil.
Super cool.
And the devil is trying to get souls. The cultist is trying to get rid of their souls. And the humans are basically just trying to do well.
They're just trying to build the city. Yeah. They just want to build the city and maybe keep some of their soul.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit of it.
It's probably going to be worth it to sell some of it,
because
you're getting a lot of resources.
I played as the devil, and so the devil can really only ever take souls. And so you're kind of like, hey, for a soul, I'll give you this. Because you start with a ton of resources. Because you have a lot to give away. You're like, hey, for a bit of your soul, I'll give you this, this, this. I thought that part of it was so much fun and so interesting.
There's kind of the blind bidding, because you're not like openly negotiating with Shay at the table. It's like you don't know who's going to get your offer, so you're just trying to. I think it takes some of like the pressure there.
And the cool thing is, it's like there's kind of like, oh my gosh, I'm the devil. Like, what if they find me out? But here's the thing: 2/3 the way through the game, I was like, I think at this point, I want to do this thing. It's going to out me as the devil, but I think I'll still be okay. So I came out as a devil. Everyone knew that I was there, like, oh crap, Nick's the devil, and I was like, it's me, and I ended up winning anyway.
It's something that CGE like really wanted to hit, and I don't think people knew right away. They're saying like the goal of the game is not to figure out who the devil is. You do not win the game by doing that.
No.
It might be advantageous for you to know that, but your goal is to get your points by doing Eurogame stuff. And so they're saying like this is not only a social deduction game. This is a mid-heavyweight Euro game with social deduction elements.
Yeah, and it's if you can get the right group, everyone knows the game, that kind of stuff. I think it's so much fun, but it is it's a tough game to get played. I will try to get it played this year. Yeah. I think you will really like it. I want to play it with like Paula and like Matthew or Shay or something like that. And it's just like it's so much fun. So yeah, Deal Devil I freaking loved.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to get played. But it's very fun.
That's facts right there.
Play Deep Dive.
Deep Dive.
This is by Flat Out Games. This is a game. Yeah. This is kind of, for me, this is a.
So what you hope Deep Sea Adventure was.
Exactly. Yes, I couldn't think of the name. Yes.
This is a game where you are penguins diving down to get a nice yummy meal for yourself, and you are going to inevitably find more riches in the deeper parts of the ocean. There's also many more predators down there. So you are trying, to decide like, when are you going to head back? And basically, you can land in one of 4 zones of the ocean. You're kind of moving down to the first zone. You can flip over a tile. There might be other tiles that are flipped face up, which will be different types of fish. You're doing some set collection elements with the colors of those fish. And you can decide to take that and head back to the surface or go down deeper and try to flip over another one. If you ever encounter a predator, the predator kind of hangs onto that penguin for a while. And you have other ones you can dip into the water. But if ever all your penguins are taken, you all have to return to the surface. And between all the penguins that you have on the zones, you can choose one tile to bring up with you. So you don't go home empty-handed, but you're going home with maybe not as much as you could because maybe you passed up opportunities before to dive deeper. So you're kind of deciding like, how deep should I go? Yeah. And getting these like maybe 10 points,
really fun
fish and stuff. It's really fun, nice, light, quick,
filler game,
push your luck game, filler game. Yeah, I really enjoyed that kind of like, I'm gonna go one more, and it's like it's an orca. You're like, no.
Yeah. I thought it was really fun
game.
Played Dice Manor.
We did.
This game, this is a game where you're using dice to essentially bid on stuff that you want to do.
Yep.
You're building out your manor, but then you're also trying to give tours of your manor. That's what you really want to do. And so you're bidding on these spots, and basically the amount of dice that you put on a spot is like kind of what you're bidding. So there's like spots for 1s, 2s, 3s, 4. And Mike puts down 1-1. He's in first place, but if I put down 2 1s, I'll bump him back, and now I'm going to get first choice at those things.
Right.
But then you can also, on these different parts of your manor, different rooms that you're getting, they're going to have dice pip values on them, and so you also want to put dice in your manor, and that's you essentially giving a tour of your manor. This is a game when we first read the rules, I was kind of like, it'll be okay. And it was actually pretty darn fun. I actually liked it quite a bit.
Yeah,
the bidding was interesting.
You liked it more than me. The bidding was interesting. It was just a game that, like, I guess, like, I need to play it again, but it didn't. I felt like there's going to be more to it, and there wasn't. Yeah. I was kind of like, oh, okay. Like,
I think this is a game that would need an expansion relatively quickly.
I think there is one coming, maybe, or something. So, yeah, I would be interested to see what that provides and stuff. And I want to play it again because the bidding was cool and interesting. And what dice do you put toward that? Which dice do you hang back to? You can do some marketing with it or do your tours with and stuff, especially depending on what you roll. You might roll something where you can give a nice long tour because you have all the pip values lined up. So that created some interesting stuff, but I need to play it one more time for sure.
Well, it's a solid game, but yeah, not anything to write home about.
Yeah, it didn't blow me away.
Diced Veggies. This is a game with a great gimmick.
That's about it, but it is a great gimmick where you have a knife and a block of dice.
It's interesting the way you have to cut them up. Yeah.
You have these dice and stuff that are in a block, and you're taking a little cardboard butcher knife, and you're slicing off dice, and there's different colors of dice which represent different types of food, like veggies and things like that. And then the value, the rule is when you're taking a block of dice off, the cumulative value of the pips must be 10 or lower. And you want certain values and stuff because you're getting these kind of like hype cards, which are, maybe you want to have certain values, you want to have certain things in a sequence and things like that. But ultimately, you need the right ingredients to make these recipe cards. You're trying to make, I think, 6 recipe cards to trigger the end of the game. So it all comes down to like how you slice those dice off of the block,
which is fun,
and that is very fun.
It's a great game.
It's ultimately a kind of a nice like light filler game.
Yeah, and that's what it is, right?
Yeah, so it's a game that doesn't extend far beyond its gimmick, but its gimmick is pretty cool. So it's worth the play for sure.
Yeah, it's a cute little game that it's just fine. You know. All right, next we played Dimension. Finally got this played.
All-time great.
We might have played this right after we played Dice Veggies. It was in that same night.
It was 100%.
Yeah, right directly afterwards. Dimension, I played, I think last year. I played it with Visor in chat.
You played it at Strategicon, I think.
Yeah, Strategicon, but this is the first time you play. I've been wanting to play this game with you because it was really not available. Now it's finally available again at like Barnes & Noble. We just bought it. So Mike, talk about Dimension. I know you like it.
It's so good. So it's a game where you're taking these colorful balls and you are trying to build like a little pyramid with them, and you are going to have 6 tasks in the kind of the basic version of the game. Rules for how this pyramid must be, where it might be like the green balls must touch green. You can never have 2 green that aren't connected in some way. You might have it where orange and white can never touch. You might have it be where a certain color can never be above any other color or below any other color. There might be things where you need to have 2 of a specific color, specifically 2, no more, no less. Things like that. And you're trying to build a pyramid as full as you can because every ball that you place is a point for you. But you want to make sure that you maintain all the rules because every rule you break or can't fulfill properly, you lose 2 points.
Yeah.
And so it's just fun to get that, you know, those different tasks, flip over the timer and see if you can build a pyramid as quick as you can.
It's so good.
That follows all those rules. It's just that action of building those pyramids is so fun. I just showed it to my wife.
You're on a timer, you're crunching your mind, you're like, oh, you played with Karen?
Yeah, I played with Karen. She loved it too.
Oh, really?
It's
Okay.
just immensely.
It's so good.
It's so fun to play.
It's so good. And
so
it's finally available again. It's at like Barnes & Nobles and stuff.
Yeah.
We
bought it online on their sale, post-Christmas sale.
It's so good. I love it. I love it.
Really, really good.
And Mike, actually, I haven't played it yet, but Mike got me there's like a little pocket version.
Yeah.
That has a bunch of different challenges, like a solo little pocket version.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to play it yet, but I'm really excited for that one too.
Yeah,
Dimension's a
sure
freaking banger.
It's so good.
I played Divinity Original Sin.
You did?
I did play this game. I was covering this game for BGG, and I needed to play it because I needed to learn it. And the way I was doing the tutorial, I specifically had to play it. This is a game based off of the video game Divinity Original Sin 2, specifically is what it's based off of. And this is a big old campaign game where you are taking your origin, and you have certain weapons, you have certain things, you're leveling them up through time. It's done in this big old thing called I think the game Atlas is what it's called, the World Atlas, and it's like this huge book that's where all the boards are essentially in there, which is really, really nice.
Very nice.
Because it's really big, it's laid out well. And I really actually enjoyed it quite a bit. It's really fun. There's like a lot of games nowadays with these kinds of games where there's like a cooldown system. There's a lot of games nowadays where a lot of these big campaign games are doing like cooldown systems, which is cool because a lot of video games have cooldown systems in their games. So basically you'll and it's all about like comboing your stuff together. So you'll put down a card that gains you invisibility. Invisibility will go in your cooldown, like spot 2. That means it's going to be there for 2 turns. Yeah. And then you can play this card where this card is like if you're invisible, you then get an extra, you're rolling blue dice instead of white dice. The blue dice are better. And so it's like you're trying to like work all your cards together, but it's pretty cool, pretty simple in terms of the way the rules actually of the game and the way you play. And this is also one of those games where it's a co-op game. So if one person knows the rules very well, everyone else can kind of just have an idea of the game, and then they can kind of just ask questions as they go. It's kind of one of those things where it's like you can kind of bring in newer people.
That's awesome.
And it was really fun. You're exploring around. The choices you make can like vastly change what happens in the game and stuff. I thought it was really, really cool. I never played the video game, but I thought the board game was really fun.
Shouts out.
Yeah, one of those games where I'm like, we'll never play this game because we don't have time for these kind of campaign games. But I wish we did because they're all real cool.
Glad it exists.
But Dog Park.
Doge Park.
It's so cute.
It is. We played the expansion. We covered the game with the expansion, the New Tricks expansion. This is a game where you are taking dogs on walks.
Yeah, you're a dog walkers, yeah.
In the dog park and stuff, and you are kind of collecting resources, and certain dogs have different needs, and so they might need a chew toy or a ball or sticks and things that they want and stuff to kind of satisfy them on their walks. You're trying to make dogs happy.
Yep.
Get as many of them walked as possible because every walked dog is going to be valuable for you. There's certain dogs that are kind of more valuable in a game, but it has this kind of fun drafting phase, and then you're going through and going on the walk and going along the trail and collecting resources and doing stuff like that. So it's kind of simple, really beautiful art.
Yeah,
who doesn't love a dog?
And it's puppies.
It's puppies. And the New Tricks expansion was also cool for adding different abilities, and like you have dogs that basically aren't on walk; they're in their kennel, and it kind of gave like some of those dogs like more things to do and stuff like that. So I liked what the expansion added.
Yeah, it was cool. Dog Park is a game that like I like a lot, but I don't like love. I think this game, the theme really carries this game for me. I do like the game, and I think if you have a dog lover, get them this game. It's kind of like Wingspan. If you have a bird lover, get them Wingspan
Yeah.
because they're gonna love it
High
for that.
appeal. It's
like
easy
it's
to
got
get
great art and
into.
stuff. I think the game itself is like good, but not like outstanding.
Yeah.
Although the new Tricks expansion did make me like it more.
Beefed it
but
up.
but the art's great and it's got doges everywhere. So hard to beat
You
that.
don't like that.
We played Dogfight,
Dog
Rule the
Fight.
Skies in 20 minutes. This is the other game we talked about. We talked about Caesar.
Yeah.
This game is all those games, by the way, are 2-player only, the Blitzkrieg, Caesar, and Dogfight. But this one is a dogfight where you have planes and you are just going in this circle trying to essentially get close enough behind your opponent to then shoot
at
them
them.
down.
Yes.
And every round, you're each going to play a chip and flip it up, and that's basically going to tell you how much you're going to move and then whether or not you're shooting.
Yeah, and how much damage you would do if you hit.
If you hit, basically. And so this one, all three of these games, there's a lot of mind games going on, but this one is all mind games.
pure.
It's all just like, because I might be like, you know what, I'm going to do my move 0. And Mike, hopefully, it's going to do like a move 3 or
he's gonna
4.
race right in
He's
front of
gonna
him.
go right past me, and now I'm behind him. You can like loop around certain times. And the crazy thing about this game, and actually all these games have a bunch of different variants in them, but
Yes.
this one, all the different planes, of which there's like 14 of them, all of them have different movement chips.
Yeah,
So like
different distribution of movement tiles.
yeah, it's like
and
this one doesn't
things.
move very fast, but it shoots a ton. This one loops a whole ton. They're all different. And so you can just grab different ones. And then there's all these different like scenarios you can play
Yeah.
as well. This one's got a ton of content, but just the base game alone is
And
already
with like the most simple looking board ever. It's
Yeah,
just
it's
sort
just
of
a
like a
circle.
loop with like a couple little things on the sides, and it gives you all this
Oh,
gameplay in
man.
there. It's
But
very
the
cool.
mind games in this game
Yeah.
are just, you're like, no, you went 5. I thought you were only going to go 2, and
It's-
now you're
it's
behind
all
me.
about getting in the head of your opponent and trying to guess what they're going to do and outthink them, and they're doing the same thing to you.
It's so
It is
fun.
very satisfying.
Yeah, this is my favorite of the 3 of these games, probably by a pretty wide margin. I really like Caesar. Blitzkrieg is my least
I was
favorite.
so surprised by this
Yeah,
one.
Dogfight was wild.
Yeah, it was very
It
cool.
was super fun.
Very, very cool.
Played Dorfromantik.
The board game. This is a cooperative tile laying game where you are based on the video game Dorfromantik, and you are placing out these tiles, ultimately trying to create groups of the same landscape. There's like forest, villages, farms. There's rails and rivers. And you are trying to complete tasks. You might have a task where it's like, I need 4 farm tile, like a section of 4, farm tiles all connected to complete this task. And every time you complete the task, you get to draw a new task tile, and that's nice because you have basically a big stack of landscape tiles. And when that stack empties, your game is over.
Yep.
But every time, you're always working on 3 tasks, so if you ever complete 1 or more tasks, the next turn or turns, players are taking from the task stack, which effectively extends your game.
Yep.
And also every task that you complete 4, 5, or 6 is worth that many points, so it's also how you score your points. And you're trying to go for a high score always. There's no losing the game. It's fully cooperative and stuff, but based on the score you get and maybe some special things you achieve, like you have goals you're trying to achieve, you will unlock more content from the box. There's all these mystery boxes that will have new tiles, new game rules, various ways to effectively kind of keep getting a higher and higher score, which is in the video game what you're doing. You're unlocking new things that'll give you more ways to score. So as you kind of play, you can get into like some of the things, the achievements are like 400 points. We've only ever scored like 175.
Yeah,
and I'm like, how do you get to 400 points? It's like, well, probably if you unlock certain things, then you can get that way.
It's so good.
It's really fun, super casual, a game that anyone can hop into or out of mid-game and it will not matter.
Yeah.
And there's no games that do that, and that's actually very useful. Especially when you have children running around and stuff like that. And you're like, well, I'm going to be gone for 5 minutes, and I'll just check up on how we get back. So
yeah, it's super
I love
fun.
this game so much.
Yeah, I like Dorf a lot. Cause me said my partner has been obsessed with Dorfromantik, 9 plays in 2 days. And Jen, yes, Dorfromantik is very cozy, great end of the night game.
Love it.
You played Dracula vs. Van Helsing, got that
this
Weapons of
game's
Santiago art.
not bad. I want to pick this up. It's a 2-player game. You are Dracula or Van Helsing, and you are playing out cards into one of 4 zones. I think it's 4. Zones in this kind of representing this town. You're playing out these like villagers and stuff, and there's kind of like a trump suit, a color that's going to be the most powerful that will beat all other colors. And if you ever have, the secondary colors and stuff, then it kind of goes by number value and all those types of things. And you are trying to play cards to kind of control an area. If you're Van Helsing, basically every area that you win in a round, you do a damage to Dracula. If you're Dracula, there's these villagers in each of the sections. There's 4 villagers, and if you ever get all 4 villagers in one section turned into vampires, you win the game. And each card, you're always going to be discarding a card and playing a card, and whatever card gets discarded is going to have an ability attached to it. No, it might allow you to swap cards around, reveal a card, reveal an opponent's card, things like that. So you're trying to gain some information. Just a great tactical 2-player card game, trying to control stuff. Great for Halloween. That Weber's de Santiago art is always great in October. I really enjoyed it. I really want to pick this one up because I think it'll be a perpetual October game.
Cool. Yeah, I really want to play it.
Very cool.
We played Draft and Write Records. We just played this with our good friend Paula and Jimmy and Hannah and stuff like that. And this is a roll and write game, super combo-tastic roll and write game where you are building out a band, essentially.
Yeah.
Where you are building out a band, you're touring around, you're trying to get different skills, things like that. And so it's a card drafting game where you're drafting cards, and those cards are essentially going to have you mark off spots on there. So you're like, I'm going to draft this singer, but you only ever have one singer. But you can have a couple different guitarists, you have like some backstage people, you can also tour around and stuff. But a lot of this is just like, I'm going to do this, that then allows me to do this allows me to do these two things, and you put together some crazy combos in this game. I really like it. It's got like cool art. It's a cool theme. I like music in general as a theme. I think it's an underused theme in general. And just I like combo-y roll and writes, and this one was crazy combos.
Yeah, as you draft those cards and all the things you can trigger, you can do all sorts of
it was pretty nuts.
Great stuff.
Good game though. Yeah. I liked it a lot. Want to pick it up.
Cool roll and write.
We played Dungeon Kart.
We did.
This is one of the kind of seemingly many games of kind of Mario Kart-ish type of games.
Last year was the year for chaotic racing games.
Yeah. I will say this one's the most Mario Kart.
The most Mario Kart, clearly inspired by that kind of vibe. With Boss Monster in general, it's going for retro vibes. So this one you are playing as one of the different villains in Boss Monster, and you have your own cart and stuff, and you have abilities and things, and you're kind of completing this race. And you're dropping, oil slicks and things that are going to mess with other players. And you can create different routes and stuff with the tiles you place out and everything. So this one was fun to lean into that chaos. It's one that I think just based on the map type that we played and everything, for me at least, it just seemed very easy to avoid trouble.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of like, I don't feel the chaotic nature here as much. And so I think... But we were also playing a very basic version of the game. There's other things you can do to level up, and I think level up the chaos. And I'm saying, if I was to play this again, I would want to be give me the craziest version of this game possible, because I want it to feel like Mario Kart, which is insanely chaotic. So that was one thing where I was just like, oh, this is just sort of we're just sort of racing around, and no one's really crashing or running into anyone else's stuff. And I'm kind of I don't get it. I don't feel like we're doing the thing that we all were expecting to have to do.
Yeah.
So.
It was good.
I do want to see a more chaotic map and see if that improves it, but I was not sold on it.
There's another one of these games that we'll talk about a little bit later that I think both of us liked. I liked a decent amount more than this one. This one was fine, but the other one, Joyride, we'll talk about later, I liked a lot. But yeah, nonetheless, there's a lot of these kinds of games, and I'm happy because I like chaotic racing games.
Yeah.
We played Earth at the beginning of this year. That's when it came out.
Gosh, that's one of those ones I'm like, that was this last year too? Wow.
Yeah, so Earth came out. This is a game where you're building out an ecosystem, which is a very common theme, which is a theme I like. I like nature and stuff.
Absolutely.
And you're building out, you're basically getting different kinds of plants, and those, every round, the active player will choose one color of action. And then you basically get to do that action as the active player, then everyone else gets to do a slightly lesser version of that action, but then everyone gets to activate all of their cards with that same color banner. So if you did the blue action, if you have any cards with the blue banner on them, you get to activate those. And so you just get to do a ton on every single turn because, again, you always get to do stuff.
Constantly.
Yeah. And this is one of those games where you can get cards. Those cards can get sprouts on them. They can have growth on them. Cards will allow you to compost other stuff. All of those things are worth points. But there's also cards that'll be if you activate this card, you can spend a sprout to get 2 growth. So you're like, ooh, okay, cool. So everything you do is both points and can be used as currency.
Yes.
There's a whole bunch of different scoring stuff you can do in the game. I really liked it. We played this a ton when we first got it, and then we kind of both slowed down on it a bit and have not played it since.
Yeah, and I think it kind of in our top games of the year, it didn't make the list, spoiler alert, but I think that's just purely we haven't played it in a while.
It might be a proximity thing, right?
It's very fun to play, but we did kind of cool off of it. The initial play, I was like, this is one of the best games of all time.
Yeah.
And I've cooled down from that perspective. And I think the only knock you can give it is everything is worth points. And so it's sometimes I don't know, I'll do this because it's all arbitrary, right? Everything scores me points.
Right.
And within that, you can actually build like really good synergies. But I think it's
still-
sometimes
yeah.
it's like so many options and things that you sort of your eyes glaze over.
Yeah.
But ultimately enjoyed the game just fine. And I think we just need to play it again, and we'd be like, oh man, yeah, this game
I do
is
really like
great.
that.
I
That's
forgot.
right. Yeah, I did
Yeah,
like
so I think
it
there's a little
lot.
bit of recency
Yeah, you know.
going on.
You played Eclipse, Second Dawn for the Galaxy.
First time playing Second Dawn for the Galaxy, some wonderful quality of life upgrades like dual layer boards and things. They spruced up a couple other elements. It's still a game that you're going to play for a long time. Get some ships out there, roll like complete turd, and then you're going to just be like, well, I didn't do anything. And then someone else is going to be like, here's this area of the galaxy. Here's this ancient, amazing ship that I found. And I'm just going to blast everyone in the galaxy with it. And I'm like, cool. What skill did you use to find that? It's an incredibly lucky game to me.
Yeah.
I never have the good luck. I never have found anything that's remotely cool when you're discovering sites, and I just get obliterated by terrible dice rolls.
Yeah.
So it's not the game's fault necessarily. The game is what the game is, but I am
You have in
frustrated
this game
every single
particularly,
time
yeah.
I play this game. I'm just like, neat.
Yeah, Mike will go in there with a fleet, and one person will have one ship, and that one ship will obliterate
Just like
Mike's fleet.
destroy.
Just like Mike always has bad luck in these kinds of games, but this game particularly, you have the worst luck I've ever seen. Both in terms of like finding stuff, dice
find
rolls. It's just not. I think I like it more than you, but it's not your game.
I've
It's
played
not
this
the
game
for you.
upwards of 10 times. I have never found anything remotely cool when you discover a site ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah, it's been
Ever.
rough. You've had a rough time. You've had a rough
I'm like,
time.
how is that possible?
Yeah.
So anyway, not my favorite game. Eclipse is fine.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I played the Elder Scrolls Betrayal: The Second Era.
Jealous.
Played this Chip Theory game. I went out to Chip Theory's headquarters almost a year ago at this point
I guess, yeah, it was
to
winter.
play this
Yeah,
game.
you're right.
And yeah, so it's an Elder Scrolls game where it's a cooperative game where you are going to take on, you have a different race, a different class, you know, like you're like whatever the Khajiit, whatever the cat people are, and then you're like the fighter or, you know, the mage or whatever the different classes are.
You
in
build
Elder
your
Scrolls.
character like in the game.
You kind of build out your character, and then they have all these different abilities that they do, and you're essentially trying to fulfill a mission, basically trying to get to certain things. So like we have to go across the land, you can come across like a cave and go in there, that might be a battle, or you go across a town to go get some stuff. You're kind of exploring what you could do, but you're eventually trying to get to this point, at least in the thing that we were doing, you were. And then you get into a battle, and you're rolling dice, but like a lot of games we
Thanks
talked
for the
about.
hearts, everyone, by the way. I see them
Indeed,
floating
thank you all the
up.
likes.
Oh,
Make sure
let's
to thumb
get
this
those
video
going. Let's get those
and
hearts
subscribe if
going.
you haven't already. But in this game, it has what again we talked about recently was like it's got a whole cooldown track where like when you roll your
big
dice,
time.
if you do this ability, you get to roll these dice, but then that ability and those dice are in the cooldown track and you don't get them back for a little bit. So it's all about that kind of dice management. And I was playing this game with Danielle Standring, who should check out Danielle's one of the greatest people on the planet. And we were talking about it. It was funny afterwards. We're like, is it weird that like our favorite part of this was a cooldown track? Because it really made the game interesting. And we liked it so much that they had like only 2 copies on the planet. And so me, Danielle, and her husband Todd went and grabbed the second game, went and taught Todd and played it again immediately after we played it for their
always
camera.
a good sign for a
It
game.
was super fun. We really, really enjoyed
Especially
it.
a big game.
Yeah, it was a big game. I really
hard to
enjoyed it.
come
I
by.
can't wait for it. It was on GameFound. Who knows when it's come out? It's a huge game, but I really, really enjoyed it. If you like Elder Scrolls, there's a lot of kind of stuff where you're like, oh, I'm building out my two-handed ability, and that's giving me these things, and it's like very cool like that. You're building it out like you do in Elder Scrolls, which is
That's
awesome.
so cool, man.
It was really, really fun. I liked it quite a bit.
Yeah, excited for when that drops.
Yeah. Played Empire's End, Mikey.
We did. This is a game that we did not particularly like, but
really
it wasn't
disliked
the
it.
game's fault.
No, not at all.
The game is well designed. It is sort of no thanks, but a gamer's game version of no thanks, where you are anti-bidding.
Yeah.
You're bidding resources
take
to
stuff.
not take ultimately a disaster. Your empire is crumbling before you, and it is going to crumble pretty significantly throughout the game. And there's not really a way to fully avoid that. You just try to hope to manage the bad as best you can. And I think that for us, that's where it came down to. Is like, this is it just feels really relentless, where it's like, oh man, I just lost my major city, and you can repair stuff. And Nick literally had a thing where he repaired his city, spent all these resources, and the next turn it got triggered again, and he burned it down again. He's just like, that sucks. That's a
was
lot.
not fun.
And like, that's what the game is.
Yeah.
And for us, I think the thing is like, it says 45 minutes on there is not true at all.
Yeah,
it's much
it was
longer
at least
than that.
an hour, right? We
At
played it?
least it was like an
Yeah.
hour 20 or so, and we're like, man, this is a long time to just be getting beat all to hell.
Yeah.
You're
That's
just getting like, boop, 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 boop,
I
boop,
don't
and I'm
mind
like,
games
I
where you're
don't
just getting
know.
like gut punches over and over. I don't mind those games if they're like 15 to maximum 30. This is a game where every single round you're just fighting for your life. And I don't love that in games in general, but again, I can take that with no thanks. Where you're just like, oh god, no,
yeah,
no,
it's a fun little. You just don't want cards
because it's a filler game. Any game longer than that, it's not a game for me. The game is very well done.
Yeah.
It is just not the game for me. I really did. It's by far my least favorite John D. Clare game, which is a bummer because I love John D. Clare.
Yeah.
But this is a game not for me.
We can't fault John on it. Like, it's well designed and everything like that, but it was just too punishing.
One of the best covers ever.
Yeah.
You know, insanely good art, but just not the game for me. Really not the game for me. Too punishing.
And that's what the game is. It is punishing, and I'm like, I just don't think I wanted that, actually.
Yeah. Mikey, I still haven't played this. I need to. It's right up there.
Yeah, it's right up there.
But
this is a solo-only campaign for Empires of the North. Where you are going to be going through different scenarios and stuff. The solo for the game Empires of the North is always kind of scenario-based as well.
Yes.
So you kind of expound on that. We're going to take a certain clan, like whatever group you choose, you're going to stick with them for the whole way through, and you're going to be trying, each game will have a different focus. You might be getting game elements and cards and stuff that carry over to the next game. It's one that I enjoyed, but I just have more and more a problem with like Portal Games' rulebooks are terrible. There's like all-time bad terrible and just super brief. Empires of the North, we always have rules questions. We played that game so many times, and Wrath of the Lighthouse is like, does this work like this or that? And there's just no clarifying information anywhere. If there's ever like a, hey, go to this page on the book, you go there, and it's just the same thing on the card or whatever. It's just written in the book. I'm like, that doesn't help me.
Yeah.
I've already read that before. And so I was like, I don't know if I'm actually going to ever make it through this campaign because I think there's going to be too many questions and I don't know how to get the answers.
Yeah.
So Portal, be better about your rule books. They are all-time bad.
Yeah, I really want to try because I love Empires of the North and I want to play it solo more. But yeah, that's just one thing. It's always frustrating in games where you're like, I have questions and there's no answers for me, and it's really tough. You want to play it correctly, right? But yeah, I'm very excited to try it regardless.
I enjoyed what I did, but it's just the same old thing where like I always don't know certain things.
Yeah, right. Ugh. We played Eternal Palace with Dads and Dice, who was in chat. Hey, Dads and Dice. And as we said during our reviews last month, the game itself was fine. The company was great.
The company was great. The game was mid.
The game was okay. This is a game where you're making a painting. You're putting out dice placement to go do stuff that's going to give you like materials and stuff. And ultimately what you're trying to do is build this really beautiful, cool painting, which is cool. It's on like an easel and stuff. You're putting stuff there. It's a really cool gimmick that ultimately makes the game harder to play, which means it's not a very good gimmick because it just falls over a lot.
It's a mess.
It's a cool concept that just doesn't really work very well. The game itself, I thought, was like fine. The dice placement was like fine. It was cool, but like nothing special. It's really, really pretty. I love art as a theme. I like the concept that you're like painting these beautiful like vistas with these beautiful like buildings in the background. Really cool for that. But the game itself was just like fine.
Yeah, everything for me felt arbitrary. Like, it's just like, go here because that. And then you have these resources because they give you this statue, which is like a point. And that's the only purpose of these resources to get this one statue. I'm like, we have all these wooden bits for this one thing in this game. I'm like, why is it here? And like the whole game felt that way. I was like, all right. Like,
you're kind of just doing stuff. Yeah. Cool theme, great art, okay game.
Yeah, great company though.
Great company though. You gotta love to see it. Played Evacuation. This is by Vladimir Suki and Delicious Games. Is their one release a year, basically. This is a game where the planet you're on, you've used up all the resources. Oh, no, you haven't, but it's about to get eaten by a sun.
Oh, yeah, the sun is expanding. It's going to take over the planet.
And so you got to get out there. You got to go. You have a planet already. You got to go to a new planet. That planet's ready to go. You're starting, and you're essentially taking everything from the old planet, moving it to the new planet. The problem is all of your production, all of your stuff, all your people are on the old planet, and you still need that production going. So you can't just move everybody. You kind of have to do it in increments. And you can't move everybody right away anyway. You couldn't even do it if you wanted to.
Build ships and things to transfer.
So there's this weird, like, all your stuff's over here, and you need to move it over here, but you can't just go, because then you're not going to have any resources, because the resources you produce on the old world, you have to use on the old world. The resources you produce on the new world, you have to use there. So it's this really interesting balance of trying to move kind of like synergistically and make it so you're switching over your like production and stuff at the right time. I really, really like Evacuation a lot. I think it's an absolute banger of a game.
Agreed. Yeah, it's just really interesting. That dual economy is really fun. We played the points mode most recently. The kind of standard race mode is you're trying to get to like certain production levels, 8 for each of the 3 main resource types. Points mode, you can still get points for doing that, for building up those resource productions, but there's also alternate ways to gain points and objectives. And for me, that just makes the game more varied, because on this game, I might be focused on this area or that area because I'm trying to maximize maximize these points. And you still have the same goal of getting that economy switched over, so I don't feel like I lose anything. The points mode for me, I was just like, this is just a better way to play for
us,
what we like.
For sure. For me,
like,
points mode every time.
I like scoring points.
Yeah. Played Everything Ever. This is a party game by Floodgate Games where you are basically trying to name certain things. So Everything Ever means you'll have a card out there. It'll be like every doctor ever, and it's on your turn. You have to name a doctor.
Name
a podiatrist,
any princess.
Yeah, whatever. Every princess, every country, every
all
state,
kind of pop
all these
culture-y
different
thingies,
yeah, a whole bunch of different stuff. And there's gonna be multiple cards out there, and you're gonna have to name one thing for each one. If you can't, you can replace something out there with a card from your hand, but you don't want to get rid of the cards in your hand because that's kind of like your lives if you're really scoring. You could also just be like, let's put down stuff and just keep naming stuff around.
It's really fun.
Every alien, and so you're like E.T., Yoda. You're like, oh, Star Wars. There's nothing but aliens. Okay, so then you start getting these. It's really, really fun. You just play it with a big group of people.
Yeah.
You kind of just keep going around. It's always not like,
something that's been named before.
You can challenge people. You're like, nah, that didn't work and stuff. So it's a great little party game. I really like it because you're just naming stuff. If you don't know something, you can replace it with something else.
Yeah.
You can score if you want to. Who cares? It's
you
just
score
fun.
if you want to.
Yep, that's how I said it.
You played Islet.
I did play Islet. Played Ruel. We were having breakfast at Dice Tower West, me and Rubu, and playing Islet. This is a weird game where you have this like wooden board with a bunch of holes in it, as you can see, and there are a pink shoestring and a blue shoestring, and it's kind of like this weird. It's a roll and move game, is what it is.
Yes.
Because you essentially roll a die, and then you have to move one of the strings because it's going through something. You have to like move it a certain amount of spots over and then put it back up through the thing. And if you can't move something, you lose. And so you can move either the pink or the blue. There's also, I can't remember exactly how, but there's a way where you can bring in another pink string or another blue string. And you're like, and it's just this weird, and we were like playing, like Ruel's eating while I was doing my turn. I'd hand it back over to him because you're literally holding this thing because you have the strings and move it. Yeah. It was a super weird game. I think it's like available on like Etsy or something. That's where this person sells their game or whatever. It was super cool. I really liked it. It was such a unique, weird game.
Just something different.
Yeah, and you're just like passing this thing back and forth. You could literally be like around a fire, out camping, and just being like, boom, all right, you, boom. Yeah. And it's just like, and you're just rolling a die.
That's super cool.
It's a really cool game. I can't remember exactly where to get it, but I thought it was very awesome. It was just a fun thing to play at breakfast. So
I just love thinking of different things like that.
Yeah. Played Ezra and Nehemiah, Mikey.
Did.
This is one of the big Garfield games this year.
Big Garfield games. The Ancient Anthology series continues. It's on crowdfunding. It should be coming out this year.
Yeah.
At some point, I imagine. And this is one where you are building up Jerusalem after, it's all been just kind of ransacked and stuff. Yeah. You are teaching the Torah, building up the city walls and gates. You are rebuilding the temple and things like that. And it's sort of been referred to as a Garfield's game's greatest hits, where you are, it borrows certain DNA from like Viscounts of the West Kingdom is like one that I see a lot of in there. It borrows the kind of, you're building out a tableau of cards, of 3 cards that are going to have different banners which pertain to the 3 different kind of main areas of the game, the kind of gray, red, and blue. And, if I have 7 gray banners, those are effectively like action points for the gray action if I want to do that. So you're trying to get like your little tableau of 3 cards to have a bunch of the right color banner at the right time with the right resources to then spend those to, again, build up the temple, teach the Torah, go around the city. The Torah part is really fun because they're basically technology tiles.
Yeah, special abilities.
Special abilities, special endgame scoring, things that only you have. So you're kind of building out some asymmetry as you go through the game and tailoring your strategy based on that. So this is one that I really enjoyed. I really liked just the kind of figuring out the flow of like what actions and when do I kind of want to move away from those blue actions, I'm out of gold and things like that, and go into the red actions and get my kind of tableau of cards turned over for that purpose. Yeah. I thought was really, really neat. So it's one that I've enjoyed exploring. We played it 3-4 times now, and I enjoyed it a lot.
I really like it a lot. It's Garfield Games. It's outstanding. We played Fayum, but most specifically we played the Fayum Privileges. Shout out to Matthew for getting this game, and Paula for muling it back from Germany. Fayum Privileges, we love. We're big Fayum stans. We're big evangelists for Fayums. And this essentially adds more cards to Fayum, and then basically the cards will do 2 things. They'll essentially be like a one-time thing.
Yep.
You can kind of choose to use. That'll be a big one-time thing. Because this is a deck building game, or they're going to stay out in front of you. Pippin's right here, but that's he's right behind the thing. But he's hiding behind the game right now. or you can essentially get ongoing powers, basically. And this is a game where you're building out Egypt, but this time in Egypt, everything was owned by the pharaoh. So you never own anything. So if I build something on this thing, Mike can then use it for one of his cards. And so it's this kind of interesting like joint infrastructure, which we both really like in games.
Yeah.
Joint infrastructure, a couple of games that we'll talk about that have this kind of thing. And it's just really fun, and we love FAM. We're big stands for it. And then the privileges is just cool because it adds. The only thing it does is it does make the game longer.
Yes.
And the game is already not short, so I do wish you had to take out more cards.
You take out some,
Not
but
enough,
I think
though.
the net is that there's more cards in the deck now, and getting through the deck of cards is what times out the card the game. And we're like, oh, this kind of makes the one problem with this game worse.
Yeah.
But also adds interesting, fun stuff. So if you don't mind the length of the game, it's really great. If you do mind the length of the game, I'd probably stay away from
probably.
this.
Unfortunately, it does make the game longer.
Because I don't
which
think it
is
makes it that much
not
cooler
great.
to if the sticking point is the game length, which is a problem.
We also played Fancy Feast.
We
Fancy
did.
Feathers by Freedom Freeze. This is also another Freedom Freeze game.
era right here.
I got this game at Gen Con because
Look at that
this
bird.
this weird out of focus bird,
Semi out of focus, close up bird.
was just staring at me, and I said, Freedom Freeze, 2 players in a box about this size. I don't care what it is. I will buy it. Also, look at this bird.
I've always wanted this game, so I'm glad that you did get it. Because like, nice.
This is a kind of like line progression game, kind of patchworky style
It's
where
you're drafting cards via jumping.
there's a
forward in this
line of cards that would be various different birds or literally bird farts. That's one of the cards. Pheasant farts.
Well,
It's a real thing.
Pheasants and things.
Yeah, one's a pheasant fart, Mike. Remember,
whatever.
it's a real thing.
I don't know why.
Freeman Freeze is a weird guy. I love him.
guy.
So you have this line of cards, and then your person, you basically can jump forward, and if you're behind, you get to go multiple times, and then kind of like, I think whatever you come off of is, you get that card, and then every card behind them, and as well, and you're basically doing set collection. But the set collection for the different pheasants is interesting because sometimes you want 1 or 2, but if you start getting 3, 4, or 5, you start getting less and less and less points. And every one of these things works differently. And so where you go, what you grab, what you try to make your opponents have to take is very, very interesting. And there's like 12 different kinds of pheasants in the game. You only ever play with like 6 of them. And it's a small little Freedom Freeze game that's really fun.
Yeah.
And
really
look at
fun.
this bird.
There's different types of birds you can swap in, which we haven't even like explored.
We haven't even played with them yet. Yeah, and so it's really fun.
Cute
You
little
also can get a second copy and then play a 2 to 4 player game. You can get a third copy and play all the way up to 6 players.
Get crazy.
But I bought it because of the bird. I'm not gonna lie.
dare you
That's
to get crazy.
100% of the reason why I bought it.
Yeah, that's a good reason.
You played Fika.
I did. I played it on Board Game Arena. This is a game where you have like your two rival cafes across the street from one another, and you're playing cards out. And again, this is one that on Board Game Arena I was like struggling to fully grok how it all works. And you are playing cards which have abilities on them, and you're trying to kind of in each row. So you and your opponent's card, kind of like. Was it Dracula versus Van Helsing? You want to have the kind of most powerful card in that area to collect coffee, and there's all sorts of stuff. Things score you points because each card also has an objective of like how you want your cafe arranged, aka what cards, what suits, what numbers next to each other. It was interesting. It's pretty like cutthroaty, mess with each other, and so it's like I don't know if I need it in my life, but it's very beautiful.
It's very pretty.
Shouts out the best syllable, and so
Hey,
it's not a cozy cup of coffee game; it's a brutal one.
there you go. Boom. All right, we're 2 hours in. We're in the Fs.
We're crushing it.
Looking good. We played Fire Tower. We did a playthrough of this. This is a very odd, one of the weirdest themes ever.
I think the theme is insane, but it's
This
a cool
is a game where
it just needs a different theme.
Each person has a fire tower, which are usually meant to spot fires and put out fires. But in this game, you're actively just trying to push the fire to your opponent, which is so odd.
Burn them down, which is
very odd.
The weirdest theme ever. Because I'm like, what world would that ever? I know it's a board game; it's not the real world. But you're like, also.
You're like,
any theme can exist. Be different magical towers pushing spirits around. You're trying to knock them. Like,
so
why
weird.
is it set in the real world?
You're just like actively supporting forest fires. It's very odd. But nonetheless, the game itself is fine. You are playing cards, which essentially will put fire out in very like specific patterns.
Yeah.
You have to go off a fire that's already there, and you're basically trying to burn down your opponent's fire tower.
Like you do.
And you're just kind of doing this push and pull. There's water cards which can get rid of fire, so you're trying to stave off them, but also push it towards them. It's a fine game in terms of how it plays. It's just a very odd theme that I don't really understand. But nonetheless, I do enjoy the game. It's got these really big, chunky orange gems that represent the fire.
It's very cool.
It's very cool. The art's good. It's just, again, it's just a weird choice.
If you're playing a 3 or 4 player game and you die, because you do die, you become a ghost. So we're already in the not real world. Why is it
so odd?
What are we firebenders?
I don't know, but
the
nonetheless,
weirdest theme ever.
The game itself was fine,
but a neat game. But I could never get over that. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
are we doing?
I played First in Flight. First in Flight is about kind of the Wright brothers era where you're flying stuff for the first time, and you are basically going around a rondel, and you can kind of jump forward as far as you want, and that will allow you to get new cards because it's essentially a deck building game. But basically, whenever you do get to take a flight, you are going to be flipping over these cards, which is going to show how far you have flown, because we're not flying completely yet. We're not going across the Atlantic. We are in our first flights. And so you're trying to go as far as possible, but you don't want a certain amount of damage, because certain things are breaking as you're going. And if you get a certain amount of damage, you're going to crash, which is not great.
Amazing, dude.
And so...
It's awesome.
But the thing is, one thing I really like about the game is you can decide to stop whenever. But when you stop, you don't just stop. Because
you're in the sky.
You're in the sky. So you are starting to descend. So there's this, and then you're going to have to draw, I think, either 2 or 3 more cards. Yeah. And if you get enough damage in those last few cards, you crashed. And so there's this constant oh, do I stop now? Is it worth it for me to stop now? I know there's some of these cards here because I haven't got my big card yet. But man, I have enough damage where this is kind of dangerous. And then everyone has a special ability because you're a special person. And as you get more fame, you get to flip over your special ability, which makes it even cooler. And it's really fun. It's a rondel, and it's kind of got the Castell thing where at the end of the game, whatever your farthest flight was, that's your starting score point. So you want to constantly beat your score. Yeah. And you're getting new cards, you're getting damage cards. You can then repair those damage and get them out of your deck. It's really, really fun. I love the theme, and I love the push your luck aspect, but with the descent. You can't just stop. You have to descend. I think that adds a little more to the push your luck. That makes it really interesting.
It's fantastic. I love that.
And it's a blast. It's got great production. It's really, really fun.
As Linnea mentioned, we'll talk about when we talk about Sky Team, Linnea and I had some fraught flights where we definitely did not get home safe.
Yeah, exactly. We played Flamecraft this year.
We did. This year was so long in some ways.
Yeah, that was this year.
Oh my God.
This year we played Flamecraft.
Wow, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, this is a game where it's probably the best board game universe on the planet, where you have all these dragon friends who are helping you out with your job. So if you're a blacksmith,
artisanal dragons.
Yeah, they're artisanal dragons. They're helping out with the bellows and stuff like that. They're breathing fire. It's super cute, super fun, super simple game where you are essentially going to a different shop around town. You're going to be getting resources. You then can also activate the dragons that are at that spot. You can put new dragons down at these spots. You can enchant them to make them better. You have kind of goals you're going for. You're getting new dragons throughout the game, and again, trying to put them down. It's really cute, really fun. The game itself is very light. It's very, very light, but it's a great way to get people into the hobby.
We put it, and we've talked about it kind of akin to another game, Chai, which is very light but high appeal in the production.
Yes.
And this one's even better, where the art's great, the pieces are great. We have the deluxe version, but even the base version is
really nice.
So amazing.
Yeah.
The deluxe version is super amazing.
Yeah.
But it's ultimately a very light game, and so something that I would just tell people. It's not a bad thing that it is, but saying this game is very light.
Very light.
Just know that, and if you're into that, great.
Yeah.
And so it's one that I'm happy to have because you can show this game to anybody and they'd have a great time. And I would imagine many would be fairly entranced by the art, which is great because that's how you create more board gamers. You got to start somewhere, and this is a great place to start.
True, and all the dragons have cute names like Chonkers.
No, I love it.
It's great. Yeah, it's fun. It's great. It's a great game.
Vibes.
We played Flip Town.
We did.
We just played this the other day, actually. This is a roll and write, kind of a pokery, card-driven roll and write game where you're going to flip over 3 cards that are a normal deck of cards with the suits and the numbers, like you see in Jacks, Queens, and Kings. And basically you have 3 cards. One of the cards you are going to choose, and that is going to be the suit. Yeah. One of the cards you're going to choose, and that is going to be the value. And then the third card you choose, where the card's left over, that is going to go towards a poker hand for the round.
So you use the suit and the value there.
So if you have an 8 of spades, and you're like, I want this to be the suit, the 8 then doesn't matter, only the fact that it's spades. The second card is a jack. Now that's a jack of spades, even if the jack itself is a jack of hearts. Because again, one is the suit, one is the value, and then whatever the other card is, which is like a 3 of diamonds, that's going to go into a poker hand, which at the end of the round, you'll score, get money and points and stuff based off of how good of a poker hand. So sometimes you're like, ooh, I have a straight going. I would rather use this jack for this action, but if I go over here, it's going to further this straight or this flush I have going. And there are a whole bunch of different spots on the board. Each spot pertains to a different suit of cards. So the hearts is this area, the spades is this area, the clubs and the diamonds.
So you're working on different regions and kind of getting...
You're trying to get points, super combo-y, roll and write. I really liked it. I thought the choice of the cards and stuff was really interesting.
Yeah, the whole board is dry erase. You can just draw on the board and then erase it all and stuff.
Simultaneous selection, so everyone's doing stuff at the same time.
Really built well for solo. There's kind of objectives you're going for in the multiplayer games. You want to be the first to get, 8 gold nuggets from the mine or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
So there's kind of objectives you're going for. And there's just a lot of things that chain into other actions. So you get to do a bunch of different stuff. Yeah, Robin trains, doing Wild West stuff.
Yeah, it's really fun. It's really fun. It's got a great little look to it.
Quick too.
Pretty simple. And and a really interesting kind of action selection system, which I thought was cool. We played Flock Together. Now we are birds.
This is a game where you are chickens and you are trying to protect your nest, your roost, your whatever.
Little town,
what do they call it?
What do they call it?
Coop.
Yeah, your coop. Yeah, that's what it is.
Like chickens have a name for a thing that they go to. Your coop. And you are trying to fight down these different villains, these predators and stuff. And you have chickens that have abilities, and you're going to level up from level 1 to 3 as you kind of grow up. You'll get access to more abilities and things like Wyatt Chirp and whatnot. And so
the names are great.
It's got Andrew Bosley art, so its names are great and stuff. But as you level up, if you go from round to round or season to season, the villains that haven't been defeated yet also level up and become more difficult. And it's kind of a game where, like,
it's really difficult.
When you go and fight, you're going to get decently damaged.
Yeah.
You don't have a ton of health, so you're not going to be able to stay in there and keep wailing on these predators. You're going to have to eventually retreat and kind of heal up. And so it really forces you to kind of work together and use your abilities and stuff like that. But I was playing, we were playing this and we were like, man, this is very difficult.
Pretty brutal, actually, yeah.
Pretty brutal. And so just know that, I guess, about it. That, like, it's hard.
Kind of wish there was, and maybe there will be this is a Kickstarter, so maybe there will be in the final game. I do kind of wish there was more, because there's like seasonal events, and those are like mostly really bad. And I kind of wish there was more good ones in there, or at least you could choose, like, oh, I want a really tough game, da-da-da, I want an easier game, da-da-da, because it was almost too hard. The first game we played, we were like, wow, this is insanely difficult.
Yeah.
Cool game, cool concept, really good production quality, but maybe a little too hard. But again, we were playing, obviously, an early version of it. But nonetheless, it was a very cool concept, and it looks really good.
Yeah, I love all the characters and stuff, and the world is really fun.
Play Forest Shuffle.
Man, I like this game a
You
lot.
really, I love this game. You freaking love this game.
Good, man. This is a game where you are building out cards, a tableau of cards that are going to be trees. Each tree will have on the top and all the sides and bottom and stuff slots essentially for you to slot in these cards that are going to be animals and plant life and things like that are going to be from these split cards, either split down the middle, horizontal or vertical. So you either have a left and a right or a top and a bottom, and you put those in those trees, and all of the types of creatures will want to combo off of certain other types of creatures.
So many.
I've heard this like 10 different times. You're like, man, this combo is broken. And I'm like, yeah, but if you also do all birds, that's also super broken.
Yeah.
So it's like there's a million ways to just do crazy combinations that are just
I did nothing but trees last time we played.
Bonkers.
And crushed.
Yeah, Nick barely played any animals. She did a ton of trees and crushed. And I'm like, wow, that's amazing. So there's just all these different things to exploit and try to build amazing combos and wonderful art. It's all that kind of ecosystem earth thing. I love it that it's either you play a card by paying cards from your hand, or you can draw 2 cards from either the clearing in the middle or the top of the deck. When that deck gets down and shows 3 winter is coming cards, the game immediately ends. There's a little bit of an uncertainty there. And you're just trying to build insanely synergistic combos.
See, Cosmo said deer strats, best strats. I've never played one deer in that game.
Yeah,
so next
I've
time,
heard that a lot.
I'm playing deer.
Again, I had
European
heard that.
hare and fox
We
strats,
played with Rolling with
nuts.
Reg online, and Reggie had mentioned the deer strats, and then did this bird thing, and destroyed Jeff and I with these birds, to the point where it's like, okay, I'm trying birds when I play, and it was strong, but I didn't quite get it done enough.
Because the game ended too soon.
It ended too soon.
If you had had a couple more turns, you would have crushed even me, and I had a really good game.
So I was like, okay, well, you can counter deer with birds. If someone's going all deer,
go birds.
Go birds, or whatever. It's like there's so many ways to work it, and it's really fun.
It's very fun. It's very, very fun. Now, I hope you like it.
Yeah.
Play Foundations of Rome, or you played Foundations of Rome for the first time. We finally got this. I've always wanted you to play it.
Yep.
And we're both kind of like, it's good.
It's good.
It's good.
It's middle of the road. It's fine.
It's good.
It's so overproduced that, to me, it makes the kind of like fineness of the actual game more apparent, or makes it feel a little like if it was a simple tile laying game.
Right.
the weight and everything of the game, which I like that it's accessible and,
Yes.
and easy to get into. I like that. But it's so overproduced and stuff that it's actually hard to see certain like cards and things and stuff like that at times where I'm like, man, this game is so light and this is so crazy that I was just like, I don't think this does this game service. Like, I think it'd be better if it was just pared on down because I think the actual level of the gameplay is more fitting of that.
Yeah.
This is a game where it's like, I could play it again, I could never play it again, it'd be fine. Like, I was just like, it was cool. Like, it's fun with all the buildings, they're neat.
And they are coming out with Foundations of Metropolis, as Cosby said. I think that is like a tiling version. I think I'm much more interested
I would
in that.
much rather have that.
Yeah, because this is cool. I do like the game. It's super simple. It works well. I just think it's good. I think it's a good game. I don't think it's like an outstanding game. And like as Mikey said, the fact that it's so overproduced, I kind of expect more out of a game that's that big and that huge.
And it's like, no,
and I think it's good. I just don't think it's outstanding. And
I'm
so,
not mad that they made the crazy version because it's really cool.
And we're the minority. People
love,
love this game.
Yeah,
so like we
great.
think it's good.
Our opinion doesn't matter. You know, it's like, hey, if you love it, that's fantastic.
But Foundation Metropolis, interested in that one.
That's the one.
Because I think that'll be easier to get played. Because it is. I mean, it's humongous. It's so big.
It's
so wild. But yeah,
so
good game.
Crazy.
You played Four Horsemen.
What did? This is a game where you are working to avoid or survive the apocalypse.
Yeah.
Which we did good for a while, then did not do good.
Yeah, right?
Because you have these, basically the Four Horsemen are working these way down the tracks, you know, war and stuff like that. And for a while, you're kind of going around and doing things and trying to save off stuff. But eventually it hit this like critical point where this horseman went here and we couldn't pay this resource. So it made that horseman over here advance. We couldn't pay that resource and it just went and we lost.
We were doing okay.
It gets really tight resource-wise. And that is the thing that will, like, if you can't pay stuff, really bad things are going to happen. And so it's an interesting game, though.
Yeah, I actually liked it. You have the different characters and different cards that are like good for your kind of character and stuff, and you're working them off each other. I thought the game itself, because we were covering this game, we were kind of like, okay, it seems fine, and we actually played. We're like, oh, this is actually pretty darn good.
You're
I
tempted to lean into like corruption and stuff because you get super strong, but also it could have negative effects down the road. And
much more interesting than we were expecting. I actually liked it. I thought it was pretty darn cool. Four Horsemen. I assume this one's coming out this year. It was on Kickstarter. So yeah, Four Horsemen. We played Fractured Sky.
We did.
This is a game by Ivy Studios, and they always do very cool production, and this one is no exception. This is a game where you're kind of airships going around these various sky islands and trying to appease a big old, like, is it an octopus as well?
Yeah, it's like octopus holding these islands in the sky.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
and you're basically fighting, trying to gain control over these islands, which will have different resources.
getting little fractures of
Starfall is what it's called. Starfall. And you do that with your airships, which have different powers, and your powers are going to be on your power level is going to be on these magnetic chips that you will put on the bottom of your thing, and it has a little magnet. You put it on there, and you put it out so no one knows what that is. And then you have like towers and stuff you can have around these islands that will add stuff to it. Markets which allow you to get more resources and stuff, and those resources allow you to build these ships and do stuff like that. It's a really cool game. It's a game that's all about like bluffing and being. You have a 1 chip and a 10 chip that has a white border, so you put it out. People are like, is that his 1 or is that his 10?
Yeah,
is that the 1 or is that the 10? Yeah. And I thought it was cool. I thought it was a cool game. The gimmick is great, and Ivy Studios makes solid stuff. You know, just a cool game with insane production value.
Yeah, and it scaled well. We played a 3-player game. Yeah. They have a different map for it and stuff. So I was appreciative of that. Like, cool.
Excited to play this one more.
You're in each other's face and stuff. Liquid Snake, real quick. Have we discussed Dungeon Saga Origin yet? I have no idea what that is. So we won't be talking about that, and I apologize. We haven't heard of that game.
I do believe you said that was your favorite game of the year, though, if I remember correctly from earlier in the chat.
All right, yeah.
You played Farnus Interbellum.
We did. We played Farnus Interbellum, which adds more stuff and a lot of like cool things, like cards that have additional actions and things that reasons they trigger bonuses and stuff like that. There's these like tiles you can get that you put onto cards that augments their actions and things. So it was like a lot of cool things that got added, more player powers and things like that. But it made it so that now you have more and more stuff on the table that you're auctioning for. You're like bidding on, and it becomes hard to play because those little things that we had that are like little action modifiers were way across the thing. It's a tiny little strip with writing on it. I'm not usually one to complain about it. There's too much small writing in the middle of the table. I was like, I cannot read that. It's over there. So instead, I'm just going to ignore that part of the game.
Yeah, right.
And that's not great. So just note that, like, gets annoyingly large on the table, and it's hard to like see everything and what you could possibly bid on. So for me, I just gave up on that part and did other stuff, and did not do very well in the game.
Hey, there you go.
But it's definitely a more stuff expansion, and I like the stuff it added. I thought it was cool.
And I like Furnace in general, so yeah.
And it gives you the ability to get like another counter, which basically you spend coal to decide its value. And I really like it. Like, that's neat, because sometimes you might end up with like, I don't have as much use for coal for my engine, but now I have this other thing to do with that. So that was cool. It added cool stuff for sure. That was my one nitpick.
Mike, you played a bunch of Gaia projects.
It's amazing. It's so good.
I haven't played it yet.
It's a game where you're terraforming planets and stuff, because you have like your little home planet, and the only, your alien race can only live on this kind of planet. So you're going around to different planets and kind of making them nice for you to live on. And every round is kind of shows you like objectives you're going for. Basically, if you build this kind of building on, this round, you get points. And so you're kind of trying to make sure that you're doing the right types of actions in the right rounds to score those points.
Right.
There's also kind of, two main goals at the end of the game that will score based on how you did in this area or that area. So that is, you're also kind of playing toward that. There's 6 tracks that all do different things that will make it so you can move further across the galaxy. You can, get more resources every round via your income. And it's one of those things that's cool, because each of those 6 tracks are vitally important.
Yeah.
You need to get up all of them. You super can't, but it would be great. So it's like, if you like hit one really hard, it might give you all this kind of stuff you can do. So it's just wonderful things to play with every time. Love, love, love this game so much.
Hey.
Can't wait to show it to Nick. I hope you enjoy it too.
I think I
so
will.
good.
I think it will.
It's a
Jared,
fun
Russell, thank you so much for that
Thank you so
super chat.
much.
Thank you so much. You guys are the best. You're the best, Jared.
Drop
Thank
some
you.
hearts in the chat for
I know,
Jerry.
thank
the little
you.
hearty button.
We appreciate that.
Is so awesome.
That's
Thank you so
incredibly
much.
generous. Thank you so much. I hope you had a wonderful New Year.
Yeah.
I hope everyone else had a wonderful New Year as well.
Hope
Thank you.
everyone
That means a lot. Thank you
Means a lot.
so
Thank you so much.
We appreciate
Gaia
it.
Project, all-time great, top 100 game, obviously for a good reason. It's very good.
I'm guessing I'm going to like it quite a bit.
It's so good.
You played the game.
I did. This is a game where you are playing out cards,
game.
trying to you have cards numbered 1 through 100. You basically have 4 decks, 2 that you're going up from 1, and 2 that you're coming down from 100. And so you're trying to play cards in such a way that you don't make too large of jumps, because you need to get all of your cards gone to win the game. But one thing that's kind of cool is if you're going up, if 33 is the last card played and I have 23, you can essentially jump backward by playing something that's exactly 10 lower or 10 higher if you're on the descending track. So you're kind of making it so that you always have something you can play.
Yeah.
And you need to play 2 cards, and later in the game you can play 1 card at a time, but you're trying to run into a situation where you don't have a player who cannot legally play any card. It's super duper fun.
Yeah.
It's so fun. This is one that, like, when we first started playing The Mind, when it came out, this was the game people were like, it's kind of like the game, but, and we were like, I was like, I think The Mind just sounds better. Having played both now, the game is better. I like the game better.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah. I'm
It's
curious.
just really
We need to
fun.
pick it up. Yeah.
It's really fun.
Yeah. Played Garden Guest. We just did a playthrough of this. You can check it out right now there with Shabo Bay, our favy. So Garden Guest is a game by Van Ryder Games where you are beetles, and you are essentially trying to get from one side of the map to the other from
Unbroken
the board.
chain.
An unbroken chain. You have these pedestals, and you basically are playing these cards, all these different flowers. And it might be like pink flower, red flower, pink flower, purple flower, purple flower. You have to put down cards in that sequence to essentially put your pieces down to go from pedestal to pedestal. And you're essentially trying to get all the way across the map. But I'm trying to get from here to here. Mike is trying to get from here to here. And Shay's trying to get from here to here. And you are going to get in each other's way.
Yes.
And someone might block you, and then you have to like go all the way around. You can get completely blocked out in the game. That happened to me. But a lot of times you're like, you think you're out. And then you're like, ooh, I'm going to keep getting cards. And I'm going to keep getting cards. And oh, I can actually go all the way to this one now.
Yeah.
And then you're back in the game. And you're meant to kind of play on teams, like two-player teams, so 4-player game. But we played it with just the 3, everyone on their own team. I actually thought it was, really fun.
I kind of think like a 3-player game of this would be the most perfect and most, because you're really getting each other's way.
You're in each other's, you're constantly like, oh my God, you went, I'm going to kill you. You went there. And I thought it was really fun. It's quick,
super
really nice pieces.
Light rules in terms of what you can do and stuff. Nice pieces, nice components. And we had some major swings in the game.
Oh my
where
gosh.
You felt you were out and you were right back in. Then I felt like I was out and I was right back in. It was spicy. It's a spicy boy, because you're going to be making
super
people
mean.
mad by like, how do you have 20 cards to go over there?
It's super mean. It's fun. I liked it. And it's very, very light, very quick. It's cool.
Yeah.
We played Get On Board, Perez and Roma. So Get On Board, the other one we'll talk about in the older games, is New York and London. That is, let's make a bus route, but put out by Yellow, and just kind of, instead of being the whole thing dry erase, because it's essentially a flip and fill, you have these little wooden pieces. You're basically making a bus route. In this one, you are making a subway route, which is interesting because in the original one, when you're putting out your bus routes, you don't want to be along the same route as someone else because there's two big old buses there creating pollution. That's not good.
Pollution and
but
traffic.
in this one, you do want to be on the same line as someone else because essentially that means you're being efficient.
It's efficiency strats.
Because it's like, as long as, you know, that happens all the time in subways, like both these trains go on the same line for a while and then one goes this way and one goes this way. So in this, it's kind of the opposite. It's still very much the same game for the most part where you're trying to like essentially pick up and deliver people places. But I thought it was a nice little change. I don't really think you necessarily need both of these games, but it's really, really fun, and I really enjoy it.
Yeah, agreed. It's everything that the first Get On Board did, but I like that switch of like now you want to be each other's way, but choose a know one that you like. They're
90% the same game, but they're both good.
Yeah, very much so.
You played Gizmos.
I've played on Board Game Arena. It's been a long time. This is a game that we got rid of, and I kind of like had some regrets.
Is it a regret?
Like, a little bit. It's a very quick like engine building game where you are drawing these marbles from like a little row that's coming out of this little hopper, kind of like Potion Explosion, although it doesn't cause like chaining stuff like that. And you are paying these marbles to build gizmos, build like little creations and things that are going to give you abilities. So now when you pick a red marble, you get to grab something out of the hopper blindly, or you get to do this thing over here. And if you ever build a blue thing, you get like bonus points and you get to do all this stuff. And so you build these like little engines that like, you know, trigger and fire off all these other abilities and stuff. And it's really fun. My kind of original problem with the game still stands where I'm like, it ends a little too soon because I want to play with that engine more, but also the game wouldn't probably be great if it was longer.
Yeah, right.
But I really have enjoyed the plays. I played on Board Game Arena, and I was just like, you know what, man? I really appreciate the combinations and things you can do in this game. I was like, a little bit of like, I don't regret getting rid of it because it's not going to come off the shelf very often. But I was like, you know what, man? This game is really solid. It's really solid. Praise be to Phil Walker Harding.
Praise be. Indeed. First praise be. My gosh. 2.5 hours in. Whew. Going for Australia. Daddy, where in Australia? I'm going to go with Brisbane. That's my guess. Official guess. We played Glass Road. We actually just bought Glass Road, too, so now we actually have this game. Played Glass Road. This is an Uwe Rosenberg game that we've been trying to get played for a while. Finally found it at BGG Spring. Played it. It's really, really fun.
Ryan, we got water right here.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, I do. I'll probably grab some water here in a second because I've only been having coffee. But nonetheless, this is a game where you are choosing which cards to play. The cards will do different things.
Different character cards.
You sometimes want to choose the same cards that other people choose. Sometimes you want to be different because you, again, have the same cards. You're getting buildings. You're putting them onto your land. You're removing forests to put stuff out there. It's very Uwe stuff. It has the resource wheel where at some point, if you have a certain amount of resources, they automatically get turned into the higher resource, which is either going to be bricks or glass, which is good, but sometimes you don't necessarily want that to happen, so you have to work with that. It's really, really good. It's classic Uwe Rosenberg stuff, and it's outstanding because it's Uwe Rosenberg stuff.
Agreed with everything you just said.
Sydney. Darn. Other side.
Close, man.
Other side of that big old country. But
close in the way that's very far away from where you
just
said.
Incredibly far away, yeah.
Big country.
Glass Road is great, though. I played Goat and Goat. I do love this cover. He's just like...
That's a wild... Man, that's great.
It's a very wide goat.
What the heck is that goat doing?
Like lifting. So Goat and Goat, this is a game, it's from a Kazoo brand who make Let's Make a Bus Route, those kinds of things. But I don't believe this is anywhere over here. I think it's only overseas in Japan. But Shay brought it because he was in Japan this year. And he got it and brought it back, and we played it at Gen Con while we were slamming Panera Bread. Like you do, you know. And
that baguette.
Honestly, it's one of those things where I'm like, I don't quite remember exactly what you do in this game. I do know that you are getting different colors of cards, and you're putting them in order. So you want like 5, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1. You basically want... that is an absolute unit. Yeah, exactly, right?
Thick.
He's just like, yay. Look how cute he is, though. And then this is one of those games where I can't remember exactly what it is, but I know that it's one of those games where you're trying to decide, when do I do this thing? Because if I do it now, I'm going to get some negatives, but is that worth it? Because you can essentially take a certain amount of cards. I remember really enjoying it. It's just, at this point, it's been a little bit of a while, and it was a quick game.
It's a long
and I was mostly eating, but I did like it, and look at that thick unit of a goat.
Big goat.
But it was fun. Goat and Goat. Yeah.
Goat and Goat. It is Goat and Goat. Do-do-do. We played the Great Rat Wars back early in the year last year. This was another campaign that unfortunately did not fund, and they canceled. This is a game where you are, it's a one versus all. One player is playing as the rats, the king and queen rat, who are trying to overtake New York. And the other players are playing a collection of heroes who are trying to just take down these rats, which are, there's basically these 4 golden dumpsters that are spawning these kind of like little army rats, which are just sort of like move and attack, kind of MOBA style, like, doing rat stuff. And then you have your kind of main rats and things. So I was playing as the rats, and I was defeated by Shay and Nick, who got those dumpsters destroyed. You're trying to get to like the first of 4 points. If you're the humans and stuff, you mostly get that by destroying those dumpsters. And if you're the rats, you're trying to take out like all the other characters. And it came down to it. It was like back and forth affair, but I eventually was best.
Yeah, the game itself was fine. It's got a kind of an overly complicated movement system.
Yeah, there's a couple things like that where I'm like, let's just simplify.
Yeah, the game itself was good, though. It's not really our kind of game. We're not massively into like one versus all games, but this game itself was good. I am sad that it didn't fun. We're always sad when stuff doesn't fun. It's always a bummer. And so I do hope it comes back because the game itself was good. It's not really our kind of game. We're not really into one versus all games and stuff. But nonetheless, a good game that unfortunately didn't fund. And so hopefully it comes back bigger and better because
we'll see.
We always hope that, you know?
Time will tell. We're always
never want to
rooting
do
for
well
listeners.
in the
Always
industry.
rooting.
We played Great Western Trail New Zealand.
It's good, girl.
It's good. It's the best Great Western Trail. And that's saying a lot because we like all 3 Great Western Trails quite a bit.
It's so good. It's just the most Western Trail.
It
like,
is the
there's
most.
More things in this one than any of the other ones,
I would not
which already have a lot
start
of things.
with this one.
No, don't.
Because there's a lot. It's still Great Western Trail 80%, but this one there is a whole. You are shipping your stuff out to the various islands and stuff. You also now can shear your sheep, which is cool because it gives you another thing to do
Give 'em a little
with
haircut.
your sheep. In this case, you have sheep instead of cattle, but you still want different sheep. You're still moving around Dell. There's also a lot of other like deck building cards that are kind of one time where when they come out, you use them immediately, but you also get to draw another card, so they're not clogging up.
Right, which is very. Sweet.
And those cards will switch out each game a certain amount. You only have like 4 of them of like the 10 that there is. So it's different. It's just Great Western Trail with it's the final form.
So much stuff.
Yeah, it's like the final form.
It's the last boss battle of Great Western Trail.
It's really good. It's cool. I like the sheep. It looks great. I think it's the best looking of them all.
It's the Charizard.
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
Trail
It's the Blastoise. Charizard's trash.
Yeah, Charizard's trash.
I'm a Squirtle, Wartortle, Blastoise kind of gal. But nonetheless, it's great. If you like Great Western Trail, I think you'll probably like this.
Yeah, that's.
If you don't, it won't change your mind.
That's facts.
We played Good Knock.
Good Knock, which is a kind of a capture your opponent's
Hold on, Mike. I'm gonna flip this thing upside down.
Oh no, it's gonna ruin it now. Don't do it, Nick. Whoa,
it's the same.
Good Knock is a game where you are trying to put these units out via cards that kind of go and do attacks and different things, and you are trying to get in front of your opponent's stronghold, which basically makes them discard their cards faster because your deck of cards is your life in the game. And you want to be kind of there in the stronghold, make them discard their last card, and then you kind of get to take their stronghold and win. This one where you're putting out units, you can stack units on top of each other, so it kind of makes it so 1-1 goes, you still have another person there.
Yeah.
And you're kind of trying to control this little 3x3 grid of that is your battlefield and stuff, and making use of your abilities and things. It was an interesting game, and I like how kind of compact it is.
Yeah, and the factions are all really different. They play really completely different games. Yeah.
And we did 2 in our video, 2 battles showing.
Yeah, showing the 4, and you did play it very differently. I liked it. I liked it a lot. It's pretty simple game in terms of like the rule set and stuff like that. But it was cool the way you can kind of work them and what, like, oh, this faction's good at this. This faction's really good at sacrificing cards. Okay, so in this case, I want a whole bunch of stuff to get sacrificed. Okay, so I thought it was a very interesting way to a very interesting way to think about it. It was cool. It was a pretty small game, and just kind of these little cards, and it was good. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, moves quickly.
Yeah. You played Habitats?
I did play Habitats. So Habitats is the game that kind of inspired Uwe Rosenberg doing Nova Luna, Framework.
10 different games?
Sagani. All these things are based on this kind of idea of like follow-through adjacency that was developed in Habitats originally. And Habitats is a tile laying game where you are putting out tiles, and there's a whole bunch of ways to score in this game. A bunch of different types of tiles. Sometimes they're kind of edges of your park walls.
We do have this game.
Yeah, it's down there. You can get different types of animals out, different types of like, flora, fauna, watchtowers, which you want to be able to see certain things in a certain line, all sorts of different ways to score points and stuff. And there's different objectives you're going for with each round. I really like this one a lot. I was like thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna like all the other Ube ones better, and I was like, oh, this game is actually more fun. There's more things going on than a lot of those other Ube.
I still haven't played it. We have it. I need to play it. Yeah.
It's really fun. We'll play it. Yeah, okay, it's really fun. I like that.
Our place, Happy New Year to you.
Hey, Happy New Year.
Yeah, we played Hamlet. Hamlet. We did not like Hamlet. Unfortunately,
no, I think it might be, unfortunately, the biggest disappointment ever
of this year for
sure. I was like, oh man.
Yeah, we really wanted to like this game, and we just didn't. I'm interested in the expansion. I'm hoping the expansion fixes some of the stuff that we didn't love. But this is a game where you're building out a hamlet with these kind of not polyomino tiles, but they're all these kind of weird shapes, but they fit together well.
Shapes.
But yeah, you're basically trying to build a church because then your village will become a village instead of being a hamlet.
Yep.
Because it needs a church in the middle of it to become a proper village. And so you're getting resources out from the kind of outskirts and you're kind of muling them back into the thing, trying to build it, trying to contribute more to the church and your other players and stuff like that. It just, I don't know, we just didn't really like it. There was, in my opinion, nowhere near enough variety in the tiles.
No.
There was only a couple tiles that did like actions, and there were way too many scoring tiles, which don't do anything during the game.
Yeah.
They just score at the end of the game. And it felt like it was like 3/4 scoring tiles. It probably wasn't, but that's what it felt like. And I was like,
I think it's that inaccurate.
and it was just like, man, these don't do anything. And then even the tiles that did do stuff, it was like, oh, this one is like a quarry where you get stone. And then this one is just a better quarry where you get like twice as much stone. But there wasn't really any difference. And so to me, it just felt really samey. And like, I don't know, we just really didn't like this one.
Bounced off hard, man.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. I love the look of it. I love the tiles being all these weird shapes. It was cool. It seemed like it was going to be really great. And we just bounced off it really, really hard.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because I really wanted to like this one. It just didn't.
It was very much a one and done game. You play it, you're like, okay, I think I saw everything.
I saw
in here,
everything,
and
yeah.
It wasn't something I care to return to.
Yeah, so I'm curious about the expansion because it adds like lakes and stuff, but I don't know if it's going to save it for us. But
we'll
didn't love it. Didn't love it, unfortunately. It was a bummer. We played Hansa Titanica.
We did.
Which is a great game with a simple rules, but a ton of depth and strategy. And this is a game that like your whole goal is to block people. That is what you're doing. That is the whole game. Because basically what you're trying to do...
stop people from progressing in the thing they're doing.
Yeah, you basically have a map with all these little different towns and cities, and you basically want an unbroken chain of your cubes from this city to this city. If you do that, then you essentially, I think, deliver to those cities or whatever.
Yeah, you take like one off and you can kind of build on like one of the ends of the city.
Yeah, so my turn, if I put down 3 of my yellow cubes in this one, Mike's like, well, I'm going to put down 2 there because you can kick someone out of their spot, but it's going to cost like double the resources, basically. So you literally like, I'm going to put this one here just to get in your way. I'm clearly not going for that right now. I'm just getting in your way. And when you do complete it, you'll take off your cubes, you'll get to deliver to these spots, and then now that's open for other people to go to. You can go to certain spots on the board that are like, kind of give you like powers and stuff. There's a lot of strategy, but the game is really simple. But this game is mean, because the whole point is blocking.
It's spicy.
But you know that going into it, so it doesn't really feel bad.
It's not super long.
No.
The action stuff are so simple, so I don't mind it being a little more in your face, intense and stuff. It's actually really fun to lean into that because it's not the biggest, heaviest, longest game experience ever. Yeah,
the problem with this game is it is 3-player minimum, unfortunately, but it is a very fun game. And as Ryan in the chat said, this is the big box.
Yeah.
And there's a whole bunch of different maps and stuff like that, and they're all different. And so really excited to explore this one more. I liked Hansa a lot. It was good. I get why it's a classic. Yeah. Mike, we played Heaven and Ale again.
We did. We finally replayed this back at BGG-Con in the fall, and man, it's still just as like tight resource-wise as ever and really brutal. But I think it hit a nice level of like, man, this is fun to stress out over because you're trying to place out these tiles and money is very tight. There's kind of 2 halves of your board. The shady half, where to play a tile that's costs 4, and you get money for that. And if you play in the sunny side of the board, you play a tile, it's double the cost, but you get to move up these tracks for these resources. You need to build up all your tracks, which are basically the ingredients you need to brew beer. You need to kind of get all of those up and as equally built as possible. And you have your little brewmaster that also kind of comes up and acts as like a points multiplier. And you're doing all these things, but there's this sort of kind of board where you're getting resources. You can jump as far forward on the board as you want and maybe get the first, crack at these certain tiles and stuff. But then you only go if you're the last one in line. So you kind of might be waiting a while and people are just like racking up all these tiles, assuming they can pay for it all and stuff. So it's a very tight resource game. Money is very tight. It's like, how do I get as much out of this as I can? There's these monks that go down and basically you can reactivate some stuff, or there's these little, if you create like little cells, you can put these little town things that reactivate tiles. So you're trying to really just extract as much as you can out of what you place, because money is not coming around that often.
Yeah,
so it's a very
really
good kind of stressful game.
But tight game. I mean, it is tight, brutally tight. It's very good, though.
It's nice, man.
We played Her Story, or Herstory.
Herstory.
This is a kind of a tableau building game, kind of a la Splendor, where you're getting resources that all these really awesome women from history did. So like interviewing resources.
Them.
Yeah. And they all have, so like if you're interviewing an astronaut, they have like science resources and things like that. And you're essentially you're writing a book about these awesome women, and you're gaining the cards, and the cards, again, will need certain resources that make sense for those people. And then you're putting them into a tableau at the end of the game, and once someone gets 8 people in their tableau, and then you flip it over, and it makes a little book. And then on the back side of all the cards, it tells you kind of the story of these awesome women, which is really cool. It's a super simple tableau builder, kind of Splendor, where you're getting resources. So a lot of times when you get cards, they will give you like end game scoring. They might give you an ability, or they might give you like a permanent resource. So it kind of has that engine building stuff going.
Build to it.
But it's super simple. It's really cool because again, there's information about all these people in the game. They had like all these teachers like contribute to it. They had all these kids. It's like a whole part in the rule book where they talk about it.
Yeah.
Where they had all these kids are the ones who like researched about these. It's a really cool concept, a really cool. And then the game itself is just like a solid engine building game.
Yeah, but super light and stuff. But this is a game that like with that kind of way that it came together is a game that was like, this should be in every classroom.
Yeah, it should be in all schools.
Every middle school and above
libraries,
classroom and stuff. If nothing else, just like to get ideas for like these awesome women that you might want to like do more research on and get like a little bit of a bio and things. I just think it's super duper cool. I think it's a really important kind of game to exist.
Yeah.
And it's super light because I think it's meant for like kids to be able to get into.
Yeah.
And there's like a little bit of that like, ooh, I can do this permanent resource thing, and I'm trying to go for these
still
other
a game, right?
folks, and it's going to help me with resource. It gives you some like gamery decisions in it as well.
Yeah, it's cool. I really liked it a lot, and it was just awesome. I really enjoyed it. You played the new Hey, That's My Fish.
Hey, That's My Fish.
It's just Hey, That's My Fish, but with much newer and easier to play.
Much more easy to play now. You have these little plastic boards that create your little area where you're going to have all your fish tiles, which are nice because you can kind of push on one end, it kicks the other end up, so you can actually pick them up easily. Because this game was a pain to set up before because you have to kind of put all these tiles and arrange them into a very specific grid just on a table, and it took a long time for what is ultimately a very short game. So this is like you can kind of put the tiles down a little easier and pick up those tiles even easier still. And the same thing where you're putting a penguin, you have multiple penguins, and you are moving from one ice flow to another in a straight line off of the hexagonal. So you have 6 directions to go. And whatever tile you left from, you pick up that tile, collecting those fish to eat. And then now there's a hole where there's nothing but ocean beneath. So as you go, you are breaking apart what was once a solid ice chunk into different islands and things, and you can cut off other penguins.
It's like that game of Fall Guys, where you're running and like all the hexes are disappearing beneath you. It's like it's that basically.
Yeah, so it's
really fun.
It's kind of that thing of trying to cut other penguins off. Make sure you stay on kind of islands that have a lot of fish and things, so you don't get cut off yourself. And you're just trying to eat as much as possible.
Good, it's classic for a reason.
Yep,
it's great. I played Hopbox Victorum. This is a solo-only, a big old solo-only game from Chip Theory Games. There's a playthrough for this on our channel, where you are going through an event. You're going through like 4 different acts in the game. It's a campaign game, and you're trying to get to the Scion to fight the Scion. And you are kind of like gladiatory kind of people. You have a hero.
Keep talking. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, you do that. You do it. Thank you. Appreciate that. Promise you. Just make sure to mute yourself. You don't want to hear Mikey. So, Hopbox Victorum, again, you are going around to different regions of the world. The different regions all have different arenas. Those arenas do different things. They have different rules to them. And then you're basically doing some kind of event there. You're doing like a bloodshed event, which is basically you fighting against the AI and trying to kill all of them. There's also like a capture the flag event. There's like a, what is it? Kind of like a dueling one, and then a King of the Hill event. And I really like it for that reason. The fact that it's not always the exact same, like it's just kill the other side. Those ones are the most interesting, but I like the fact that like it gets broken up by the fact, but with those other ones like King of the Hill, a lot of people don't like that about the game. A lot of people complain about it. To me, I'm like, that's what makes the game interesting, because it's not always the exact same. And each time you're doing one of these events, it's going to have a card that is going to change the rules to that event. It could be something simple like archers or any kind of ranged unit now has an extra range. You're like, oh, okay, cool. So in this fight, maybe I want to bring a bunch of my ranged people. So there's a lot of cool things to think about. And you're going through these acts. At the end of the act, you're going to have to fight a Primus, which is essentially going to be another hero. It's going to be a big fight. And then you go through and eventually trying to get the Scion. I really like Hoplomachus Victorum. You get to build up your characters, build out your crew. I think it's really, really fun. It mostly stays just on my table, kind of out. I will play a scenario once a week or so, leave it there. I really, really like this. It's a great solo game, becoming one of my favorite solo games out there. And the fact that it's this big honking game that's all solo, I think is really, really cool. And I like when they're kind of like, this is a solo game. It's what it is. And I like that. And I think it's a really, really fun one. What's next? Hopefully it's not a game that only Mike has played. Horrified Greek Monsters. This is still Horrified. So if you hate Horrified, this won't change your mind. But if you like Horrified, this one's great. This one is Horrified with Greek monsters as opposed to American cryptids, or American monsters, I suppose, or just the original Universal movie monsters. And this one is great. This one is cool where the monsters all have a specific lair that's at a different part on the board. And a lot of times you're going to have to go to that lair to do things, or like Cerebus, which I think is the big old dog. Is that Cerebus? Is that his name? I think so. The three-headed dog, Fluffy. You basically need to find them, defeat them, and then get them back to their lair to essentially banish them back down to Hades. And so it's really cool. It adds more monsters. The monsters do different stuff as they always do in these games. But the added bit of the lairs I thought was a really cool change to it. But other than that, it's just Horrified. And Horrified rocks. And so I really like this one because I think it's really, really good. Cerebus, thank you. Or Cerberus. I was close enough. The three-headed dog. And I really like this one. Again, if you don't like Horrified, this isn't going to change your mind. If you do, I think it's worth a pickup. Now question, do you need all three Horrifieds? Probably not. But I like having them because I like having series of stuff. And so you can see all of our Great Western Trails are like right over there, you know. All of our Horrifieds are right here. I like having them. But I don't necessarily think that, unless you're super into the Greek monsters theme, I don't necessarily think you need to get this if you already have American Monsters or the original Horrified. But it is cool, and it does have some slightly different things. But I did think it was great. And per usual, the art is outstanding. Don't be an only Mike game. Okay, cool. This is an only Nick game. I played How Dare You? And these horrendous. Look at these people. Look at these people. Look at that. This is Mike now. This art is horrifying. Basically, this is a game where you are going to have some kind of stat, some kind of thing, and you basically need to guess on the number of this thing. And then if someone thinks you're wrong, they can say, how dare you? And basically challenge you, and then you find out if you're wrong. And so it'll be like, how many potatoes did someone eat? And someone will say like, how many potatoes did the average American eat in a year? They'd be like, I don't know, 50, 100. And then basically someone can say, how dare you, and challenge you. It's a great little like party game, con game, nothing fancy, nothing crazy, and the scariest art on the planet there.
Yeah. I know you just went over it, but like, what happened?
I don't know, dude. Talk about Ice, Mike.
Played a game called Ice. This is a game where you are archaeologists and things going down to the lower levels of the ice. I'm coming through, right?
Yep.
You are going down, excavating out parts of the ice and stuff and getting like these boons and runes and different things like that. And you are kind of working your way down. So it's a heck of a setup to set this game up. But you are setting up layers, like 7 layers of ice. And as you excavate, you'll reveal these kind of runes, which you drop down onto these little symbols. Then as you excavate further around, you can then excavate a new lower level piece of earth and stuff like that. And you start to get these like runes which you can put onto your little sideboard and trigger special actions and things like that. And you are gaining these more like villagers and stuff who help you out, and you're kind of moving all around. So it's an interesting game of like trying to maneuver all your people to drop down to these lower levels, but then you kind of have to go back to the top and excavate a wider area because you're otherwise going down too steep, and you need to kind of build a nice shallow controlled way of descending down into these lower levels to start scoring more and more points and stuff like that. So it's an interesting game. I'm not doing a great job of explaining it, but it was an interesting game. One that I'm like, I don't quite know where I land with it. It wasn't my favorite game ever, but it was a really unique idea of like how you get down into the ice. I kind of feel like it needs, we played 3-player, we played Nick and I with Brandon Ajar, and I kind of feel like almost like you need a 4th player just so that there's more people excavating stuff, so it kind of makes it so that you can all kind of collectively get down lower a little easier. It was kind of labor intensive to kind of like go down and have to work your way back up using movement and then work your way back down again, and then kind of rinsing and repeating felt a little samey. But it was interesting and a super highly produced game, which is always cool. And I just liked that idea of digging down and not knowing what you're going to find was like really cool. So I want to see more games kind of do that kind of thing. Next up, we have Jerusalem Anno Domini from Devere, where you are trying to get your followers of Jesus. You're trying to be present at the Last Supper. And be kind of in the audience, and you were trying to line up in front of different disciples and things like that to trigger scoring. You are also going out to the kind of the outskirts where you're going to be collecting followers, gaining resources and things like that, and then kind of as you start to bring the disciples into the Last Supper, you're going to place them in certain areas. You want them to be advantageous to where your pieces are, and basically want to be in the same row as your pieces. Through the exception of Judas, who you want to be in a different row then, because I'll lose you points. And you can activate the disciples' abilities and stuff, which are kind of these kind of powerful abilities by gaining kind of, it's kind of like a set collection element to the game to be able to use their abilities and stuff. So it's an interesting game. We played, this is a game that like, I don't think is a 2-player game, and they made it work where there's like a different side of the board for 2-player, but there's this kind of idea of like helping each other out and passing out these like favor tokens in the higher player count games that is completely not present in the 2-player game. There's like a whole track that you're going up and stuff, and it seems very much like a game that is dependent on using those tokens and stuff, and so it wasn't the greatest game to us. But it's one that I'm like, are we not playing the actual game? Because there are several game elements that for a 2-player game you leave out. And I'm like, I don't think this is the version of the game that we should be playing. And so that felt incomplete. And I'd want to try it one more time.
Me too.
With like a 3 or 4 player count. I don't think it's going to be like the game of the year for us, but it's just like one I'm like, oh, this is one where like there's some times where it's like some games are not 2-player games and you should just say that and leave it and say like it's not a 2-player game, so we didn't bother making a 2-player version. That makes the game less sellable.
Yeah,
that's completely understandable. As a business, you want to make it as sellable as possible, but here I'm like, you left out a third of the game to make this work for 2-player, and I don't think it works that great. So
I didn't like this game.
We'll have to see.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, wasn't our favorite.
I played Iki. Oh, good. I'm glad I got back for this one.
I knew it.
Because Mike hasn't played Iki. Shouts out to Steve in chat.
Up for you.
I played Iki. This is a game that Steve has really wanted to play with us. I think it was nominated for the Kenner Spiel this year.
Yeah. Yep, it was.
And yeah, this is a game where it's an interesting game where you're essentially going around kind of a rondel in this like kind of like marketplace, and you're putting out workers and cards into these various buildings, which are essentially going to pump up the action there. And it's got a turn selection system where basically you kind of pick the order you want to go into, and then wherever you pick, that is going to be how much you move around the rondel. So if you choose 4, you're going to go last, but you get to move the farthest. But you can also turn in these sandal cards, which allow you to move a little farther. And then you get to activate the action there, and then if there's any cards, you can activate one of the cards as well. But there's like all these things where there's like fire that's like going to be burning.
Like a main thing.
Yeah,
right?
it's a big part of it is where it's like the fire is going to be like burning down these buildings unless you have, oh gosh, there's a way to basically stop the fire. What's interesting about the fire specifically is there's like 4 spots in each building, and the fire is coming from the outside. So if the person on the outside stops the fire, everyone else is safe.
Right.
So it's one of those things where you're kind of like, oh man, do I want to do that? Because I want your stuff to burn down. I just want my stuff to not burn down. But if my stuff's strong and on the outside, and you basically do that by, you have this fire track. One of the actions is going up this fire track. And then as the game goes on, the fire strength is like 5. So as long as you're at 5, your cards are fine. And so it's this interesting where like I was just like one thing when I was playing the game, I was like, I don't want my stuff to burn down. I'm just gonna focus on this dang fire track. So my stuff was like fine, where Shay just kept getting unlucky because you don't necessarily know where the fire is gonna go. It's gonna go to one of the 4 buildings, and it's kind of just random. And they just kept burning down Shay's stuff. I felt so bad, but yeah, it was fun. I liked it. The rondelle part was interesting. I liked the turn order part where you're like, ooh, I don't want to go last, but I need to get to this spot. The fire stuff was tough and interesting. It was cool. I really liked it a lot, and I want to play it again. I think you would like it as well.
I do want to try it for sure.
Yeah. Iki, good stuff.
Played Imperial Miners. We only played this once. I really want to play it again.
I liked it a lot,
This
too.
is a game where you are, it's in the, the Empires of the North, Imperial Settlers universe, where now you are building out cards and you are working your way down as you're excavating the ground beneath you and creating these little connected pathways to different cards. And what's really fun is as you want to build deeper and deeper cards, level 1 leads to 2 and 3 and 4 and so forth. And if you go and activate like a 4th level card, you're going to activate that, and then working your way back up via connected tunnels, you're going to activate a building each level all the way back up to the surface. So this is kind of great like ramp up engine building feel to how you build out your tableau of cards, which feels very different than like Imperial Settlers to Empires of the North was like pretty similar.
This is a whole different
And
game.
this is a very different game and very quick ultimately, kind of filler plus. There's these tracks you can go up. There's 3 tracks. There's like 6 types of cards, like factions of cards, I'll say. 3 of them in the game, in any one game, will have tracks associated with them that you can bump up to do all sorts of stuff. And Nick really hit into some like great combos right away where he's like going up this track and then resetting and doing it again and allowed him to do all this extra stuff. So I really want to play it again to try to like figure out like how do I chain more stuff together.
I really liked it. I thought it was really fun. I thought it was a blast.
Really cool, and it's very quick, which is cool. All those games are quick, but this was very much so.
Daniel said played a bunch of capers and beer and bread this year from the 2-player Rex. Thanks so much. Hey, I love those games. We'll talk about them later.
Yeah.
You played Inish.
I did. It's still super weird. I don't know.
We're gonna have to play it again this year.
We will. It's a top 100 game, barely, but it's like, why? I don't know. It's a card drafting game where there's basically like only a handful of cards in the game that are like different actions and you're drafting them. So that part I really like is interesting, where it's like, you know exactly what's around and what you're trying to get the right, action cards for the right time. And like for me, I think what I need to do is the next time we go to play this, which we will have to play this year because we're doing the top 100 games of BGG, I need to like read the rulebook myself.
Right.
Because the combat is super weird. And I know that it is actually just super weird, but I don't understand it and don't get like, why is combat even a thing? Because it's just sort of like you can fight or just like you can choose not to fight and all this. I'm like, what? Like, it's just so, this game has got 3 layers of funkiness to it that are interesting, but I'm just like, they're so strange and I just can't quite get over it. Or I'm like, why are these weird things here? And so I don't love it.
Hey, Happy New Year, Rory.
But I'll have to play it again.
Yeah, you will. I had to play too.
Third
Play
time.
Insect and the Ladies of Entomology. I was really excited about this game because I like any game that has a different theme, and entomology, which is the study of bugs, is different. And I think entomology is fascinating because bugs are important, and there's lots of them. Just like at least 10 bugs, different kinds of bugs.
10 or 12 types of bugs.
And Insecta also just follows like women who like really broke through in entomology and like really pushed the whole practice forward and stuff. This game, unfortunately, was like fine. It was kind of the absolute epitome of like a game that was fine. You are going around to different parts of the world trying to collect bugs, putting them essentially in a checkerboard kind of tableau. And so the parts of the checkerboard, like the black spaces, if you're thinking like a chessboard, will be these various kinds of bugs. And the white spaces, the other spot, are going to be like essentially contracts.
Yeah.
That people back home be like, ooh, send me this kind of bug.
Put these bugs in a line.
And then and that will be like, you need to have 3 blue bugs in the line of this contract. So that part of the tableau building was pretty interesting. Yeah. But like that was kind of like the only interesting part. The rest was just kind of like fine, wasn't bad, but was the absolute epitome of like, it was fine.
Bobby says, name all 10 if you love bugs so much.
Beetles. Dung beetles.
Bees.
Bees. Honeybees.
Ants.
Those crazy murder hornets.
Oh man, I don't like
That's
that.
it.
Paula says, I have this game. I think it's interesting. I think you're referring to Inish. We have to play it again this year. Literally
Paula,
would love nothing more than to play it with you.
Paula, we're going to have to talk to you about some of the games that you had that we need to play.
Yeah, it's, again, I'm like intrigued by it every time, but there's just certain things where I'm like, I don't understand, and I'm confused, and then that occupies my entire brain because my brain is small.
But Insecta was good.
Yeah, it's all right.
But it was fine.
Yeah, I'd skip it, but it was cool.
Inside Job is a trick-taking game with a traitor.
I played with Paula.
You did indeed.
Yes, this is a trick-taking game with a traitor. One of you does not belong. You are all like special
guy in the
agents doing jobs, and you kind of like the crew are going to have a mission for when you play out, these cards. You need a certain person to have a certain type of card or whatever to succeed in the mission. If you're one of the good guys, you want to succeed in X amount of missions to win. If you are the bad guys, whoever wins the trick ultimately gets to collect a briefcase. Yeah. Now we did the mission or whatever, and we collect the briefcase. But if you collect 4 briefcases, aka win 4 tricks, and you are the bad person, you win the game. You win. And so this game is so great, as I talked about many times as we talk about this game. It's like it creates instant and constant suspicion in everybody, because if I'm a good person and I'm just contributing to the mission, but I happen to win 2 or 3 tricks in a row, or in the case we played, Paula won a bunch of tricks. I'm like, I don't trust you, Paula. Yeah. I don't like the way you look at me in the eye. Yeah. And it's like, so you just end up being like, why do you keep winning? You're like, we're just doing the mission. You're like, that's exactly what a double agent would say.
Yeah.
And like
I played with Kavri and Foster the Meeple, and Jamie got like 3 briefcases. Like, we're all just like. And Ilya was the traitor, but it was just like we were just like.
At one point in the game, I think I just yelled at. I think I literally was just like, I'm freaking out right now. It's like, I know who I am.
And there's like all these different ways you can play and stuff like that.
There's like roles you can play as. It's really, really fun.
This is a game where you want to play with like 4 or 5 people because it's like a trick taking game. It's like, but it's really, really fun.
Dude, I said it. Cosmos is the king of trick taking. They're cranking out every good trick taking game in the last 5 years.
You ain't wrong about that. Cosmos is crushing it really in every way, but yeah. Inside Job's really fun. We played Inventions, same size game as
Paula, real quick. Yes, we do have to play Inish this year. We're playing it through the entirety of the BGG Top 100. I think Inish is in there because we're playing the first 100 unique games to appear, so play it with us.
Meredith. Hi, Mary.
Inventions, yes, the Evolution of Ideas is the next Lacerda game that was crowdfunding this past year, will be coming out, I imagine, this year. And it is all about coming up with inventions for ideas and stuff, but we're all it's a very much a shared infrastructure game where I can present the idea for the wheel, for example, and that's just an idea. That's it. I was like, what if things were round and you rolled on them? And people said, like, burn that person.
Probably.
But in this game, they're like, okay, cool. Well, Nick might go to that card and invent that actual thing, like actually make the wheel. And then someone else might then kind of iterate on it and innovate and make it better, make it out of vulcanized rubber. And they're like, I've never heard of rubber. What is it? Burn that person. And then someone else can, and then someone can also share that idea with the world, and it becomes a worldwide idea. At which point we stop burning people for those ideas.
Yes, exactly.
Like, wheel. And so, like, that's what's kind of cool is just like you can have your hands in one part or maybe multiple parts of the process, but ultimately you're all going to be working on each other's stuff and gaining kind of access to technologies and things which are kind of prerequisites for as you're moving through time from antiquity to modern times, will give you kind of access to new types of technologies, new types of ideas and stuff. So it's just a big old Lacerda game.
Here's the thing though, combos. This game is like literally, there's things called chain actions. You are basically you can do full actions as these chains. You're just trying to chain together as much stuff you can. Again, the theme seems to be bigger Euros that are combo-tastic, and I am here for it. Hello, Mary.
Paul's like, you did yell that. I was freaking out. I was like, I'm so scared.
Oh, God, sorry. Okay, good. I thought I wasn't going to pause it in time.
Oh, Jekyll and Hyde. Sorry, Jekyll vs. Hyde. This is a 2-player trick-taking game where you are playing either as Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde, and you are trying to, if you're Mr. Hyde, pull the personality kind of token, which starts off all the way at Jekyll's side, pull it all the way to Mr. Hyde's side, meaning Mr. Hyde don't take over. And you were doing this through trick-taking. There's 3, I think, suits of cards, and it's kind of standard trick-taking stuff where if you're Mr. Hyde, what you want to do is create the biggest imbalance possible. If we play out 9 cards, I can't remember how many cards you actually play, like, tricks back to back, but for Dr. Jekyll, you want to win and lose an equal amount, because then you are balanced. And for every imbalance, like if I, as Dr. Jekyll, win 6 tricks, Mr. Hyde wins 4, Mr. Hyde's going to pull that personality 2 spaces in my direction because of the imbalance. So as Mr. Hyde, you're either trying to go shoot the moon or go nil.
Yeah.
You want to win all or lose all. And I found out by playing a couple games on Board Game Arena, that I'm very bad at this game, because one game I played as Mr. Hyde, and they're like, well, it's kind of advantage toward Dr. Jekyll. Why don't you play Dr. Jekyll? And then they, as Mr. Hyde, ran the table and just destroyed me again. I was just like, oh, I'm the problem.
Yeah.
But I have heard people say it's imbalanced in favor of Dr. Jekyll, but not if you're me. Indeed. So it's interesting, but there's like Dr. Jekyll and Hyde versus Scotland Yard, which is like a cooperative follow-up to...
I need you to leave me alone.
I know.
I need you to leave me alone.
I'm going to remove it.
I know. I love you, girl. I need you to leave me alone.
That I think is going to be better. So what you can see in the very thing behind Joyride is the Joan of Arc.
I know. I would try
Orleans.
to move
You're never going to get there. Oh, yeah,
there we go.
Wow, that's amazing.
Wow, that
you
was
got
tough.
right to it.
The Joan of Arc Orleans rolling right
The
here.
draw and right, where you're drawing out tiles and doing Orleans stuff with combos as you are working on kind of doing things that you see in Orleans, where you're like gaining resources by working along pathways to buildings, building out guild halls in those buildings, working up their knowledge track, all the kinds of things that you see in Orleans, but you're sort of drafting these tiles that are the kind of followers you see in Orleans. So it has a lot of the great flavor of Orleans all present there, including getting citizens and stuff like that.
It does feel like Orleans light.
It does. It
feels really good.
This is very much in those like great implementations of like, it feels like it's parent game, but it's quicker. Add some of that kind of roll and write
dice,
combo, Raj's dice stuff. Really enjoyed it. And you play against Joan of Arc if you're doing the solo mode, which we haven't even tried.
I haven't even tried yet.
Haven't tried the namesake reason why it's even that.
I haven't done it.
Really like it. If you like Orleans, try that.
Speaking of Paul in chat, we played Joyride. This is the one we were talking about earlier. We talked about Dungeon Cart. This is the one we like more of these kinds of like racing games. Joyride, you are essentially you have a different track, and the track will set up in different ways. And you are basically trying to do, I think, 2 laps around the track. But it's not a set track like a road track where you have to set
go any which way.
You can go any which way. You can go this way and like go through and then back up and turn around and
you need to go through, but how you get through them is up to you.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're slaloming
There's
through.
There's probably a generally like good way to go,
But this game, I really, really like this game because this is a game where you have different gears that you can be in, but you need to, if you want to be turning, you need to be in like lower gears, because if you're on a straightaway, you're like, all right, punch it up, let's go straight.
Can't turn.
You can't
steer.
You can't steer at all, but you can drop like oil behind you and like bombs, and you can like shoot rockets
missiles,
at people.
yeah.
And then you can also like get up onto a high ground and then like jump over stuff. And this is a game, if you watched our playthrough of it, one thing I like about this game is like, we've played it a couple times, and every time we've played it, there was multiple times where you're like, I'm out. Yeah. I'm so far behind. Mike just got through his first lap. I'm like a third of the way through the first lap. But then you just have a couple turns where you're able to do it, and then you take this huge jump, and you jump over a bunch of crap, and all of a sudden you're right back in it.
It's awesome.
I freaking loved this game.
Yeah, you can also crash in a strategic way. There's strategic crashing where you can just rear end somebody, and it doesn't make you all blow up necessarily. It just kind of slows you down, so you can actually like run into someone, so it slows you down enough to be in you can stay in a high gear, but be going slow, so you can navigate turns and like crazy stuff like that. You can also like fully crash, where if you like, I think it's called smash, and you like drop down, take damage, which basically locks you out of dice placement spots. But I'll tell you, in our game, I got fully damaged, and I still just limped along to the finish line. I was barely chugging. I was like, I can do it. I can do it.
I really, really like it. And honestly, the way you set up the map, there's a bunch of different maps, and then you can set each one up differently. Totally changed the game because it changes the kind of route. Yeah. I really like
the way you
this
allocate
game.
Your dice and stuff. If you lock them into a spot, next round you don't roll those dice right away. They are the same value. So there's a lot of like, I'm going to put this in here now because I want to make sure I have a 3 next round and stuff. There's like interesting things like that.
Yeah, I really like Joyride a lot.
Agreed.
We played Kanban EV, trash game that Mike hates.
I hate it.
It's top 10.
Good. It's so good. This is a all-time game. That's not news. Kanban's been around for a long time.
I think it's his highest rated game on the top 100 is Kanban.
It's either that or Lisboa.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's so good. This is a game where you are working now in an electric vehicle factory. You're working a job. You're doing a job and have to do like job meetings and stuff. And you have a supervisor who's going around and making sure you're staying on top of your training. And you're working each day, each round, in a different department. So worker placement, you have a single worker. You go to a different department. You're working in that department using your action points, which are the hours of your day that you can work. And you are getting designs for cars, getting car parts, then building cars in production, testing cars in the R&D track, and kind of getting cars out there into the market, putting them into your garage and stuff. And they're all going to be kind of things that you're doing to satisfy these kind of interim scorings, which are these meetings that you're holding, where you're going to have to present a card, which is going to say, like, basically have red cars in your garage. It's going to be all stuff like that. Have these kinds of designs or these kinds of upgrades and stuff like that present, and you are doing a work meeting. So I just love the setting of the game.
Yeah,
it's
so
very
good.
linear for such a big, heavy game. It feels very linear in that, like, I want to make a car. Okay, well, I need to have a design for a car. Then I'm going to need some car parts. I'm going to need to make that car, then test that car. It's a very linear kind of processing that I think helps me, and I think you, understand what I should be doing in a game that's heavy, where in other games, sometimes you're like, there's so much I can do, I don't know what to do. This one just feels a little more streamlined.
It works. Question, do we have a hard out?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Why?
Well, I don't know if you have to pick a Logan or anything like that.
I mean, we got 2.5 more hours.
And we're at K of the new games.
That'd be great. The old games are going to be one word now.
Yeah, we'll get the old games. We're going to go very, very quickly. We're going to try and speed up here because we are taking a while. I played Cash Card with Linnaeus in chat. Merchants of the Silk Road.
Hello, Caroline from France. Howdy.
Hello, indeed. You have not missed Neotopia. We are going in alphabetical order. I don't know what number we're at. And so Cash Card is a game where you are essentially have these merchant caravans, basically, and you are going to be activating the front card in a caravan, and that card is then going to move to the back. They're going to be doing all sorts of different things. They're going to give you resources. Donkeys are one of the resources.
I want to try this game.
We need to play it. It's really
Linnea,
fun.
they won't show it to me.
This is a game that I think could do with a retheme. Nothing is wrong with this theme. It just feels very, very dated.
There's one thing wrong with the theme.
With a predator donkey, you know? Yeah, there's a donkey with the eyes in front of his face, which is not how donkeys work, unless it's an apex predator donkey. And so
every animal that has eyes on the front of its head eats other animals. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's deadly.
Really, really fun, though. I did like it. Thank you so much, Linnea, for gifting us this game. It's a really good game. Probably could use just a retheme, just because, again, it just feels very old.
Freshen it up.
But ultimately a good game. I liked it.
Very cool. Caravans of anthropomorphic animals. Boom, done.
Pretty much.
We played Kinfire Delve Vainglorious Grotto. We mentioned Kinfire Chronicles, which is a campaign game. Kinfire Delve is, and there's a couple of different versions, at least this one's out, another one's coming, are like little, kind of, it's the 20 Strong did for Chip Theory games. This is doing for Kinfire Chronicles, where you have the same characters and world of the Kinfire Chronicles and putting it into a little game where you are going through a deck of cards, kind of running a gauntlet. You're going to one of the wells and trying to get to the bottom and face down the master, the well master, the big bad, and trying to defeat them before you lose life and stuff. And you're doing this by playing these action cards to go out to try to complete challenges. Yeah. There's 4 challenges around at any time. You can do them, and you're trying to get progress onto these cards. If you get enough progress to complete it, say it needs 6 to complete or whatever, you're going to get some kind of reward. It might be, drawing some cards, gaining some health. Most of the time, you're going to be delving, which means you get to discard cards off that well deck, which gets you closer to ending the game. Yep. And if you don't complete it in one go, you'll suffer a penalty like losing health and maybe having to gain cards back and all sorts of bad stuff like that. So you're kind of trying to choose your battles, because you might have cards that are all they're all kind of color-coded to red, blue, and green, and I might have a card that's like, if I do it on a green card, if I do a green challenge, I get +2 progress. So you're trying to do the right cards for the right time, triggering really bonuses, and you can do these things where you assist other players. You can basically boost, where on the bottoms of all the cards, they have a boost value and colors, which may or may not match the color of the main action on your card. And if it's Nick's turn, I can play 1 or 2 cards to basically help boost the progress that you do, and you're kind of...
But then cards are also kind of your life, because if you have to reshuffle, you have to get exhausted, and that's really, really bad.
Good, yeah.
So yeah, it's very, very good. I liked it a lot, and I'm excited to try the new one, because I like this world, and this is a really, really fun.
Yeah, it's really fun, and it's less than an hour.
Play Kutna-Ora.
We did play Kutna-Ora.
The City of Silver. This is a game by CGE. Where you are...
Kind of their big Euro game of the year.
Yeah. You're basically trying to build out Kutna-Ora, and you're basically trying to be the most prosperous you can. The cool thing about this game is everything is just money. Everything is just silver. So there is wood and bricks and glass and all these things in the game, but every time you're like, oh, I need 3 wood, you just look at essentially the exchange rate
what's
from
the market
money.
rate for wood right now?
Yeah, so if the market rate is 4 and I need 3, I need to pay $12. But you never actually get any wood. There's no wood pieces or brick pieces. Everything is just money. And then the more of that thing that you get, they're going to become more expensive. They can start to become less expensive depending on how the market is going. And I thought that was really, really fascinating, because it just made it, one, it simplified everything. Man. It's efficient. It's just money. Oh, you need this much glass? Okay, it costs this much. You need this much coal? It costs this much. It's just money, which means there's less bits in the game, and it's just easier. It doesn't sprawl as much, and it was really fun. You're like diving in the mine. You're getting stuff in the mine. You're like building up the city. You're trying to like group stuff together. I thought it was really, really good. I think the cover is terrible.
Because it's kind of like a really pretty
colorful game.
And colorful and stuff.
And
so
this
it's a weird
makes
cover.
it look nothing like that.
It's odd.
I think the cover really needs to be redone. But nonetheless, I think the game itself was really fun.
It's really, really cool, interesting game.
Yeah.
Really liked it a lot.
Talk about Lacuna, Mike.
Lacuna, dude.
Lacuna
This is a game where I did a little short on where you're going to shake out all these flowers onto like a little cloth mat, and then you are going to place these little pawns in between two matching flowers, which will then allow you to collect those flowers. It's kind of set collection in that way. Then after you've played out all of your pawns, your little pieces, any flowers that are closer to your pieces than other, your opponent and stuff, you get to collect those flowers as well. So you're sort of playing for like, now and later,
Yeah.
and it's just an interesting game, very, very quick, and you're kind of trying to have majorities of each of the colors. I think if you get 3 majorities or 4 majorities, you win the game. Just super fast, really interesting, but I love the thing of like, I'm placing this down here, and the 2 flowers might be this far physically on the mat, and I can play it anywhere between these. I'm going to play it right here by one of them, still collecting. I think you collect 1 or both of the flowers, but basically I'm trying to set myself up so this is now near a lot of flowers, so hopefully I kind of vacuum up later.
Yeah.
Really neat game.
Very cool. Yeah,
And you
seems
shake it
awesome.
out like a salt shaker
I
to
know, I
start
like
the
that.
game, which is cool.
You played Llama Party Edition, Mikey?
I did. I like Llama. It's fun. I haven't played it in a long, long time. Llama Party Edition gives you pink llamas, which if you get stuck with are 20 points. You don't want points in this game. You're trying to get rid of all your cards, and the cards are kind of 1 through 6, and then llamas and stuff. And you can either play, if 1 is in the center of the table, you can play a 1, or you can play a 2. And you're trying to play it in such a way that you can get all your cards out. It's incredibly light, not a lot of decision making in it, but if you go out and you get rid of all your cards, you get to get rid of 1 of your chips. And you can color up your chips at any time. So if you have 10, make 1 chip with 10. If you get to get rid of your hand, you get to get rid of 1 chip. Well, get rid of your 10 chip. Now you have no points. And so it's like little things like that. Reiner Knizia, silly, quick, light, great.
Amigo card game, classic.
You know how it is.
I played Last Light. This is Roy Kennedy's game. It's 4X in 1 hour. It's like an 8-player game where you can do the normal 4X space stuff. You're exploring around. You're fighting each other. You're getting resources from planets and stuff. It's got this cool 3D planet look to it.
Very
the
cool.
board rotates and stuff, so the planets will be in different
Your mic went out,
spots.
Nick. We might need to switch over.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, I'm going to keep talking for Nick. I haven't played this game, but we're going to be switching microphones here. So this is a game where it's a 4X game. You're doing exploration and fighting and stuff, but everything is simultaneous. You're running around doing things at the exact same time as everybody else, and it only really matters for turn order and stuff if you get into a fight with somebody. But one thing that Nick did, they told me, is like he, thanks guys, that he, basically you can do kind of like Euro game, just farming resources and getting points that way. And Nick played a super Euro version of this game and just got resources and stuff and won. So you don't, Crushed it. So Nick doesn't have to, we heard everybody. I know there's a delay, so we have got that. Am I here? Am I still here?
You're here.
Okay, I'm here. So Nick did a great job by just doing a different thing. And that's what's kind of cool. It's like you can focus on different areas and still be viable in the game. And also, for these big games, which usually take many hours to play, it plays in like 60 to 80 minutes. And you can play like 8 people. So it's like, because it's all simultaneous. So that is something that's really exciting and different. Foster the Meeple, listen, whoever you are, your counterpart was watching and they didn't tell you, and it's their fault. And I'm saying that's Jeff, and I'm assuming this is Jamie. I'm going to go silent for a second.
I'm going to pause the sound real quick while we switch over our mics. 1 second.
Are we here?
Nope. Oh, yep, we are.
Yep.
I keep talking about. So Last Light, I played it basically a Euro version of this game. It was fun. 4X games are never going to be like my jam, but this one does play quite quickly. You can have a lot of different things that you can do in the game, i.e. I played like a Euro game. It was cool. I liked it, and I like Roy Kennedy, so I'm happy to see.
Nice. So I found out this is Jeff here who's mad. And Jeff, Jamie was here hours ago and didn't say anything, so you need to be mad at your wife. Not me, bruh.
Straight up, though.
Tub Club 2024.
Boom. We played Last Will for the first time in a very, very long time. Thank you for dealing. We knew the sound was going to come out at any point. So,
So we appreciate you.
so thank you for that. So yeah, Last Will, this is the prequel to Prodigal's Club, which we love very, very much. Yep. This is a much simpler game. We played this originally when this game was a little too heavy for us. This is a game where you are trying to lose all of your money because whoever the poorest is going to get your uncle's rich inheritance. And you're basically just trying to blow money. You're trying to go on extravagant parties, bring your horse to the restaurant. You're trying to buy houses for really expensive and sell them for next to nothing. You're basically trying to lose all your money. It's a very fun theme that when we first played it was just a little too heavy for us. We were very, very new into the hobby. And then I played it again recently and I was like, oh, this is not that heavy at all. It's actually kind of like very midweight. And it's really, really good. I still like Prodigal's Club more, but I think this will get played more because it is significantly lighter. But nonetheless, I like it quite a bit.
It's so good, man. It's so good.
We played Lisboa. Played all of our first Lacerdas this year. So
yeah, Lisboa we had played one time before, but it's been a very long time.
Very long time.
So we put it back here in the new category because it's like we were starting from ground, square one. This is a game where you're building you're building Lisbon. I was going to try to think of what state. I'm not going to do the joke. Lisbon, Missouri. So you're trying to build up Lisbon, Missouri after a wildfire came through. And in Lisbon, in Portugal, there was basically disasters one after another. There was a big old earthquake that caused a lot of fires and a tsunami. These things all happened, and you were trying to rebuild the city after all of these things have happened and kind of restore prosperity. And you are playing out cards either to your the top or the bottom of like your little tableau, your little player board area to kind of slot things in underneath to give you like player powers and discounts, all sorts of things. You're playing actions to go visit the lords or kind of take these secondary actions. You're building out buildings in the streets and kind of claim like colors, all kind of color based and stuff like that. You're doing all sorts of things and trying to kind of maximize your fairly limited supply of resources and your race, your money to kind of clear out rubble and things like that. Because again, you got to clear stuff out and then use it to rebuild the buildings that all kind of fell down during those
it's good.
3 back-to-back disasters. It's super good. It's like one of those masterpiece of designs. It's really good. I think Kanban for me is still tip tops, but I really want to play Lisboa because I feel like that could become the number one.
It'll be a lot to
Lacerda,
Kanban for me.
Yeah, Kanban's so good, but I
Lisboa
really like this one a lot.
Is outstanding, Mikey.
It's so
is
good,
correct. Man. We played Lost Ruins of Arnak. We played the new Missing Expeditions. I know, we've only played this a couple times now. But this is the co-op expansion that kind of, it's co-op and 2-player and solo expansion. That's what it's for. And this expands on the solo kind of expansion they already had out online. It kind of expands on that, makes it more of a campaign.
Yeah.
But it's solo and 2-player only with a couple new characters that you can just play with.
Yeah.
And the 2 new characters are super cool. I like it. I love co-op games. And this was cool because you really did have to play differently.
Yeah. Like one thing is like Nick and I have never done, like if we're playing a 2-player game, which is typical, we'll discover a few sites and stuff, but it's never like a focus. In the first game that we played of this, we had to discover like 10 sites, which is all but 2 spaces. And we're like, it's impossible. And we literally got it done. I was like, wow, I've really played this game that way. Yeah. That was very cool. And that made me excited to we need to get more of this played because I really enjoyed that. I was like, wow, this is neat. And there's kind of, some unlockables and stuff as you go, I think. And
it's really, really fun. And I really want to keep
more ways to play. Jeff says, Jamie's not happy with the slander, so rip. Listen, Jeff, I'd rather have Jamie be mad at me than you because you hold the keys to the hot tub.
That's true.
Okay.
Mikey played Lucky Numbers, which of course is based off of the John Travolta, Lisa Kudrow vehicle.
Yes, it is. I played this with Jamie from Frosty and the Meeple, and I did not know, I think that you could like discard tiles or something. So like for the longest time, I was just like sitting there like, man, I really hope I get a tile I can play. And like, rather, it's like you can replace tiles that you've placed before and stuff. And so I was just like, oh, and I figured that out too late. This is Board Game Arena problems. So I was like, oh, I'm dumb. Now I see it. Because I was just like, every turn I'm just like drawing a new tile because like I can't do anything or move anything. It's like, yes, you can't. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I liked it once I knew how to play it. It's kind of a game where you're trying to build like rows and columns all in ascending order.
Yeah. And Stick, this is in alphabetical order, and we're starting with the new games to us, and then we'll go through the games we've already played before, and we are going to scream through those ones.
Oh, yeah. Real fast.
You played Lumen.
I did. I played this with Jamie as well. Frosted Meeple. It's a 2-player roll and write game that's very much based off of Trek 12, which is another Bruno Catala game, as is this, where you were playing out the dice you roll, you're adding them to your little kind of area, and there's different maps for different games that you're playing. And you are trying to build either straights of like runs of numbers, low to high, to do a certain type of action. I think move your units around, or you want to make groups of the same number to kind of activate their abilities. You're kind of fighting for area control. It's one that we played a while ago. I thought it was really interesting. I'm not like this, and I played Trek 12 just like solo and was trying to click around and figure it out. Like I'm like, man, the whole placing of numbers that were rolled is really weird and interesting, and I don't think I've quite like cracked how and why and all that jazz. But I liked here that you had these different units, these monster or creatures, I should say, and their abilities and stuff, and kind of pushing people around, getting control. And Jamie kept getting like objective things and crushed me at it, so I'm not bitter about it at all.
Good.
But yeah, it was interesting and a cooler thing to me than Trek 12 in terms of theme.
There you go. Played Maloney's Inheritance.
So good.
Brand new game from 1988, I believe. And this is a game where you're another rich uncle or something like that died, and they kind of stashed their money in various estates around the United States. And you're basically all in one big old car going around to these places and trying to turn in cards to get points, basically. It's really fun because you can kind of manipulate where you go, because from each city you can only go to certain other cities. You can't just go anywhere. So a lot of times you're like, oh, I want to go here because I actually need to go over here to turn in this really, really good card, which is really good on this day. So we're going to go here first and stuff like that. And you're trying to get points, and you're bidding on kind of where to go. And it's really, really fun, actually. But it's got this really, really old map of the United States, probably drawn by German people who have never been to the United States, because like Phoenix is on the
80s. You couldn't just pop on Google.
Yeah, it
didn't exist.
This Phoenix is on the Canadian border. It's real wild, but the game itself is fun. It's a Sid Saxon game, and it's a good one.
It's actually a really solid game.
Yeah, it's a really solid game with just the weirdest map ever. It's great. We played Maracaibo: The Uprising.
Yes, the cooperative expansion for Maracaibo. And if I'm honest, Nick, I don't remember anything about what we did, other than I really like Maracaibo. I like the mechanisms so much, and how you unlock stuff on your ship by making those deliveries and things. I think it's really cool. The card play is awesome. And now it takes all of that and adds in like a cooperative way to play it.
Yeah.
And I think it's like what it is, like those kind of...
It takes away all the trading and stuff.
Yeah, in the European influences are like coming in, you're trying to like basically banish them, get them gone off the board, versus trying to put them on the board. In the original, which is a little insensitive to like, you know, a lot of people died when that actually happened. I get that it's historical, but you're like, that sucks. So here it kind of puts it where it's like, you're kind of like, go,
you're fighting
be
back.
gone with you, please, sirs.
Yeah, and I remember enjoying it. Because you're working together, like, okay, I'm going to go here and do this thing. And you're working together, which is really, really nice. And Maracaibo, the card play Maracaibo is really, really fun. Again, kind of like we talked about earlier, like, I like games that are like, oh, this game is cool, but now it's co-op. I'm always like, I'm in. And so this one is very much, I'm in. And I'm very curious about Pirates of Maracaibo, because it's kind of like a family version of Maracaibo. And again,
I'm like curious, like how that works and what that does. Ace Fury, it's 100% Brewster's Millions, Mad World, talking about Maloney's Inheritance. Yeah. It's awesome. It's super fun.
We just played Marrakesh.
Just played
Mikey has been shut by Marrakesh, and then he finally just bought Marrakesh.
I bought it for myself.
This is a new-ish Stefan Feld game, where this is a game where you can do a whole bunch of different stuff. You essentially are going to be...
boy, did Nick.
Yes.
I did not. Nick did.
I crushed in this game.
A lot of stuff.
I destroyed
it. Like, how are you doing that?
You basically are getting these, you're choosing these keshis that you're going to, these cubes, different color cubes. There's like 12 of them, all different colors. And you're dropping this cube tower. And then whatever ones come out, you then can get those ones and then turn them into keshis, which essentially are going to boost up different parts of your board. Again, there's 12 different parts. And you can combo stuff into other stuff, and you can really focus on certain things and like just completely ignore other stuff. And you're trying to just do as well as you can. It was really, really good. It's kind of Stefan Feld point salad-y. There's a lot of different routes. Again, there's 12 different colors, 12 different sections. You can kind of do all of them as much or as little as you want. I really liked it. It was really cool.
I really want to play it again. Real bad.
Yeah, it was really good though. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
But it was a lot. Mike, talk about this game that you loved.
Marvel Age of Heroes is a bad game. I did not like it at all. It goes on for so long.
You really did like this game.
They said, like, I kind of marketed it as sort of like Lords of Waterdeep like done with Marvel. And I guess it's that way that there's like new action spots to go to throughout the game, but it ultimately came down to like you're fighting all the X-Men stuff, like the Sentinels and all the other X-Men stuff. And it's like you all kind of work together to fight them. And it took so long because you basically have to do all this work to be like, one hit on the Sentinel. I'm like, cool. Let me do that whole thing again. It went on for so long. This game is terrible. I hated it so much.
You really didn't like I think anyone liked it who played it. Yeah, y'all really didn't like it.
You're talking about like games not overstaying their welcome. This one overstayed its welcome for this life and the next.
We played Marvel Remix. This is Fantasy Realms, but Marvel. And it's mostly Fantasy Realms, although there is some other things going on where there's obviously lots of different factions. There's like Black Panther, X-Men, things like that. And a lot of the things you're going to want to collect certain factions. There's also villains, and those villains you're
going to lose points for. You have to have at least one villain.
You have to have at least one. And other than that, it's still Fantasy Realms where you're getting cards, trying to build the best like 7-card hand you possibly can. I probably like Fantasy Realms a little bit more because it's just simpler, but I did really like this one, and it was cool to be like, oh, I'm going to get Shuri from Black Panther, and then this one because they're going to work together really, really well or whatever, and I thought that was really cool.
Me too.
Fantasy Realms is a blast.
It's just a blast. If you like Marvel stuff, this is a great way to do it. It did make it slightly more complicated, but also the scoring in Fantasy Realms is also a little bit like
a little wild. Yeah.
So like, this was a fantastic version of it. Highly recommend if you like Fantasy Realms.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yep. I played Meadow.
I still haven't played Meadow.
I'm sorry, man. That's on me. You got to show me, what was it before we were talking about? You got to show me that one donkey game, and I'm going to show you this one.
The donkey game?
Evil
Donkey. Kashgar, yeah.
Kashgar. I'm going to show you Meadow. Meadow is a game where you are getting cards and stuff of these beautiful animals and things. And similar, kind of talking about a Forest Shuffle, you're kind of like building like stacks of cards. Basically, you want to play a card, and then that card is basically going to feed the next thing you play. So if you put like, it starts off with trees, all the basis of everything is trees, and then you might play like an insect that can go on that kind of tree. Then you might be able to play a bird because it eats that kind of insect, and you're kind of trying to build out these tableaus of kind of cards of like kind of escalating, types of animals and things like that. And you're using the kind of quadropolis drafting system where I'm going to put like a tile out on the edge that might have a 3 on it. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 and take that third card in from the side, which is something that we've always really loved, that drafting system. And you're doing this to build out these cards, but the whole kind of ecosystem that you're building and how you play cards so that you have the right icons to be able to play the next thing is really interesting. And you're kind of timing out the game via going for these objectives and stuff like that. So it's something I would need to play again. It's been a little bit, but I really liked it. Beautiful art, interesting drafting system, and then that way that you build out that tableau was really, really fascinating.
We have not played the expansion, Caroline.
No, but I want to.
Yeah.
For good things, I think.
You played Mechanisms.
I did. This is a tiny little game made by Derek Funkhauser and others, and it is a game where you're given a bunch of little game pieces, like a meeple and a die and different stuff like that, and you're kind of doing charades with those pieces, and the things that you are describing are board game mechanisms. So you can do anything with the dice. You can roll the dice or stack it on top of stuff, and you're trying to do things that point toward like worker placement. It's a super inside baseball game. It's a game by board gamers for board gamers. And,
very inside baseball, yeah.
Very silly. But honestly, I had a blast playing it for 10 minutes. It was like really kind of fun and trying to think like, how do I explain, pick up and deliver? It's like, well, I have a little meeple and I pick up a thing, I go, and drop it off, and you can't talk and stuff. So it was just kind of, for gamers to enjoy. It was cute.
Well, inside baseball doesn't hurt you,
yeah,
right?
It was fun.
Played Mechs vs. Minions for the first time in a very, very long time, which is why it showed up in our new one.
Wow, that means long
we came over to my place and had a game day, and we were like, let's play Mechs vs. Minions. It has been a very long time. This is a game by Riot Games, weirdly enough, where it's a co-op game where you are, I can't remember what they're called, but not gear locks, but whatever, the people you are. The characters from like Final Fantasy, League of Legends, everyone's going to hate me. And so basically, you're kind of on these like mech things, and you're programming your movement. You're basically trying to do a certain mission depending on what scenario you're playing. Sometimes you have to kill a whole bunch of these minions. Sometimes you have to like bring something to over here, kind of pick and deliver style. and you're putting your program out in these cards. Those cards can be like attacks, and the more cards of the same color you put in the same spot, the stronger it's going to be.
Yeah.
They can also be movement cards, and you can kill these minions very easily just by hitting them with your various weapons.
It's an unrelenting waves of them.
You can also just like stomp on them. So if you go forward, you're like moving around, but if they're next to you, they're going to damage you, which essentially throws junk into your program. It might be like in the middle of your program, you're just going to turn left, and now you also have to deal with that.
And you might have cards after that. You're like, I was expecting to be going this direction, and now
it's
that I'm
not
going this
good anymore.
one, this program does not work well.
It's pretty a simple game, but man, it's so much fun, and the production is bonkers because Riot Games got them billions and billions of
They're
dollars.
like, we're going to sell
So
this.
they're
for...
like, oh, a 1 penny profit margin. Cool, whatever. We don't care.
Yeah.
We make money off of League of Legends.
Back, back when this kickstarted and stuff, which
It wasn't
I doubt
Kickstarter.
it's
They just released it. Yeah.
wow, that's
It was
crazy.
insane.
You're right.
Yeah, and it was $70.
Yeah, they sold it for something where I'm like $70. We're like, would never today. It was never.
wild.
But they're like, man, it doesn't matter.
But it's really, really fun. The production value is insane. It was very much a passion project. It's really
fun.
good.
It's really fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot to set up and stuff, but it's fun.
Played Mid-Hollow.
We did. This is a game that we played, another one that we covered for crowdfunding this past year that I imagine will come out this year or next. This is a game where you're kind of... Did it?
This one canceled too.
Golly.
We had a couple that canceled,
I
unfortunately.
didn't realize.
Yeah.
This one canceled, so it'll be coming out
If I
eventually.
remember correctly,
I
I'm
hope.
pretty sure it canceled, yeah.
Anyway, this is one where you're kind of dungeon delving, and you're kind of going through a story essentially as you reveal these parts of a dungeon, and then you will have different encounters where basically waves of monsters will show up, and you'll fight those monsters and things like that. And you're kind of trying to protect this portal that's at the kind of start of where you were exploring from. And this one was like, I think for us, the thing that we like didn't love is like, you're going through this like story part of the dungeon delve, and it kind of like presents as if you have options, but it's just, you're just going through the story, and then a fight appears. I'm kind of like, well, why are we, like, maybe the story is just for the story, but it seemed like we're going to have points where you could go down tunnel A or tunnel B.
And that might be the case later on. We played a prototype of it, to be fair.
Yeah. So then you go and do the fights and stuff, and the fights were interesting enough with the way you kind of take actions, and if you took an action last turn, you can't take that action again. You have to kind of bop around different things. But what we ultimately kind of ran into was, you can do this thing where you like set up traps, which is really cool. And the traps just like never worked for us.
Yeah, they never did anything.
And then also movement is tough. Like you basically can upgrade your character as you go, and if you can, you must upgrade your movement beyond just one, or else you can never catch up because the waves are just going toward the portal. They want to fight the portal for the most part.
Kind of MOBA style, yeah.
And if you end up behind the kind of 8
It's
ball,
so
you,
hard to catch
you
up.
literally can't catch up in time to be useful. So there's a couple of those like design things that I think need to kind of percolate a little bit, and hopefully they relaunch in the future. But there was a couple things where I'm like, this has got some cool stuff for sure, and I like the way your character upgrades throughout just that first encounter. But there's the things where I'm like, oh, this is like, I feel stuck. Yeah. Which was a bummer.
Yeah, it was good ultimately, but yeah, I think it could use a little bit of work.
Hello to Puerto Rico.
Hello, indeed. Alrighty, we played Millie Fiore for the first time this year.
Man, that's good, man.
Oh, it's really good. You're on a Knizia game where you are basically going to be playing out a card, and that is going to be you putting out one of your very, very pretty translucent diamonds in that area, and all the areas work differently. There's 1 or 2 areas where you want to have like a pyramid of diamonds. There's another spot where you're trying to have like, trying to surround stuff. You're like shipping. You're basically doing all these different things. And that's what you're doing. It's very simple. And this is one of those games where you're scoring a ton of points because every single turn, you're going to put something down and you're going to score a point. There's also lots of combos because as you work on certain areas, to a point, when you get to a certain point, you will essentially get to do like another turn. So getting those is like really, really crucial. I love Millie Fiore. It's super simple, works so well. You're getting so many points, and it's just gorgonzola gorgeous.
It's very pretty. We played it at 2-player, 3-player. It's way fun at 3-player because there's just more things going on. It probably is best at 4.
Yeah.
But it's such a quick game. Like it's not one I would not shy away from playing this at the max player count because like it's going to go quickly. It's really, really fun. Nick just understands this game. The 2 times we played, he just hits combos. So I'm like, how are you doing these things? And he's just like did such good turns.
Crushed every time I played this game this year.
Crushed me and Shay.
It was great.
Took no. It
was a good time. It was a good time for Nick Murphy.
It was a great time.
Crushed him.
That was a high moment.
You played Mind.
This is a game where you are. It's a heads-up game, at least the way we played it, Buddy and I, and you are kind of either these agents or this kind of like the bad guys, I'll say. This is based on a comics of a graphic novel, which I know nothing about. But it's, you know, stuff. And you are, if you're the baddie, kind of trying to hide, and you're moving around the board and things, but I don't, as the other player, which I was the agents, don't know where you're going. But as I go, I can kind of sort of investigate a space on the board and see like, hey, did you pass by any billboards on your turn? You can kind of like try to figure out clues about the things that people, you know, the bad guys pass by. And if you get enough of them, you'll be able to whittle down like, okay, if they went by a palm tree and a fountain and a billboard or something, it can really only be this direction over here or this direction that those things would have been possible. And you can kind of narrow down. And at first when we were playing, I was like, how am I ever going to get anywhere with figuring out where the bad guy is? And then ultimately came down to the final turn where it's like, I have a choice of this or this. And I chose wrong and lost, but I was like, but I did have it. It's like, I know you're right in this area. And it got really tense, and that was really fun.
That's cool.
And we played the base most version of the game. There's all sorts of powers and player things you can do, and just even the base game was fun. So it was cool.
Yeah,
Cool little cat and mouse game.
Yeah, I want to try it. I've heard very good things about it. You played the Mind Soulmates.
This is the Mind in every way, where you are silently playing cards in order, ascending. So you don't ever want to play a lower card or play a card and then have someone have a lower card than what you just played, because then you'll lose life. But in this one, you have a player that looks at all the cards and basically, or looks at a certain number of them, and has some information. The cards are also now only 1 through 50 instead of 1 through 100. So you're kind of going to be playing more times where you're going to be playing cards that are 1, 2, 3 versus major jumps. But you have a person who's basically giving out clues saying that like, hey, amongst the cards, there is a 14. And you're like, okay. Did they say that because there's a 13 and we don't want to actually jump over it? So you get kind of a little bit of information, and that's really fun to play with.
Right.
And then also when you play out, if you miss, you basically reset, shuffle out and put those cards out. The clue giver gets to give out a new card, and we've also seen some amount of cards. So you just have more information to go off of. It's a funner way to play the Mind.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed it a lot.
Sounds like it, really.
I liked it.
You played Mind Up.
I did play this with Matthew, Jude, and Paula on Board Game Arena. It's a game where you're playing out cards into this like little stack of 3. You want to have like the lowest, the middle, or the highest card, and whatever you play, if you have the lowest card played, you're basically going to get the lowest card from the previous turn. You're building like runs of cards or groupings of suits and stuff. I don't remember all the scoring stuff, but it's really interesting of like that thing of like, okay, if I play a 28, I feel like that's going to be the middlemost number here because I really want that middle card. Then it turns out everyone else played like super low cards. You had the high card. Like, oh God. Like, so it's really fun to kind of play around with that. I highly recommend it.
Cool. Played Mons and Mages. It's kind of like a Pokemon-ish game where you are essentially getting these various Mons, these kind of monsters.
Creatures.
And you are mages, and you're getting them, and we did a playthrough for this one, and they have all these different types. They have kind of classes like Pokemon does. So there's like Ghost type and not water, there's Sirens and Giants and Dragon type and things like that.
Woodland creatures.
And you're getting them, you're putting them into your tableau, and then every round your kind of pawn is going to move to the next card of your tableau and then activate it. And then you activate it, it's going to do some stuff. You're going to put this the mana on it, and then once the card is full of mana, you get to activate it. And then activating it a lot of times is going to matter for the stuff around it. Every card has
like a character trait.
Character trait, and then it has a class. So there's like, you know, magic addicts is like one of them. They always do this specific thing, and all the cards are different. And so when you activate them, you get to combo these things together in a really interesting way.
Very cool ways, yeah.
And again, there's a bunch of those different classes of animals, and then they all have different stuff that they do. And you just build it out in a totally different way every single time. You're trying to hit people and trying to damage them. And I really, really liked this game. I could not stop thinking about it every time we played it. And then they did a Kickstarter for it, and now there's a whole bunch more of these types of
which I was like, that's exactly what I was hoping for.
Yep, just give me more, just give me more, just give me more. So I'm really, really excited to get this game in full because I could not stop thinking about it. I love the art is really, really beautiful. And I thought it was just a really fun and just working out the synergies. Like, oh, because the first time we played it, I was like, I don't really like Ghost type. I don't really get how they work. The second time, I was like, I'm going to try them a little bit more. And I was like, oh, they're super useful because you can do this now. And I was like, oh, and it's really, really fun. I liked it a lot.
It's a really cool game.
Played Monster Hunter
Hunter
World.
Wild. Yes, this is a game based on the video game, The Sims, and you are...
I was going to make a similar joke.
and you are fighting these big monsters, just boss battles, straight up.
Yep.
There's like a little bit of like choose your own adventure story stuff that gives you resources and things, and then you go into the boss battle. That's what we're here to do, fight big monsters. And this one, you're using card play to deal damage to different parts of the monsters you face down their front or their flanks or their tail. And you are trying to dodge the attacks of this monster, because if they hit you, they're going to basically take you down to one life or instant kill you.
Yeah.
So you need to dodge out of the way, but as you dodge, you're going to be kind of filling up your action row for where you would play cards on your turn, your stamina. So you were trying to manage that hand of cards as best you can, and strategically feinting. And you're just trying to knock the monster down to 0 health. You can disable parts of their body, which basically, sometimes they have like special things they're doing. So if you can get that knocked out and break that part of their body, it might shut that thing down, or at least give you special loot at the end of the encounter, which will get you better gear to fight bigger and badder monsters. So it's just a boss battle campaign game where you can fight the same monster multiple times and get different rewards and kind of just power up your character throughout time, which is cool.
I think it's so much fun. I really like this game a lot.
Really fun. Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
it's
just always doing damage. Like, you're guaranteed to do at least one to them. So it's like you never have a nothing turn. You might have a turn where you're like, that wasn't as great as I was hoping.
You're always doing
something, so you feel productive.
I freaking love this game. I think it's really so much fun.
Excuse me.
I played Monumental. Mike had a chance to play it. I played this game. This game wasn't really available for a while, but now is back available with Flat River Group. Yeah. Let's bring it back. And so this game is a civ building game where everyone has a different civilization. You can play as like China, Japan, the Danish. And every civ has different culture cards, which will be different abilities. Your warlord, your kind of main person, has a different ability. And it's a deck building game where you're going to be having a 3x3 grid of cards. And on your turn, you're going to activate a row, a column, and a row. And that's going to end up being 5 cards. And then once you activate those cards are going to go away, and then you're going to fill all the voids in with the cards on the top of your deck. And I think it's a really interesting way of doing deck building. You're also going to be constantly getting new cards. When you get a new card, it goes on top of your deck, which is always great. And then you're basically doing area control out on this map. And the area control is very, very simple. Basically, each tile on the map is going to have a defense value, like 2 if it's like, or 3 if it's like a mountain. And then however many troops are in there, they're going to add 1 to that. So if Mike's in there with like 2, it'll be 5, because 3 for the mountain, 2 for Mike's troops. All I need to do is bring in enough people to match that or exceed it, and then I take it. And Mike doesn't lose the people. They just go back to his capital, and then he can just bring them back out. So it's super simple, super easy. Doesn't feel swingy because you just bring them in. It doesn't feel super mean because you're not like obliterating people. No. They're just pushed back to their capital, and you can bring them back out. I think it's really, really fun. And it's just a blast. And there's a whole bunch of different expansions. They add a whole bunch of different stuff, including a bunch more civilizations. It's just a really, really good time. I like it. It's pretty simple, and I like the deck building part of it. It's really good, and I want to play it with you again. Mikey didn't
I am super now.
We played Moon River,
which is a King Domino game in the King Domino Extended Universe, where you are now, the kind of trick with this one is you are drafting in half tiles, half of a domino. So they all have like a puzzle piece connection points in the middle, where you can, versus King Domino, where you get a whole 2 kind of, set of 2 halves of a domino. Now you can choose when you assemble them to make different combinations of land types together. And you're doing that, doing ranching stuff, where you still want to make big land areas, but now you want cattle on those to act as the points multiplier. You can actually move your cattle around. And I just love the whole thing of like, I get to draft these pieces, but I can maybe hang on to them and wait until later to assemble them and then place them out on my board. It's just really fun and gives kind of cool ideas to think of. So it's a little bit like, a little more complicated for a King Domino type game, but kind of the similar vibes. There's these tokens you can get which mess with each other a little bit, so it's a little more in your face than another, King Domino type game. And you're just collecting, things, and you get beavers and gold that are all worth points. You can get points multipliers, lots and lots of stuff. If you like King Domino, this one's kind of King Domino Plus, but not in a way that we're Queen Domino where we're like, like this one I'd play,
I just like being able to build my own dominoes. I think it's really fun.
Yeah, it's really fun.
We played Mountain Goats a couple times. This is kind of a can't stop you, kind of, you're not really push your luck, but basically your Mountain Goats trying to go up these different mountains, which are going to have values like 5 all the way up to 12. Or is it 10? I think it's 10. But basically, you're going to roll out these dice, and you're going to make pairs of them, and then basically you get to move your Mountain Goat up those values. So if you have a 5 and a 5, you can make that a 10, or have it as 2 5s. And so you can go twice on the 5 spot or once on the 10. If you get to the top, you're going to get a chip that's worth the value of that mountain.
Yep.
And then if you're at the top of the mountain, every time you roll that, you just get another chip.
So you want to stay on top as long as you can, just collect points.
But the second someone else gets to the top, they bump you all the way down to the bottom, and now they're on top, and they get a chip, and they can kind of keep hitting that one. That's the whole game. You're just trying to collect chips. If you can, you want to get one of every type of chip because you get this extra bonus points. That's the whole game. Super cute art. Really, really simple. Can play with anyone. It's just a great
Goes
filler.
by quickly. Great filler game for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. Mark Dennis said, joined 2 hours late and just now caught up to live. That's impressive. You hung in there watching us on Chipmunk Speed. We must sound like we're in molasses now. My City Roll and Build. I played a decent amount of this. It's on Board Game Arena. Works really well. I played through a whole campaign solo on it. And it is all the kind of flavorings of My City, which is a campaign tiling game, also on Board Game Arena, and you should play it.
Sure.
But now in a roll and write, where you're rolling out dice, which will dictate the type of tile or whatever they're adding, and also the shape of the tile, and so you don't know what's kind of coming next. But one thing that's kind of fun with the roll is that you can actually roll it so there's only a single square.
Yeah.
And it does not exist in My City at all. And sometimes you're like, I need to fill this one square, and you can actually roll that, and it's so nice. And each kind of game, you go through 3 games and you change chapters, which will give you new things that score, new things that you can roll for, and obviously you need to place a church, all sorts of stuff like that. So we have it physically. It works really great on Board Game Arena. Highly recommend.
Yeah, good stuff. You've been playing My Island a little bit.
I've been playing My Island. We're a couple chapters in. We got a little ways to go. The holidays have made it so that we haven't played much and stuff. I want to play it with you too, and we should just start now because I'm not that deep into it. This is a game where now you're going to be taking these they're hexagonals, but there are different shapes of these grouped hexagonal tiles, and you're placing onto an island, and you have to kind of match. So if I place out a tile, you have to, on the next tile you place it adjacent to that first tile, and one of the types of terrain must match and touch one of the types of terrains from a previously placed tile. So kind of like King Domino style, where you have to make some matches, and that's kind of interesting to play with. And at least at the start of the game, you want to put houses on the beach, as you can see there on the cover, and those are worth a point apiece. You want to cover up as much of that island as possible.
Theme.
There's whole other parts of the middle of the island, which even to now, you cannot access yet. And that's really fun. Like, ooh, that's exciting.
Eventually you're gonna, that.
Yeah, I think so anyway. So yeah, very cool. Loving it so much. Really great.
Played My Shelfie. This is a shelfie stacking game, kind of like Connect 4, where you actually have these 3D shelves, and you're getting these tiles and you're putting them in the shelves like that. It's a very fun gimmick, really, really good gimmick. And you're getting tiles, and you want to group certain tiles together. The tiles are going to be things that are on a shelf: books, cats, board games, things like that.
Yep.
And you basically want to group things together to get points, but you also have a kind of a schematic of like, oh, you want one of these here, one of those there, one of there. So you're trying to follow that to get points. And it's just great. You're just drafting out these tiles. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate you very, very much. And so yeah, you're getting those. Drafting out these tiles in kind of an interesting way, and then putting them in their Connect 4 style. And it's just like really satisfying and really fun. Great little puzzle game by Praise Be and Matthew Dunstan. It's just a good time, and it's got a great gimmick, you know?
Fantastic. Caroline's asking about My Islands. Looks like Small Island, same author?
Yes.
No, different designers.
Oh, no, Small Islands, yes. Then
Yeah, Small Islands, Reiner Knizia. I don't know who Small Islands is, but they're very different games.
And again, thank you so much for that super chat. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Mystic Paths is a game. This is a
clue-giving game.
A clue-giving game where you have a board with a bunch of words out there on the board, and they're just all in place. Abraham Lincoln, a bridge, ghost, all the different kinds of words. And every person, it's a cooperative game, every person has a path that their mystic, their mage, whatever, is trying to take
space to this space to that space.
through. And so you're giving out these clues with these cards you have. You can't change out your cards, so you have to kind of give it with what it is. And so you'll be like, shiny. And one of the things is like Golden Gate Bridge. You're like, yeah, the Golden Gate Bridge is kind of shiny.
Right.
Maybe they go here. And you're giving out multiple clues at a time, so you're trying to give out the path, and you're just trying to get them to guess the right path for you.
Yeah.
And it's really good.
It's really good. It's really difficult and stuff, but really fun because, wherever your person is, there's only so many words are next to them, so it's only a limited options and stuff, but it's decently difficult to get through. But it's a really unique way to do kind of like word giving clue
And you have to go with the
games.
cards you have, so you don't have like the best clues always.
Might
and
be
so
nothing good for
it's
you.
really fun for that. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Played Mythic Mischief. I'm gonna let this run a little bit because we also played Volume 2.
Yes, we did. We played both volumes of Mythic Mischief. We were brought out to Tennessee to visit Ivy Studio, who we also played Fractured Sky for earlier this year. Mythic Mischief is an abstract, kind of chess-like game with different mystical factions, and you're in a school, or I should say mythical factions, and they each have different abilities and stuff. So like the vampires and things will move, manipulate the board, in different ways, and you were trying to use your faction's abilities to basically get your opponents in the pathway of the Tome Keeper, who's walking around, or the Groundskeeper in this one, who's walking around on a kind of a predetermined path, and you want to get them caught because they're not supposed to be in the hedge garden.
They'll get sent to detention kind of thing, or killed. We don't know. Really.
It's unclear.
Yeah.
And you are doing that, so you're trying to keep your people out of the way, get your opponents in the way of the Tome Keeper to score points and stuff. It's very cool in that kind of chess-like abstract way where you are using your action points and things to do different stuff. There's like bookshelves or hedges that you can manipulate and stuff. And again, depending on which faction you are, you manipulate them in completely different ways. Yeah. So every character faction you could play is like a whole new puzzle to explore.
It's a whole nother game.
They're super highly produced. Both volumes are fantastic. I love this game a lot. We don't like abstract games that much, but I really like these.
I legit think this game's a masterpiece. I really do. I think it's the fact that the factions play so differently, feel so different, but are all still very simple. And it's like, oh, I played a whole bunch of games with the Gargoyles. I'm going to switch over to the Gnomes. You're playing a totally different game now. Because of the way they move and how you have to figure out how they work. When we were with Ivy Studios, we each had to play like 8 games of this. Yeah. And I was nowhere near tired of it by the end of it. I think this game is great. It's also got a great solo mode. I think these 2 games are freaking masterpieces, and I can't wait for more because I love them so much.
The app is coming for them, and I did like some of the, when it was open beta during the campaign, I was playing a bunch, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's awesome, and I can't wait for them to implement the solo mode in that.
We're big evangelists for this game. We've gotten Foster Meeple and a bunch of other people in this game. This is Nana. Nana is a great game where it's Go Fish, but for gamers. We're big evangelists of this game. If you want to get this game in the States, it'll be called Trio. Yep. It'll be from Cocktail Games. It's the exact same games, just has a different theme, but it's the exact same game.
Exact same game.
Because this one you can only get in like Japan, I think in Korea and stuff like that. And so it's a game where you are trying to find sets of 3. There are cards 1 through 12. Each number has 3 cards, so there's 3 ones, 3 twos,
of it. Yep.
That sort of stuff. And you're basically trying to find 3 of the same number. And you can do that by asking a person to reveal their lowest or highest card. So if Mike reveals a 1, I can then ask Jenny, what's your lowest card? She then reveals a 1. Maybe I have the last one. I can say, Nick, what's your lowest card? Boom, I found all 3 ones. I collect them. That's 1 challenge done. If you get 3 challenges, you win the game. But you can only ask what their lowest or highest card is. And if like Mike shows a 1, but then Jenny shows a 3, I then failed that challenge. Those cards go back into their hand, but now everyone knows what their lowest cards are. So there's a bit of memory to it, and it's just like, it just works. It just I can't say why it works so well, but it just does.
It's a fun, light memory game. There's like just funny moments and stuff. It makes you laugh. It's funny when you have like 2 of the cards. You're like, Nick, what's your lowest card? Like people, Nick, no, don't do it. You're like, Nick, what's your lowest card again? Oh, it's another 1. I gotcha. It's just fun and light and quick, and it's just it's fun to play with memory because all of us old folks don't have good ones, and it's just like, where was that 4 again?
It's such a good great game. It's so good. We played Nemesis Retaliation recently. We played this, did a playthrough of this for Awakened Realms, and I liked it. I liked it a lot. This is
our first Nemesis game, period. We hadn't played any Nemesis anything.
The first Nemesis is very much alien, where there's these kind of like xenomorphy, but not xenomorphs, legally kind of aliens, and you're trying to do these kind of fulfill an objective, but there might be it's not necessarily a traitor, but everyone has 2 objectives they could do. One's a personal objective, or one's like a public objective that everyone's trying to do.
Your personal objective might be like, you need to be the only survivor.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, I'm going to leave everyone in the dust and make sure they all get killed.
Exactly. And everyone can win. Only one person can win, or everyone can lose. It can kind of happen a lot of different ways.
Everyone wins or loses individually.
Yeah. And the first one, you're kind of weak. You're not really able to fight much. You can, but it's not really. You're trying to mostly just not get destroyed by these aliens. This one is very much Aliens, where you are like the Marines coming through with big old guns. And this one, you get to shoot and kill a lot more. This has basically made it where I'd never want to play Nemesis. Yeah. I think I'll only ever want to play this version.
Yeah, because I like
you can do stuff. You feel like you can do stuff.
Yeah, you're a little more high-powered and stuff, and it still gets very bad. And you'll see if you watch our playthrough, it got very bad for us. So it's not like there's no stakes or anything, but it's just fun to be able to like run and gun a little bit and like do some stuff, and we all lost.
It felt much more, it's more, instead it's action horror instead of horror. Yeah. And I'm much more into action horror. So like, I really liked it. It's a game we'll never play very often, but it was cool, and I would want to play this one over the other two Nemesis for sure.
100%. Artem, how many games left? I have no idea.
So many.
But
we're like
so many.
We're like literally like halfway.
We're not quite halfway yet.
We will speed up once we get to the older
The back
games.
half is gonna be a lot quicker.
Yeah.
I'm literally, I think what we do is let it play, and we just say stuff as it goes.
They're
by.
2 seconds long. It's going to be hard to do
that's
that.
Plenty of time. That's plenty of time.
Neotopia, I can't remember who it was, but someone kept asking about Neotopia. We're finally
Several
here.
hours later, we're here.
Neotopia is an interesting game where you are placing out these really chunky acrylic pieces that have different colors on them. You're essentially trying to fulfill these cards that you have that are going to want these pieces in a specific pattern in these three various regions of this like city. You're trying to like make the coolest kind of utopia city you can, is the theme of it.
Hey, Slivers.
But so basically you're trying to fulfill this. You're basically going to be putting these tiles out in this
create a little
part of the city.
situation.
You create a pattern that you have. You then get to turn in that card. You're going to score points. The cool thing about the game is each region scores separately. And on top of that, your worst region is your score for the game.
Well, it's not the score, but it's worth triple points. So
That's right, exactly.
You want your
So
lowest to be
that's what it
as
is.
good as the rest.
So I really like that in games. I like games where you're kind of forced to do everything equally. I always think it makes it interesting because you're like, holy crap, I haven't done this part at all. I really, really need to focus over here. The game itself is like pretty quick, really, really simple. You're just putting out these tiles, trying to fulfill these cards, and then trying to kind of equally do everything. I thought it was a really solid game.
Yeah, solid game. Quick, does not stay around very long and stuff, and I enjoyed it. It felt kind of like a Reiner Knizia game where it's just like simple, like grab some tiles, put some tokens
stuff
out, build some stuff, get those cards, and score some points. Yeah, enjoyed it. Caroline, you were asking earlier, how do we have the memory to remember all these games? I have no idea.
We just do.
It's our weird, it's our dumb superpower.
Yeah, one thing we're generally good at is
remembering
things like this.
Most part.
We can quote many things from very obscure movies. We just have been good at remembering stuff like this.
Yeah.
Mike, New York Zoo.
New York Zoo is a tile-laying game from Uwe Rosenberg where you are simply racing to fill out your entire grid. You want to get it completely filled first. And you are doing this by, on a turn, either picking up an enclosure. There's this little elephant that's moving around this kind of little rondel, and you can move like 1 to 3 spaces forward and choose a piece, and they're very strange. There's not a single, like, just kind of normalish piece, really. These weird polyominoes. You can place it down, and you have to place at least one animal into this new enclosure because they're parts of your zoo. And if you put out multiple, if you have, 2 or more in an area, because it's an Uwe Rosenberg, as you pass over certain things, certain types of animals will breed, like the kangaroos and the penguins and things. And so if you have any enclosures with 2 or more penguins, you can choose up to 2 of them to add another penguin to. And as you fill up your enclosures with animals, you get to get these bonus pieces and then put them in, which helps you fill up your area faster. On turn, you can gain animals, put them in the houses or your enclosures, or add pieces, and it's just a race to fill up your thing.
Yeah.
It is decent. I am enjoying it. I'm playing with Jeff and Jamie right now on Board Game Arena and having a grand old time.
Boom, let's go. We played Next Station London and Next Station Tokyo.
There we go.
They're very similar games. It's a nice roll and write.
Yeah.
Next Station London was nominated for the Spiel des Jahres.
Yeah.
And this is a game where you're going to be flipping over these cards. Those cards are basically going to tell you what connection point you need to make. There's like circles, squares, triangles. And this is basically, say you're wherever you are, it means the next place you have to go to is a circle. So wherever you are, you have to go to a circle. You're basically making subway routes.
Yeah.
And then you're essentially making 4 different routes with different colored pencils. So like the purple route, the blue route, the green
purple
route,
line, the blue line.
And you essentially will go through these cards until they're done, and then that line is done, and then everyone will switch pencils. You'll turn your pencils to the next person, and then you're going to be working on the next line. And you're trying to score points. You're essentially trying to hit as many different regions with this subway route as possible, trying to score points in a bunch of different ways. Next Station Tokyo has this like big roundabout that I think like you either can't cross or want to cross.
You can cross, and I can't remember quite how you score.
It's a little bit different.
More complicated.
Yeah, a little tougher. They're both very similar games. I don't think you need both. No. If you like one of them, you'll like the other one, but I don't think you need the other one. They're both very, very fun, and I like them a lot. And I like the fact that like you're switching pencils and you're working on different railways, which is really fun and cool.
Absolutely.
We played Nemalia. Love Nemalia.
Yes, Nemalia is a card drafting game where you're going to be getting these cards that'll show 1 or more landscapes and possibly some animals and things on those landscapes. And you are building them in a grid that you're going to be stacking cards partially over each other, and your grid can only be so big. And each round, you're going to have 1 or more scoring things, where basically you want to have as many polar bears in one big ice area as possible. So you want to try to get all that packed in. And the next round, you might want to have like a super long river and things like that. So you're always trying to balance like whatever the currently valuable objectives are. And each of the kind of scoring conditions will circle around, I think, 3 times in the game. So you're always constantly changing the landscape of what you're building to be, you know, valuable for what is currently scoring this round. Because if it's scoring next round, I was like, well, it doesn't help me right now. So how do I cover stuff up? And you continually morph your area of cards to be, you know, perfect for whatever current scoring objective. It's really great, very kind of compact, interesting card drafting game where you're passing cards around and stuff. And then the way you can layer those cards on top is really fun. We really like this one a lot.
It's such a good little filler game. I think it's outstanding.
Yeah.
Absolutely outstanding. Played Nocturne.
We did.
Nocturne is a very interesting game by Flat Out Games, who make like Cascadia and stuff, kind of their tile laying games.
Yes.
But this one is interesting because you're essentially trying to get these tiles. These tiles you want set collections, so you want a certain amount of these, you want pairs of these, yada, yada, yada. And you're getting like magical fungi and stuff because you're fox mages, because why not? But this one's got a really interesting bidding mechanic where when you put a bid on a tile, the next person can then outbid you, but they can't outbid for that tile. They have to put their bid onto a tile adjacent to that tile.
So you're kind of like moving through this grid. It's a spatial puzzle.
Yeah, it's a spatial
bidding.
bidding game. It's super weird, but it's super interesting because when you put a thing down, you're like, crap, I really wanted that one, but you can't outbid someone for that tile. You have to go to the next tile around it. So you're like, oh man, is it worth it to like outbid this for this tile I want nearly as much? And you're just doing this set collection. I loved this game. I thought it was really, really cool. I thought the bidding mechanic with that spatial element was so
really
darn
weird, really
interesting.
Yeah.
That like, I thought it was great.
I agree. I think it's really interesting. I'm really excited for the final product. The art is beautiful. It's ultimately, like you said, kind of set collection-y, you know, a light game, but that spatial, like the way you get tiles, like, well, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go here, ha! And you can end it in such a way that's like, there's no illegal play for anyone, so I'm gonna guarantee to get this tile. Things like that. It was just really fascinating. We did a playthrough of it. You can check it out on our channel. It was just very different. I was like, I have not done auctioning in that way.
Yeah, it was very cool.
It was very cool.
So, Dan, give me time for 2024 review when you get done with this one. Yeah, it's taking a little while.
Barely.
We finished. We played Nucleum. This is a Board and Dice's big Essen release this year. Really, really good game. This is a game where you are building kind of buildings out in like Saxony, and then you're trying to power them with coal power, but ultimately nuclear power, hence Nucleum. And it's got some brass stuff going on, some barrage stuff going on. It's got these really interesting action tiles that you can use where you can either put them down on the board, where they'll eventually turn into railways that connect to your cities and stuff like that, or you can put them on your board, but either way, they're going to have one or... Do you get to do both actions or just one?
Yeah, both.
Both actions that you can do. It's really, really fun. It's just a heavy Euro game that just works really, really well. It's just an absolute blast.
I really want to play it
again.
again. Yeah, because it's been a little bit for me since I played it, but I really enjoyed myself and want to play more. I want to explore more.
Yeah. It's an absolute banger.
Cosmic Beat says that Chomp is pretty similar to Nemalia and is also very good. I've always wanted to play Chomp, so that's good to know.
Played Numbsters. Shout out to Jamie from Fossil People for gifting us a copy of Numbsters. This is a solo game that you can just play like in your hand, basically.
You can, or on the table, and you basically have numbers, and the 8 is eating the other numbers. It's kind of playing on the joke of 7, 8, 9, so 7, 8, 9. And you want to have on either side of the 8 numbers that are in sequence, like a 7 and a 6. You know, and if the 8's in between those two, I think smaller numbers can eat the bigger number, and you're going to get rid of that card. You're basically trying to get all the cards eaten. So you always want to have a legal way to eat. Each card also has an ability that might break a rule saying that, you know, a smaller even number can eat a larger even number and stuff like that. So long as the 8 has a way to legally eat, and it'll eat one of the cards on either side of it, you can keep going. And you want to ultimately end up where you only have the 8 and one card, and that card goes on top of the 8 and closes the mouth for good.
Really
That's how
hard.
you win. It's really difficult to win because as you eat more and more cards, it's going to be harder and harder and harder to find a legal way for the 8 to eat a card. And if the 8 ever ends up at the very right of your hand as you're doing things, you lose. So you need to kind of manage that as well.
It's all about setting yourself up
puzzle.
throughout the entire game.
Yeah.
You need to be setting yourself up, and it's really hard. I have won it once. It was one of the most proud moments of my life.
I have not won it once.
It's very difficult, but it's super fun. Great
That's true. Nucleum Australia is coming as well. Yeah, I can't wait.
Is that true?
It's a big old expansion. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I thought it was a joke.
No. What? Yeah, it's happening. It's happening, man. It's happening, man?
We
played Oathsworn Into the Deep.
Into the Deep. I don't know why we had that accent, but hey, Oathsworn as a really, really big campaign game. We did a playthrough of this for Shadowborn Games, and yeah, this is a big old game that people freaking love, and I get why they love it. It's really, really good. There's a whole story part of the game where you're going through the story, but you can also just skip all that, go straight to the encounter, because the encounter, kind of like Monster Hunter World, is going to be against a big old boss, and there is giant minis all over the place. You have characters; they all have a different deck. You can increase that, or rather, increase that deck's strength throughout the game and getting different cards and stuff. But again, kind of like usual, it's got a cooldown track.
Yep.
That's called a battle flow system, where basically when you play a card, it'll go to a certain spot in your battle flow system. And then whenever you play another card there, everything in that spot gets battle flowed to the next lower spot. Yeah. And at the beginning of every round, anything that's in your zero spot,
beneath your board,
you get to pick up. So a huge part of the game is playing cards that you want to play because of their abilities, but then also play them so that they'll battle flow cards so you can actually get your cards back, because you can't really ever just choose to battle flow. You have to do it through cards or through maybe like a one-time token.
You can get a token that might, do some stuff. So this really is about getting your cards grouped up, playing those things, and your obviously more powerful cards are going to put your cards further away from getting it back. It is really,
and the big bosses are going to have like different phases, so they're going to get stronger as you're beating them. They're going to get worse and worse and worse. I thought it was really, really fun. It's like overproduced to the stars. The giant like terrain is like really unnecessary in my opinion.
Big old trees,
but it is cool. Card draws instead of dice is really nice. But like I get why people love this game, because the card play and the gameplay of it is really, really interesting. It's a game I would love to play more. I don't think we probably will, because we just don't have time for these kinds of games, but it was a really cool game.
It was really, really fun. We'll play at least once for our
At least one more time this year. We'll see who will go up against next. Obsession!
Played Obsession finally. The one I've been interested in. We end up getting it and getting all the game stuff for it. And got back the expansion for them coins and the player abilities, whatever it is, the characters expansion. This is a game where you are hosting activities. You're an old British family that's fallen on hard times. You're kind of out of favor. And you're trying to rebuild your house and get people coming over, and you want to be the talk of the town again. So you're hosting events to do this. You might be doing bowling on the green. And you have to play cards, gentry or your family cards and stuff like that, which are going to give you money or reputation or allow you to invite more guests over, which will, again, have their own abilities, these favors they give you. But they require help a lot of times. These are very helpless people, very privileged, helpless people. And you need to manage, whatever activity you get will dictate how many cards and what types you must play. And a lot of those cards are going to need certain service folks, certain help, a valet or a footman or whatever it might be, or a lady maid, to come help out with them. So you need to have those workers kind of ready to play onto those cards. And it actually can be a tough puzzle to make sure you have the right workers to go on the cards, to play, to do the thing, to fulfill the activity, to increase your money, your reputation, which allows you to play higher level cards and activities. It's just very highfalutin fancy stuff, and it's really fun.
It just feels different. It doesn't feel like any other game.
It's different than a lot of other.
Feels different, and it's very, very good.
Can't give it a direct comp.
You played Oh My Goods.
Oh My Goods! This is an old Alexander Pfister game with multi-use cards, where you are playing out cards to which are different industries and stuff. You might have things where you have like a brick works, and now you make some bricks. And you might have another type of building which requires bricks. So you can pick those bricks and put them on this thing over here. Now you're making, pizza ovens or whatever it is. And you're kind of chaining together these industries and things as you play out these cards. What's really fun is the cards are multi-use, where if you produce X amount of resource or whatever, you just take cards face down and put them on there, but you don't know like what cards you're like giving up by doing that. And then you're spending those cards for money and stuff to build bigger and better stuff. I actually really enjoyed it. It's a super small game. There is Expeditions of Newdale, which is sort of all the Oh My Good stuff put together in one box, because there are a couple of campaign things, which I bought as well. So I have like 3 of those little boxes, and I want to play through them. And it's enjoyable. It's not like the best game ever, but I actually quite enjoy it.
For a small little game.
I enjoy it specifically with the expedition, or whatever it is they call it, the kind of campaign things. Then it kind of beefs up everything a little bit, and I want to kind of play through all of that stuff.
And Daniel, I'm glad you're enjoying Boop. I'm glad that people we've given it to have enjoyed it as well.
Nice.
You played On Mars. Very jelly.
I did. We're kind of going through some Lacerdas and stuff like that, and I had a chance with a buddy to play On Mars, and we had played it once before, right when it came out, right before the pandemic,
Kickstarter.
Beginning of 2020. We played it, and it's really good. It's another big Vital Lacerda game where you are building up your infrastructure on Mars now, and you're kind of cycling back and forth between being down on the planet and going back up into the space station and stuff, where you can kind of do different actions based on where you currently are. So if you're on the Mars side, you're down here, you can do certain types of actions. If you're out in space, you can do certain actions up here, which might be gaining resources. You can develop technologies and stuff, which everybody can use, but you get a benefit basically if they use a technology that you know, are the proprietor of. And it's interesting. It's just that whole flow is really interesting, of going back and forth and back and forth. And as it goes, you're going to be more self-sustaining on Mars. And so it's actually going to be, you're going to spend more time on Mars and less time cycling through. And so figuring out the cadence of that, of like when to kind of come and go, is really interesting. And then you're kind of blocking each other's spaces and stuff. So it was an interesting game. Again, I don't, at least after a couple plays now, you know, several years apart from each other, I'd put it below like the Lisboa and Kanban and stuff, but it was interesting, and I want to play it again because it's just a cool game. Another big, heavy worker placement game.
All right, Caroline, we'll see you later. Thanks for being here.
Thank you much for sticking around for so long. We appreciate it.
Played One Page War. This is a little print and play that was out on Kickstarter, and this is a cool little game where you're rolling out dice and then basically marking off spots on these different different arenas
theaters of war.
Yeah, theaters of war, basically like air and land and sea and politics and that kind of stuff. Espionage. And you're basically trying to fill in these areas and try to essentially take them over and basically have them, because once I fill in a whole area, Mike then I think can't, right? Fill in the area?
You can. You will fill it in, but
that's right.
You can't. Once you fill in an area, you can start making use of the abilities of that theater, and there's only so many times that ability can be used, and that is between both players.
Yes. It's very, very interesting. It's a little print play. They do a lot of these like little print plays. I like the art in these kinds of games. They have a very similar art between all of them. It was surprisingly very, very fun, and it's very easy. You print it out, roll some dice, and that's it. It's very, very good.
Yeah. Vicky, real quick, what's our favorite Lacerda so far? It's going to be Kanban EV.
Kanban EV for both of us.
And Eric Moot says, I cannot find Obsession. Wanted to get this for my wife for Christmas, hoping for a second edition. I just bought it from their website, Cayenta Games. That's where I bought it. And you can buy all the stuff there. They may have sold out, so, you know, but I couldn't find it anywhere, and then went to the website. I'm like, oh, you can just buy it from them.
And Isaiah, we're going in alphabetical order, so we haven't gotten there quite yet. Yeah. We played Oranienburg Canal, which is one of the greatest games ever made.
It's so good.
I'll say it right now. Theme, you know.
The king of theme, Uwe Rosenberg and Knizia, baby.
This is a game where you are... Caroline, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I thought you went to bed. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much. That's very, very kind. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Oranienburg Canal. Oranienburg Canal. This is a game where you are getting cards.
Let's play it right now while we talk.
Oh, gosh, I wish, dude. I love it so much.
I'm not against it.
You're getting these cards. These cards you will put in your little tableau, but they're not going to activate yet. They will only activate twice in the entire game, if ever, because you have to activate them. They'll activate when they're completely surrounded by various routes, which could be canals, railroads, roads, or paths. And you can put bridges between two cards, and if a card ever has two bridges to it, it'll activate again. You can do that in any order. It doesn't necessarily have to be in that order. And the cards then will do different stuff. They might give you points. They might allow you to exchange stuff for other stuff. It's just so freaking good because that timing element is so interesting, where you get the card, you're like, okay, I want to do this card, but I need to time it correctly. So I need to make sure, because it might be like for every canal around this card, it's worth 3 points, and you also get an or. So you're like, okay, I want to make sure there's a bunch of canals. I don't want to put a bunch of paths around it because that will be nothing. And so it's this fascinating game where it's super simple. It's kind of like Le Havre level simple, where there's really not very many rules, but the puzzle, it's one of the heavier games that Uwe has in terms of the puzzle and trying to think out what's the best way to do this.
Puzzle,
it just destroys your mind.
All that stuff really gives you a lot of chunk on, but there's only 7 action space, and they're simple, like get 4 clay. You're like, all right, that's very easy to understand.
It's insane.
The Dice Tower is dead wrong about this. They all trash the game. They're all very wrong.
They've never been more wrong about a game.
Here's the thing. You can't be wrong because it's all subjective anyway.
Exactly. But this will be coming out. This version you can't really get. There will be another version just called Canal that will be coming to the States. Can't remember by who, but so this version's really hard to get, but there will be another version come out if you want to try it, but don't get this one. It'll be very expensive.
Yeah, don't do it.
But it's a masterpiece. We played Oros. This is one of the first games we played this year.
That's right. I forgot about that.
This is this game where you are
been a
like
while.
demigods basically,
Yeah.
and you're like
Well, you're-
moving around the continents basically.
You're kind of followers of the demigod, but you're also, I guess, acting in the demigods.
yeah.
You're moving landscapes around. You are literally tectonically shifting islands and things as they
smashing
go.
stuff together to create bigger
Bigger
islands
land
and stuff.
masses, create volcanoes and whatnot.
And the board is technically a sphere, so that you will move things around the board because it's wild, and you're like taking actions, but you can essentially increase the value of these actions, make them way stronger. You're like worshiping these demigods, but you're also like studying them to get
You're
certain
gaining
things.
knowledge is kind of your victory points. You want to soak up as much
It's
knowledge as
wild
possible.
because to wrap your head around the way the board moves, because again, you're like, oh, this actually is connected to this spot, because again, the board, which is flat, is actually supposed to be a sphere. It's really, really interesting. I liked it a lot, but it is hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah, it's really like kind of wild, and we showed this to a friend, and they were kind of like similarly like, wait, what? How does the adjacency stuff work? So like it does work, but it is weird.
Yeah, it's good. It's very interesting,
it's
but
a neat-
it's
it's a neat
a
game.
little bit of a weird one, but it's a very neat game.
Yeah.
I played Outback. I randomly grabbed this game at BGG fall because we were looking for games and Mike was going to learn something. I was like, I'm just going to grab this. It's Michael Kiesling. It's about
Person who made Azul.
the Outback in Australia. I'll try it. It was fine.
It's fine. You're putting out tokens that show different animals. You want to build groups of animals and stuff. And as you do that, you move up your kind of markers of that animal. And you want to move all those markers up to kind of get the best scoring possible. It was
aggressively fine.
It was aggressively fine. It's kind of Yahtzee style where you're rolling dice to be able to put animals out. And it was just like, okay,
was
sure.
fine.
You know,
wasn't horrible, but like was not great.
don't regret playing it again, but I will never play it again.
No, exactly. Boom. Got it.
There you go.
Outback.
What's up, Solo Expectations? How you doing?
Hello. We played Ovation.
Yeah, we did.
Ovation. Music games. There should be more of them.
There should be more of them.
This is a kind of a
Super
action
engine building
yes,
game.
super engine building.
Yes, this is one where you are
Conductors.
conductors,
Famous
and
conductors.
you are doing these kind of 4 actions and stuff where you're sort of gaining, people that are, as you're kind of gaining your renown, you're performing music, I think writing music and stuff. And as you kind of gain these cards, you're going to kind of build them above your action. And when you do your action, you have these music notes, which are sort of like bonus action tokens. You can put them onto things that that are above that action to kind of chain together, gaining more resources, which are kind of various like inspirations to be able to perform your pieces or do whole other actions. You can just do crazy combos
turns
that really build up into a massive, like you're going to do a lot on your turn kind of thing. And you're trying to ultimately perform concertos and stuff like that as you go and kind of do some set collection-y stuff. There's basically certain cards you can collect, which will give you endgame scoring and all sorts of
fun.
things. So yeah, I really enjoyed
was
this one.
fun.
I'm excited for the final product to come out.
Yeah, I love music themes. I think it's an underused theme, and you could put together some bonkers turns.
Just
I mean,
crazy
really,
stuff.
really bonkers turns. It's a boom bot obsession. All right, let's go.
Right, yeah. I didn't look on their website for the longest time, and there's like, oh, it's fully on sale
fully
available
there.
here. Just like go to their website. I was like, oh, I never would have thought of that.
I still have not played Slay the Spire Paperback Adventures, but Mikey has.
I played Paperback Adventures physically. The app, it's all good. It's all great. This is a game where Paperback Adventures is, or I should say Paperback, is a game where it's a deck building game where you're playing out letters to build words, and that would give you currency and stuff to buy more cards, which are different letters to build bigger and better words. And this takes that kind of concept and puts it into a very Slay the Spire inspired game where you are now fighting bosses by writing words that will then give you defense and deal damage and stuff like that. And you can gain energy to tap these kind of relics and stuff, which have different names, but there's like MacGuffins and things, and there's relics and items and things that are all very Slay the Spire-ish to fight down these kind of minions and then a big boss going through 3 chapters, which you want to have 2 minions and a boss. And you're kind of crafting a deck as you go, and in a fight you will exhaust 1 card from your word each time, so you now don't have access to that letter. And you're kind of just trying to stay alive, and on certain turns you can see like the baddie, they're going to telegraph what they're going to do.
Of course.
So maybe I need to play a word in such a way that causes me to have more defense icons to protect myself. So if you like words and you like Slay the Spire, this game is both those things put together, and it's great.
Yeah,
it's really fantastic.
We have it. I just haven't had a chance to play it.
It's awesome. Your character, let you level up, get better cards, get all these relics and stuff to trigger. It's super cool.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
Yeah. We played Parkade. It was a quick little party game
BGG Spring,
where you are trying to park cars. Basically, it's one of those games where there's some kind of topic. Everyone then says something for that topic, and whoever is the start player just gets to decide who
this is
wins.
the best one for that.
This is the best one. You get to park your car. I don't know. The game is fine. It's very much that apples to apples where people give suggestions and then they just choose whichever one they like the most. It's not very great, but it's fine.
It's fine. We had fun with the people we played
We had a great company, and so we had a good time.
That's all that matters.
We played / observed a game of Perspectives. This is an interesting game where you are trying to solve some kind of mystery or crime or whatever, and you're going to go through essentially different chapters. And those different chapters, everyone around the table is going to get different information in the form of these cards. So like one of them was like everyone essentially got security camera footage.
Yes.
That's on the card, but the security camera footage is different cameras at different times.
Yes.
And you're basically, in this one, you were trying to figure out who went into the dressing room because it was during a concert and left this thing. And so everyone's like, okay, at this time, at this security camera, I see it's like a rock concert. I see the guy with the big green mohawk. Does anyone else have them?
Can you track him?
Does anyone else have them? Oh, I have them at this time over here.
He's at the bar 2 minutes later, stuff like that.
And you're tracking it like that, at least in that scenario, and it's wild. We're just sitting there watching like, what are y'all doing? And then the next scenario, we played with them.
Yeah, kind of on a,
it was at BGG Con, and it was wild because you're like, okay, we're in 2 different locations, and I have this information, they have this information. You're trying to piece it all together and basically trying to figure out the crime, the motive, all that kind of stuff, and it was fascinating.
It was really, really cool. So in this game, there's I think 3 or 4 stories,
Yeah.
and they're each kind of like 4 chapters, and like an epilogue where all the chapters come together to complete the overall story. Very interesting. The whole perspectives thing is like, well, from my perspective, I can see this part of the story, and you're putting it all together. Really interesting game.
Yeah, really weird, really cool. Really want to try it some more because it was
sucked us right in. I was just like, what's going on?
Played Point City.
Yes, sir.
Point City is kind of a splendory game where you are getting these cards from this grid. You can always draft 2 cards that are next to each other.
Yep.
And then whenever you get a card, it's either going to be a resource or a building. Whatever you take, it's going to go to the opposite one. So if you take a building, a resource is going to go in that spot. I always like that in games.
Yeah.
And essentially you are building these buildings, which are a lot of times are going to give you points, but they're also going to give you some kind of permanent resource there, kind of Splendor style.
Yep.
And that's pretty much it. But it is really, really good. And I just like it more than Splendor because I think the drafting of the cards is significantly more interesting.
Yeah. I agree. The whole like kind of that grid that you're drafting from just makes a lot of interest in stuff, and it's just like goes by really fast. The cards kind of go through like level 1, 2, and 3, so it kind of levels up as you get more and more of your infrastructure built. It's just a solid game.
Really solid.
I really like this game.
I love the little look of it. It's just great. Point salad universe kind of thing. It's just it's great.
Fantastic.
It's really, really good. Played Powerline. Shouts out to Lincoln and Aldi at BGG Con, BGG Spring. Played this one. This is a game where one person's going to roll out these dice, these different colored dice. They're going to then go in a specific color order, and then you will have to put those you can put those pip values into your board, trying to connect different cities, and this is the power lines that you're building there. But you have to put them either in this order from the dice or in this order. So if it's like white, green, blue, black, red, yellow, you have to go in that order, or you can go from this side. And you can skip over some, but you're going to lose points if you do. And so there's so often where you're just like, man, I really need these values in this order, and then everyone's kind of in that same boat of it being really brutal, and it's just a really fun game.
Yeah, it's I ended up at one point where like every single line I was working on needed a 4. And I was like, oh, that's probably not a good position to be in, because if no 4s rolled, which they didn't, you're like, I am stuck. So I want to play it again to like take that knowledge and be like, okay, how do I protect myself in the future and pay attention to where I'm headed with these things, because I got so stuck. It's a really good game, though.
That's good.
It is. It will make you hurt. In a good way.
In a good way. We played Project Elite. This is a real-time shoot 'em up game where you have some kind of mission. You're all working together, and there's like hordes and hordes and waves of aliens coming through. And it is in a certain amount of time that you have the 2 minutes each round. You're rolling all these dice. That's allowing you to move, you to attack. You can like pick up items, but there also is going to make the aliens move. And it's just kind of crisis management in this time frame. It's just big shoot 'em up kind of first-person shooter, waves of alien. It's very, very fun. Very chaotic. A good con game. I don't know how often we play it, if we ever had it.
No, but at a convention, it's a perfect setting for it.
Yeah.
Agreed. Steve is making mention that our rapid reviews have slowed down over the years.
They
we're
have.
getting old. We're old.
They sure have.
We're
Our
old
rapid
and
reviews are
broken
not that
down
rapid
now.
anymore.
We're old veteran players
Hey,
now.
whatever.
you
Hang
know?
out with us, you know.
We take it slow, but I swear, I'm like, I don't feel like anything's changed, but we are.
We are way slower than we
so
used
much
to be.
slower than we used to be.
That's what it is. Pyramido.
Pyramido is a tile laying game where you're going to be building out levels of a pyramid and scoring, and you want to have a bunch of the same color, so a bunch of tiles of red that make a large area of red, and within red you want to have a bunch of the kind of icon, the decorative icon that matches for that color, and that's a kind of point multiplier. So it's a little bit King Domino-ish in that way, but what's really fun is once you build out the bottom layer, you build a layer on top of that. And just the very outermost edge of the bottom layer is still showing. And if you build red on the next level that goes down a level and still in red, that counts. And you can start to build up these areas for like massive opportunities of points if you build it correctly. So I love that idea of like, you're building a smaller thing, but you can kind of build and work on the infrastructure from levels below.
Yeah.
And of course, because of that, you want your icons that are your multipliers to be on the very edges of your board so they don't get buried.
Yeah.
Really interesting tile laying game if you like those
little
kinds
puzzle.
of games.
Yeah, great little puzzle, end of the night kind of game. Really, really
Definitely.
good. You played Quali.
Did play Quali. This is an abstract game where you're trying to get 4 of your color little stones, little flat stones in a row. And you're doing this using Mancala, where every turn you're going to take one of they're made of wood, but your little flat stones, put it onto a stack that you can see there. They're going to pick up the entire stack and then move orthogonally, one space, dropping off a stone until you have your piece on the last spot. And so you're kind of trying to build in such a way that you are going to drop off your piece in an advantageous position. And the stack that you put on might have one or more of your pieces or your opponent's pieces from before. So you could be like, I'm going to drop here, which puts one of my pieces down, go here, go here, go here, puts another piece down, and that completes my row. And so it's just really fascinating the way that you can work out that little, row of 4 to win. I thought this game was awesome because it uses that Mancala in
I love Mancala,
a really interesting way.
Yeah. Alrighty, we played Raw for the first time. We've never played Raw. It wasn't just this version.
25 years late.
Never played Raw. Raw is a bidding game, an auctioning game where you're trying to get these tiles by playing these sundials. Will have a certain amount of value on them. Yep. Whoever plays the highest one will get that thing, and then also gets the sundial that's on the main board. And that's a lot of times what you're kind of playing for, because if you're giving up a 15 and you're getting a 1, that means next round you're going to have a 1, which is
not
the
going to have the best. Yeah.
And so you're doing a lot of set collection, trying to get certain things, but then again, managing your sundials, because again, the one you use, you'll get one more.
Board Game Geek? Raw is great.
Hi, Board Game Geek. We were just talking about
We should play it.
We should. It's so good. We played this with Grant and a bunch of people from Ivy Studios, and it was really fun playing with Grant, specifically Grant Lyon. If you don't follow him, Grant is great. Because Grant's really into this game, was really explaining, like, this is what you're doing, this is what you're playing
like
for.
Helping understand, like, there's
so many layers of strategy that we wouldn't have gotten if we had just been playing it normally. And so Raw is very good. It's a classic for a reason. This version is bonkers. It's so pretty. It's so overproduced.
Very nice.
It's outstanding. Raw is a classic for a reason.
Yeah, the deluxe version is so sweet. I agree.
It's so wild.
Very nice.
We played Ross, A Dance of Love.
Yeah, this is a game that I think will be coming out maybe this year or next. But we played a prototype of this at BGG Springs.
Yes,
indeed. BGG Con. Make sure you all get to that. It's so fun.
Such a blast.
Ross is an interesting game.
It's tough.
Where it's fairly simple, where you are drafting dice to put on your player board, and what's happening is a dance, a colorful dance where everyone's in there
kind of whirling around each other.
And that is kind of represented by these dice that are on these little satellites that kind of spin at key moments in the game. And you are collecting dice and putting them onto your board, and certain areas where you place dice, you want to have certain values and things. The colors can matter. You want to color match as much as possible, because that kind of represents like what people are wearing. There are these kind of sticks you can put on which trigger actions.
Candy sticks, yeah.
And it's all kind of like fairly
tempo-based
straightforward,
too.
but it's just very puzzly the way that you kind of choose a die, which might give you like a little bonus action and things. And it was one that's really interesting, and I'm excited to see as it continues to develop, what changes, if any, will be made, because it was very much when we played it kind of like a play test.
Stuff has changed apparently. And
we gave thoughts about the game and things, but it was just a really cool, cool puzzle and stuff based on like a cool tradition. So
mind-melting puzzle. Really cool though. Really interesting game.
Yeah.
We've both played Rear Window. This is kind of like a Mysterium-ish type game where one person is playing kind of a Hitchcock kind of character, and you are essentially giving your teammate, because it's a cooperative game, cards from like various films and stuff like that, and basically trying to get them to choose the correct what cards go in what order, right?
Basically,
what it is?
what characters belong in what rooms.
Yeah,
and
that's
things,
right.
yeah.
And it's tough because it's kind of Mysterium thing where like, oh man, they keep giving me blue cards. Maybe this is because this is supposed to go in this room. But they're like, no, I'm trying to get you to focus on this, and I'm trying to make you focus on this thing in the background. And it's really, really interesting. If you like those kind of Mysterium type games where you're giving out clues that are kind of cryptic and you're trying to get them to focus on stuff, you can, and it's really, really good. And you also have certain things where you can be like, kind of like get out of jail free cards where you're like, you only do it like once or twice a game. You can basically ask, am I correct about this? And then they can say like yes or no. And then you're okay, I was right about that. Okay, good. Because it starts getting confusing and stuff. It's a really cool game if you like those kinds of games.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's really, really fun. It's like, obviously, being based on Rear Window, they're kind of aiming for, maybe more of a mass market, but it is actually a really solid, fun game.
Yeah.
To play, and it's cool to get information like, hey, you have 6 elements right, but you don't know which 6.
Exactly.
Like,
tough, but really fun.
Well, I think it's this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I played Resurgence. Shout out to Slivers in chat. Played Resurgence.
Shouts out.
This is a worker placement game, kind of post-apocalyptic, I think. Sure.
I'm gonna say yes.
I don't quite remember, honestly. It was back like in February, so I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. Worker placement game where the workers you have can go to like certain parts of the board, and then you can you're building out like your base and stuff. I remember thinking that the game was fine. It was fine. It was cool. It's got this kind of cool like black and white look to it. Overall, I thought the game was okay. Great company. Okay game is basically what it came to. But I know it's worker placement, and you can only go to certain parts of the board. It was a while ago, and honestly, I don't remember.
The company's the best part anyway, man.
Exactly.
All right, Revive.
Finally got Revive.
We finally got to play Revive. We had people talking all year to us last year saying, like, you have to play Revive. You have to try it. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. You got to try it. You got to play it. And we finally did, and it was really great. So I was like, hey, nice. Like, thanks for those suggestions. That worked out pretty well. This is a game where we are sort of coming back to the surface after the Earth has had a tough time because of our involvement with it. And things have kind of all iced over, and you're sort of getting back and restoring the land and flipping over these tiles and kind of making everything better again. And you are doing this by taking actions, by slotting cards into your player board above or below it to gain resources, or take the actions using your kind of resources that you get to do explore, increase your population, kind of develop your little tech tree, things like that. And you are, what kind of comes down to is a lot of times you are discovering these lands, and where you construct will allow you to bump up these 3 tracks, which are associated with the 3 kind of main colors. There's yellow, green, and gray. And as you kind of develop those, you'll get access to these machines, which can give you bonus actions on top of what you do. So it's a very kind of like figuring out combos that, as we've talked about, seems to be kind of the thing of the moment, are these combo heavy, mid-heavyweight Euro games. And this one fits right in with that, where it's like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna play this lightning bolt over here, this energy, which gives me that, which actually extends my range, so I can actually build over here and pay less food for it, which then gets me to bump up these tracks, and I get this stuff, and I can take a new tile and put it in, it's a new machine to use. You can do a bunch of stuff like that.
Yeah, so many avenues. It's really fun. And we haven't played with any of the campaign stuff yet.
Yeah, there's like a little 5-game campaign, which just unlocks material for the game. We haven't actually tried any of the new stuff. So
yeah, very good though. I played Rings of Chaos. I played this with Paula and Joe and Monique. And this is a game by Beetle and Grimm, who make it's like Matthew Lillard's company, and they make like cool dice trays,
RPG,
cool stuff like that.
And stuff.
This game was not very good. It did decently well, but that's because it had the Beetle and Grimm name on it. This is a game where there's some interesting. This is like their first game, to be fair. There are some interesting concepts to it where you have a different faction that has a different ability, and then you have like a paladin, and you have like a warrior, and the kind of D&D type stuff. And all those ones have a color. So if you want to play like a red card, you need to have your red character, which is like your fighter or whatever. And when you're hitting each other, because you're trying to get to this ring in the middle, which is going to give you points and stuff, you can take out each other's characters. And then if your mage is gone, which is like your purple character or whatever, you now can't play purple cards. You can revive people sometimes, but it's very much kind of like you're making kind of alliances. You can get like really gang up on someone if they're doing very, very well. Like I was doing well.
Like they're in the lead, or kill them.
Basically, kind of, yeah. And you're going around the board, move around, trying to attack people. There's always these big like monsters that are coming out that are attacking everybody, and you need to kind of like dodge them and stuff like that. The game was okay at best. really. Great company, not a very good game.
Any
but
game
did
that
very
has
well on
that whole, like,
Kickstarter.
they're in the lead, cut them down, and then another person comes in the lead, like, no, cut them down is honestly, for my money, horrible game design.
Yeah.
I'm like, the game has to end eventually.
Yeah.
It has to end somehow.
It was their first game. I think there's some interesting concepts about, like, again, like the colors of different characters, stuff like that, but the game itself I don't think was very good. But, you know.
Hey, a promising future, perhaps.
Yeah, you know. But what about Quest Arena?
We did. We played this out in Tennessee, and we're going to be, we'll do a live stream of this at some point coming up here. But Robot Quest Arena's BattleBots. If you remember, like, those shows and stuff where people make these cool robots, this thing still happens, of course. And they have hammers and things you can blast other robots, and that's what you're doing. You're in this arena, and you're just fighting, and you get these cards. It's deck building, and these cards will be different attacks and things you can do, and you can move around. And it's really fun because if you get knocked out or as you deal damage, you basically collect these cubes, which are the life of the other robot, which are points for you. And if you do the killing blow, you get like a blue one, which is worth 2 points. And if you get your robot knocked out, you come right back next round and stuff like that. And you're just trying to deal as much damage as possible. So it's just fun. Like, there's cards that, like, right away you can start buying that are, like, insanely powerful.
Yeah.
And so that was kind of cool. Is like the game doesn't stick around too long, so they get you right into just getting like wacky and just smashing each other.
Yeah, it's super fun.
Really, really fun.
Really good time. But
Great minis too. The robots are super cool.
We played Rolling Heights. I guess at the very beginning of this year it must have been. This is a game where you are building up a city. You're building up different kinds of buildings, like out of glass and cement.
Is that on you're right in time?
Indeed. And you're going to be rolling meeples. And those meeples, the way they land, their orientation basically shows if they're going to be able to activate, and then kind of how strong they can activate. If they land on their feet, they're like really energized to go.
Energized
so like on their side, they'll work. If they're on their back, they're sleeping.
Yeah.
I thought it was a really fun way to kind of go about action selection and stuff like that. The game itself, I thought, was a little fiddly, especially like the main game. You're literally stacking like these little pieces. If a cat jumps on the table, that game is destroyed.
Yeah, it goes Godzilla real fast.
Oh my gosh. But the game itself was fun. You're like building out these different buildings, trying to score different stuff. And I really, really like the rolling meeples mechanic. It's kind of like Pass the Pigs in that way. And I think that's a really fun, different way to do stuff. And I thought the game was good, but not like outstanding. The game itself was fine, but I thought it was way too fiddly.
It landed in the good, not great category where I'm just like, all right. And the game for me, every time we play this, goes on a little too long. Where I'm like, this needs to end now. We get it. But yeah, not bad.
Yeah. You played Rove.
I played Rove. It's another Button Shy game, another Button Shy solo game where you are going to get kind of actions and things you can do with your little rover, and you're kind of completing missions. You're trying to complete a certain amount of missions before you kind of run out of time, because I think the longer you go between missions, you can't refresh your cards, and so you need to get those things to get cards back in your hand and stuff. It was really interesting. I lost a bunch, then won one game. It's been a while since I played it, so I can't speak more to it, but cards will give you basically ways you can move, and you're trying to get these cards in this tableau into a certain pattern to complete that mission. So you're trying to kind of rove and do stuff, and you're doing little space things with that little robot, which is cool. Highly recommend. Corthan, thank you. Rove is so good. I didn't speak to it very well, but
hey, we're almost 5 hours into this,
Yeah, it's all right.
You played Sagani.
I did. This is another one in the Uwe Rosenberg kind of tiling series that is more different than like Framework is to Nova Luna. This is a game we're going to be placing on tiles. We're going to have one or more arrows that are either pointing up or on a diagonal or down and things like that with a certain color and a number. And basically you need to have, or rather I should say, there will be a certain amount of those arrows. And what it's saying is like there's red pointing up and blue pointing to the right. You need to have somewhere above it, does not have to be directly above it, but somewhere in that line that's pointing a red tile. And if it's pointing to the right, you need to have a blue tile somewhere in there. And once you have all those tiles in place, you complete that that tile and you get to flip it over. And it scores you points and stuff. And also the main thing is like there's these discs where in most of the games you're trying to get rid of your discs as quick as possible. And here you're putting your discs out on the tiles when you first play them, and you only get them back once you complete tasks. So you need to complete tasks as quick as possible so you kind of get those discs back, because if you ever run out and you need to take more, you can't take ones that start losing you points. And so I actually really like that kind of difference. This one is pretty different. Like if you're like, should I get all these games? I'd be like, I'd get Framework or Nova Luna, but Framework. And Sagani is different enough that I'm like, you could get both of those and be cool, but I wouldn't necessarily get Nova Luna and Framework because they're much more similar to each other. But this one was cool. I like this one a lot.
Yeah, cool. We played Sail. It's another all-play game. It's a 2-player trick-taking game, 2-player cooperative trick-taking game. where you essentially are in a boat and you're trying to get to a certain location in a line. It's not like a different location each time. And basically, you're playing out these cards, and there will be symbols on these cards, and they have suits, and you have to follow suit like normal trick taking. And then depending on what two symbols are played, that's going to kind of dictate what you end up doing.
Yeah, if your boat moves,
you can move, or you can like get a cannon, which will do different stuff. There's like monsters, you're taking damage, certain things like that. You're basically trying to get this thing, and you're trying to avoid like bad stuff, the Kraken, storms, things like that. You're basically trying to get to this spot. It's really, really interesting. I love two-player trick-taking games because you really just get to get into that one person and be like, okay, we're trying to do the same thing, right? We're trying to get to this thing. And I thought it was really, really fun. And I'm excited to explore this one more because I've been having an absolute blast whenever we've been playing
Me too, yeah. We played like the intro thing and crushed it. We're like, this is easy. Then we played like the first layer after that and we did not win. We're like, this is hard. So that was cool. Pirates with abilities. Yeah, I really like it a lot. Great art.
Yeah, good stuff.
Good stuff. Played Scholars of the South Tigris. We be loving Garfield games. This is no surprise. This is the second one in the South Tigris trilogy. Inventors is next coming out.
I'm so excited for Inventors.
Hitting crowdfunding this year. Scholars is a chunky one where you are doing dice and worker mitigation things where you're going to be taking one of 4 action types and you'll be putting dice onto those actions. At times, the action will want to have a certain value of die or dice. Other times, the color is important. Other times, both the value and the color matters. And you can put workers on a dice to change their color or to increase the value to a 6 for that die. And so you can do that. And then you can also color blend dice together. So a blue die and a red die can color blend to be a purple, which is like the more powerful thing. So it does all sorts of crazy stuff, but you're ultimately trying to translate scrolls from various languages into Arabic to be able to kind of increase your knowledge and send them to the houses of wisdom, because we're in a period in Baghdad where we are increasing
knowledge.
Knowledge is kind of the main quest, and so it's all about getting translators, hiring translators, getting scrolls, translating those scrolls, but it's all shared infrastructure. So if Nick brings some scrolls over to the houses of wisdom, I might be the one who ends up translating it. It might not be Nick. So that kind of the same thing with like inventions, the evolution of ideas. There's these games that have these shared infrastructures where it's like we all might be contributing in different ways to this thing and all might be benefiting, which is really fun to play around with.
Scholars is probably my second favorite Garfield game. I freaking love it. I cannot wait for Inventors. Shouts out to Paula, who introduced us to Scram.
Shouts out.
This is a team game where you're essentially trying to get the lowest value tableau you can in front of you.
Yes.
Where you have all these different
Points are bad.
woodland animals. You don't want points. And you basically, on your turn, can essentially get rid of certain cards, but you want them all to be the same value of cards. There's a lot of like giving each other information about what cards each other has. And you're trying to deduce kind of what you have in front of you, and then trying to get rid of high value cards. And then at one point, you and your teammate can choose to scram, which means that you are like, this round is now going to end, because I think we're in a position where we can win if we scram now. Or you're like, oh, do we scram right now? Or do we wait another turn, try to get rid of some more stuff? And I love any game where you get to decide when it ends, because you're like, oh, I think I can win this if we end this now.
You've done your homework here? Yeah.
It's a team game, so you're working together. It's just really, really fun. Real big shout out to Paula for showing us this one, who was really like, we need to play Scram.
Yeah.
We need to play Scram.
So
we need to play Scram.
So fun.
It's an absolute blast. Really, really good game.
Yeah, agreed. Scrizam.
I played Sequoia. Oh gosh, I played this way back in Dice Tower West.
It's another all-play small box game.
Small box game. This is a game where you're rolling a die. There's a bunch of different like Sequoia trees, like values on them. You're rolling a die, and I think you're trying to get area majority on them.
Sounds good.
And I remember it being another good small filler game from All Play.
I wish they had many.
Honestly, I don't quite remember much else.
What's
It was
Assassin's Creed?
a long time ago.
Happy New Year.
And I don't remember how the game plays that much, but I remember enjoying it. And it's another good small box all-play game with this great art that they have on it. I don't quite remember what the heck are you doing? There's trees, you're rolling dice. I don't remember what else. Sorry. It was good though.
Go play in the woods somewhere. You'll feel great.
Boom.
Played Search for Lost Species, which is a follow-up to the Search for Planet X, where now you are looking for a lost species on an island, and the island will have other animals and stuff, which will have rules. So similar to Search for Planet X, where certain celestial bodies have rules, so like this, and that. Here you have like a python, which is not next to any couscouses. The couscouses are always 3 of them. There's exactly 3 of them. They're all within 2 spaces of each other. There's lories, and they're in this little flock that are going to be flying in this kind of pattern and things like that. And then there will also be, as an apocistic game, logic rules that will give additional things that are
Specific
to that game.
Yes.
Where it's like in this game, the kangaroo that we were looking for, the lost kangaroo, will not be in the same terrain as the python. So if the python you find somewhere and they're in the rainforest, automatically the lost species is not in the rainforest.
Nope.
They're in a different terrain type. So there's like things like that change from game to game. So it's always unique. And we love Search for Planet X. Search for Lost Species is awesome. You're moving around the island, doing different ways of kind of searching for trying to figure out what's in the different types of terrain. You're trying to identify each area so you can ultimately whittle down until you're like, this lost species can only be here.
Yeah.
Based on the rules of this game and the rules of the type of species and stuff. It's so fun.
It's so fun.
Satisfying to get to the edge of that puzzle.
Search Planet X and this are both insane bangers.
Yeah.
Insanely
So
good.
good.
We're going to play Septum. We played it a couple times. We did a playthrough of it. We played just the base game at BGG Fall, and then we played with the expansion for our playthrough. It's a fun game where you're like witches and you're going around healing people, but the populace is kind of like, are you evil?
Pretty scary.
And you're like, no, I'm just healing people. They're like, you might be evil. So you're constantly going on trial, and you have to like bring in sympathetic supporters to kind of get you off trial and stuff like that.
So you don't get exiled.
It's a really fun game. I will say, play with. There's like essentially like kind of like a basic game in the box, and they say like play the advanced game. Play with the advanced stuff. The game,
play
just
the full game.
Base game, I think is an okay game, but that's it. With all the spells and stuff, and especially with the little expansion, which is like omens and shapeshifters, that makes the game really fun. I really, really liked it once it had all the stuff in it. But I do think to be like a really good game, it needs all of that stuff in it. So ignore the whole basic game part. Go straight for the whole thing. It's a lot better that way, but it's got really cool art. It's a cool theme, and I think it's an interesting game that really, really works well.
Yeah. Chad Brown says, I'd like to see you guys play Rolling Heights live. We could probably make that happen. We still got it.
Yeah. And also join our Patreon, because once a month, our patrons are going to choose one of the games we play live. So make sure to join our Patreon.
We played Shinkansen Zero Kai, which is a game where you are building out bullet train lines in advance of the Olympics that were there in Japan in the mid-century last century. And you are playing out cards into like the cars of your train that will have actions on them. So each round you're going to add a new kind of card to this tableau before you, and then do actions where you're building out lines, building out stations and stuff. And you're all kind of working on this, again, shared infrastructure of like developing this line. Honestly, this is a game that I was excited to try because our buddy Matthew Jude was excited for, and that got me excited, and we played it, and it was okay. It's like, it was fine,
okay, yeah.
But it's one that like doesn't leave a lasting impression. I didn't hate it by any means, but I was just like, okay, I think I'm like, again, kind of cool after you played it a couple times. There wasn't a ton to kind of come back to.
No.
But it was enjoyable.
Yeah, it was an enjoyable experience, but like not what we're going to come back to.
Yeah,
really.
It kind of builds up the engine as you build up a bigger train.
Yeah. I played Shipwrights in the North Sea Redux. This is the new version of Shipwrights in the North Sea. And I'll tell you right now, it's maybe my third favorite Garfield game. I really like this game. This is just a straight up tableau builder, kind of engine builder drafting game where it's like very, very multiplayer solitaire, and you're just getting cards. You can kind of like dismiss those cards to get resources. Every single card you have, you're going to have to use in some way, whether that's discarding it to just to get a resource or two, or playing it down. You have like villagers that go with buildings. It's just, we have a playthrough for it. It's super, super fun. Again, it's kind of like Garfield games. They've talked about this, like their tastes and their interest in games have changed over time. This is a reflection of that, and they seem to be changing with our interest in games, Mike. Like, which is why we like.
It's
Garfield
a
games
one
so
for
much.
one, where I'm like,
real
yes,
talk.
this is
Shem
the
and
perfect
us
game
are
for me.
basically the same person. We both have. I'm bald like Shem.
Yeah.
You have a bigger beard, although it's not nearly as big as Shem's.
No.
So
no.
But nonetheless, this game is really, really fun. It might be my third favorite Garfield game.
It's
super good.
really good.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
Agreed.
We played Silver and Gold Pyramids, Mike.
We did. Praise be to Phil.
Praise be
Walker
to
Harding.
Phil, Walker
This is a follow-up
Harding.
to Silver and Gold, where now you are going, you're getting pyramids for cards instead of like islands that you're exploring.
Yep.
And the pyramids the way it kind of differs from Silver and Gold is the pyramid has an entrance where you're going to begin and an exit, and you still have these weird like Tetris shapes that you have to fill in these areas for. But the second you get to the exit door, you complete that card and you can move on to another one. And there's different icons and stuff sometimes tucked away in the corners where it's like, if you want, you can be a little more circuitous as you get to the exit, or you can make a beeline for the exit. And you know, there might be different reasons why you might want to stick around longer or be more efficient to getting to the exits as you collect gems and things like that. And so it's got kind of all the good things from Silver and Gold, but with like a little bit more decision making that just takes it to the next level. And there's a bit of set collection with the types, the colors of cards that you can get and things like that. So
Here's the thing.
it's just better than Silver and Gold. Just get this. Once it becomes available out here.
I love Silver and Gold. This is so much better.
Yeah, like
It's
once
just
we get
better.
this copy, and it's not available out here
Never
yet.
played the one.
Pandasaurus brought Silver and Gold over, so I hope they bring this version. Once this version's available, we will get this, and Silver and Gold will never get played again because this is everything from that and just simply better.
But they're both great, but this one is significantly better. 100%. It's so good.
100%.
We played Sixto. I
Sixto.
love these kinds of games.
Me too. They're just simple roll and writes, zero theme. They're just colorful dice. There's a billion of them from Germany. And they're all honestly great.
They're really good.
So this one, you are rolling out dice, and then you are making use of one or more of them. And the colors each pertain to a track, and those tracks have numbers. You see like 6, 2, and then a couple other things, and another 6, and a 5, and a 3. They're just kind of wacky and all over the place. And if I have like a red 6, on that track for red die, I can jump forward to the next 6 no matter how far that is. But you can never go backward. You want to ideally work through that track going one space to the next space to the next space, because the more things that you cross off, the more points you get for that row. But sometimes you get to the end, you can get like some bonus stuff by getting to the end of the row quicker. And then as you build out, there's also columns for every set of number for each of the things, and you want to fill out as many of those columns, meaning I want the second space for every track to be filled, because then that column is complete and I get points that direction as well. And if you only have like one in a row or a column, you actually lose points. So you're kind of thinking in that 2 directions at once, and how far do I want to jump forward versus like, I'm not going to take purple, I'll wait till next round, maybe it'll roll a better number then, but it might not also. So it's like, do I just take some points, or do I wait to maybe get more later? And it's just very quick and simple, and there's a million of these types of games.
They're all
honestly,
great.
They're all just enjoyable.
They're always great. They're always great. Played Sky Team. It's one of our favorite games of the year. We are so excited about this game. This is a 2-player only co-op game where you are trying to land a plane. One person's the pilot, one person's the co-pilot. You kind of have a plan. You're like, okay, let's try and do this round, but you start rolling your dice, and then you can't talk anymore. And you have to allocate your dice to different parts of the plane. You can activate like the landing gear. You have to do a bunch of different
flaps
dice.
deployed.
Exactly.
Clear out planes from in front of you using the radio.
Exactly. And then you also always have to put one in your engines, which is to make you go forward, and also have to put one in your tilt, because you generally want to stay equal, but not always, depending on what airport you're going into. And it's really tough because, again, you're at the mercy of what dice you roll, although you can drink some coffee, which allows you to mitigate your dice a little bit. You can re-roll a couple times in the game, but you're just kind of what you got, and you can't talk about it. So it's very tough. And then on top of that, there's like the base one, which is like you're going to like Heathrow Airport, which is a very normal airport. Montreal, and then you can go into like Heathrow, but Heathrow is very busy. So now this airport has a bunch of traffic in it. And then you get like
the game,
ice.
you get more planes, ice.
You start getting
kerosene, like
all this crazy stuff.
A whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, so it gets wild. This game is so much fun. It's really, really great. People love it, and we love it too.
Boom.
It good. We played Slackjack.
We did.
This is a little just social deduction game.
This is a social deduction game where you are, one player is the captain who is going to select 2 people to basically join them, and no one knows who has what card.
Yeah.
And if depending on what role you are, you want to like be part of the crew, you want to be not selected for the crew. If you're Slackjack, you want to be selected from the crew because you're going to steal everyone's money, and you're doing stuff like that. But it uses like more or less standard cards to do that. It was a fun little game.
Yeah.
You get the right group and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a fun little game.
Super
it's not
simple.
amazing,
I think it was like $10 on Kickstarter. I mean, it was very, very cheap.
Very cheap.
Very great little social deduction game.
Do I need to take you dogs out? I think I'm gonna take these dogs out.
If you talk about snack time.
Snack time.
So quickly.
Roll and write game where your zombies or monsters underneath potholes. You're in the sewers. And you're reaching up and having snacks from people. It was okay. It's very purple. That's all I got to say about that. It was fine.
All right.
It was fine. See if I
Leave
know.
yourself take the dogs out. What?
Just seeing if the next one's something only I know.
No, I'll take out So Back player. Honestly, I don't remember this game that much. But nonetheless, So Back 2-player. It's a 2-player version of So Back.
Dude, that's so
what do you
bad.
do in this game?
You're putting the tile and it's pointing to stuff and you're doing
that's
things.
right. You're putting tiles. The tiles are pointing to stuff. You're trying to get points. It was fine. We bought it at somewhere. That's right. We bought it at Common Ground Day Games in Dallas in BGG Spring. Played it once, have not played it since. Mike liked it more than I did. I thought it was fine. I'm interested in playing it again. It's kind of mean, but there's a thing where you put out tiles and that like essentially points something in some direction, and then they can only take tiles or place tiles in that direction, something like that. I don't quite remember because it did not make a lasting impression. I thought it was fine. We still have it because it's in that classic 2-player square box. But yeah, no, we need to play it again because I don't really remember what you do in this game, but I remember thinking that it was fine. And it's the 2-player version of Sobek. Boom. Space Station Phoenix. I remember this game because I love this game. Space Station Phoenix, shout out to Crook. Our good friend Crook gave us this game, or at least let us borrow his copy, to play it because he's like, this game I hear is really good. Learn it. And I was like, okay. This is kind of a generic game in terms of like the theme, the look of it's kind of spacey, generic, but it's really, really fun. This is a game where you are building out a space station Phoenix, and you're going to build a bunch of different modules out in there, 3 different areas that can house 3 different kinds of aliens, but you are building them housing. You're not like fighting them or anything. That's a very friendly game in that sense. And you are activating different ships, and those ships will do different things. They allow you to deconstruct other ships, which is how you get metal. Metal is how you build the modules. You can do stuff like that. You can get resources. You can go up this diplomacy track, all this different stuff. But all the modules are different, and there's a ton of them in the game, and you're only ever going to be using like 3 of each color of module. You also have a special hub. The hubs are different. They're going to give you some kind of end game scoring, oftentimes some kind of income or a special ability or something like that. There's like 25 of those. You only use, each person only gets 1 in the game. There's all this crazy stuff in the game. It plays out totally differently depending on what income you get, what modules get, what hub you have, all this stuff. It's so good. It's so much fun. It just kind of suffers because it kind of looks generic, sounds very generic. It's just like a generic space station game, but it's really, really good, and I like it a lot. It's very good. We played Spellbook with our good friend Charlie at BGG Fall. Here, played a lot of games at BGG Con, as you can see. Spellbook is by Phil Walker Harding, praise be. This is a game where you have a bunch of different spells, and you are getting to activate those spells throughout the game. And you essentially are drafting out these, I think just gems, or it's like little tokens, but basically you're getting these resources so that you can then activate these spells. And once they're active, you can kind of start to use them at different points in the game. And all the spells are different, and there's a whole bunch of them, but you only play with a certain amount during the game. And like a lot of these kinds of games, they work off each other in really interesting, different ways. And so depending on what ones you have, you're like, oh, this spell and this spell are really powerful together because this one allows me to do this, that then chains into this one. Holy crap, I could do all this stuff, and you build these really interesting combos that I really, really liked. It's not my favorite Phil Walker Harding game, but I thought it was really, really good. And the company, as usual, was great. But I thought it was good and interesting, and I'm interested to see more of those combinations of the spells because that's where the game is, and that's what's really, really interesting. And I thought it was cool. Good Phil Walker Harding game. Phil Walker Harding doesn't really miss, as we all know. Oh, Mikey is the one who's been playing Spirit Island, not me. It's been a very long time since I played Spirit Island, but you are a spirit and trying to get these butts off your island. It's kind of the other side of the coin where usually you're people going onto an island and, using wood and all that stuff. In this case, you're a spirit trying to kick them off. It's a big, heavy game where you are also trying to not have a blight, I believe it is. And Mikey has been playing this game a ton. He's been playing the app. He's been really, really loving it. This is one of those lifestyle games that people absolutely adore. I really want to play it again. When we've played it for the first time, it was probably a little too heavy for me. Nowadays, I think I would handle it just fine. There are plans. We will be playing it this year. We know that for a fact. And we'll probably do a playthrough for it at some point this year. But I know I'm going to really like Spirit Island when I can finally kind of really get into it and go about it at my own pace. But Mikey's been playing it a ton, has been absolutely loving it. Played Splendor Duel. I like this significantly more than Splendor, which I don't like at all. It still has a lot of splendorness where you're getting these gems, and these gems will allow you to buy these cards, which a lot of times will give you permanent gems. But this one has a way you draft them is they're on this board now, and you kind of have to draft them, I believe, in a line. But so the drafting of the gems is way more interesting than the other game of Splendor, where it's just like a stack of gems, and you can essentially take a certain amount depending on how many there are left. This one, it depends on what ones are out there. I really like it. You can also win this game in a couple different ways, which I think makes it more interesting because now you're like, ooh, I'm not doing this very well, but I'm going to go hardcore into this and try to win this game like that. I always like games with multiple win conditions. Splendor Duel has that. I like it. much more than Splendor. It's not like my favorite game, but I still do enjoy it, but I like it a lot more than Splendor, which I actively dislike. But Splendor Duel was very fun, the 2-player version. Although, I maintain this crown looks like a confused frog that's like this. Does that not look like a confused frog? The gems, the eyes, the big mouth. What is with... Yeah. That's what that looks like. Can't unsee it. Oh, Mike, talk about Splitto.
What?
Talk about Splitto. I just got to a game that I don't know anything about.
How long have you been on Splitto, man?
Just now.
Thank God. I was really... Skip it. Am I coming through?
Yes.
Splitto is a game where you're going to be working on objectives and drafting cards, but you're going to be playing cards to the left and right as you are working with partners to your left and right. And you are trying to complete as many objectives as you can between the partner and your left and right, but only your lower score is your score. So you need to work with your partners / opponents equally. So you are doing set collection-y stuff, and you can't talk about what you have in hand, but then you're also card drafting. So if you're like to my right and we're working on a thing, you're like, here's this card. You better play it with me, pal. But maybe the card over here, I'm like, this also works really good over here. So you're kind of split your attention. It's really fun.
Splitto.
We picked it up and I'm excited to play it.
Yeah, I'm excited to play it too.
Play it some more.
You played Spots.
I did. This is a push your luck game where you are completing all these dogs, which as you can see have spots on them and spaces for dice, which add to their spots with different pip values. And you need to get, like in this case, there's a 2, a 3, and a 5 on that dog. And you are taking actions which will give you, you know, they're all different. Like one's like roll a die one at a time. As long as you can place, you can then roll another die until you basically can't place anything. If you ever have at the end of your turn dice that you can't place, they go to your dog house. You got to bury them dice. And if ever the total value of those buried dice, I think, exceeds 7 or reaches 7, you basically lose progress on all dogs that are not complete. So if you get those dogs complete, you get to score them, you flip them over, and you want to be the first one to complete like 6 dog cards. It's just really adorable. The actions are interesting, the way you can kind of, sometimes you can take those buried dice and re-roll them, stuff like that. It's a good little push your luck game.
Cool. Yeah, I know you've been enjoying it.
Yeah.
We played Stalker the board game. It's another Awakened Realms game. This is based off of Stalker the video game, where you're in this kind of like alternate Chernobyl, where there's like truly like mutations and
People
all these
who
like
never
crazy
left, you know?
creatures. And it's a campaign game where each episode you're trying to do something specific.
Yeah.
And you're going around. One thing I like about this game is it's a shooter game, but you do not want to make noise. Noise is very, very bad because noise attracts all these crazy mutants like this Snorks, like who are horrifying. I hate Snorks. And basically, you're trying to sneak around, and you can make some noise, but when you take a shot, you need to really be like, is this worth it? Because everyone's going to hear it, and things are going to come to us, and the tension was really, really cool. You get different weapons. Those weapons are good at certain things. Each character has abilities that are good at certain things. Yeah. We've played like 2 of the scenarios, and this is one of those games where I was like, God, I wish we had time to play these kinds of games.
Yeah.
Because I really liked this game. The fact that it wasn't like a guns blazing, it was much more of like a sneak around tactical game. One. But sometimes you're like, okay, I'm shooting. We got to do this. We got to get out of here. You're trying to find certain spots. You're flipping over cards, and all of a sudden, oh, now there's something there. It's really, really cool. I liked it a lot.
Agreed. Play Star Wars deck building game, which has some Star Realms, Hero Realms to it, where it's a 1v1. You're either the Rebel Alliance or the Empire, and you are playing cards to do damage to each other's bases and themselves. And the card row, what's interesting is like the good and bad guy cards, depending on what side you're on, are all mixed in. So you might have Han Solo and Darth Vader in the card row available, and you can actually attack cards that are in that card row and like take them out. So he's like, no, you don't get Obi-Wan Kenobi. Yeah. They're gone and stuff like that. So it's really interesting, like the way you balance, you know, where you divvy up your attacks and things like that. And you can put out like bases and starships and stuff like that, which kind of act like the Guardians and things that you would expect from like Star Realms or the you know, the ships and stuff like that. So it was fun. It was interesting. It's kind of like, you know, I just had to kind of adjust my expectation for this one because it's like sometimes like, oh, I'm gonna get Han Solo. You're like, that card is gone, never coming back. You're like, well, no more Han Solo, I guess. And that was kind of a bummer, but it's also a quick game, so it's just like, you know, play it again.
I thought it was good. People loved this game when it first came out. I was a little disappointed with it. I thought it was fine, honestly, but I'm also not a massive like Star Wars fan, so it's like, I thought it was good. Yeah, it was cool. Nothing crazy.
Crook, you know we out here all day.
I played Star Wars Rebellion.
I did. This is Star Wars in a box. Again, you are the Rebel Alliance or the Empire, and you are fighting for dominance of the galaxy far, far away. This game is super cool. Like, it's obviously very loved for a long time, and I finally got a chance to play it. I played just the base game, no expansion to start. We do have a copy that was gifted to us, and our buddy lent us his copy, which has the expansion, so we can probably, when we do a game house for it soon, we'll do the full deal, the expansion and all. And you are doing action selection stuff, playing cards, you know, kind of rewriting Star Wars. So it's like cool that like Kashyyyk for us was like a super central part. Like we were just fighting for control over Kashyyyk the whole time. It's like, well, that's cool because the main story is like that's a side part of the story, but now it's our main part.
It's like War of the Ring, where like you get to tell your own version of the story. Where you're like, oh, like Obi-Wan got captured and then got like interrogated.
Yeah,
and stuff.
No, for me, like Obi-Wan got captured and turned to the dark side. I was like, whoa, that is crazy. And then I very honored the story by destroying the Death Star with an X-Wing, boom, and I was like, that's just very satisfying. So I took Coruscant over. The rebels took it. Very fun, very, very fun.
I can't wait to play it.
It's really cool, and it's not super complicated.
Yeah,
honestly,
yeah, I know.
Just big.
We played Station Fall. We played this with a bunch of all the Charlie
Board Game Geek folks
over at Board Game Geek. This is a game that like we talked about a couple different times, where it's like I think this game is a masterpiece if you are into these kinds of games.
Yes.
I very much am not. This is a big the game where the station is going to explode. It's breaking down.
It's counting down to the moment.
Every single person has a different character. There are like 50 different characters. They all have different objectives. If you're the chimp, you want to get a briefcase and a gun and you want to get off. Right. If you are like the CEO, you want to live stream the whole thing and you just care if your dog gets off, but you don't need to. If you're the engineer, you're trying to explode the entire ship and you don't know who anyone is. You all have your own objectives. It's big, long,
it's
crazy. The company was great. I really didn't like the game because this is just not my kind of game, but I honest to God think this is a masterpiece if you're into these kinds of games. I am just not.
Yeah, I agree. It's a game where it's kind of a hot mess because there's so much stuff going on.
But that's the point.
They kind of threw everything at the wall, but it creates a super fun game experience, which it totally did for us. So even though it wasn't our game, I was like, you know what, man? That was a really fun experience. I'm super glad I had it. Yeah. In terms of just like nuts and bolts logistics of how the game plays, not my favorite thing. No. But man, it was not boring.
No, it sure was. It was wild.
In the slightest.
But Sunrise Lane is a new Knizia. Where you're building buildings in a very nice neighborhood.
Yeah, you are. You're playing out cards to put out buildings and things like that. And each kind of foundation spot is worth points. And you can play out like 2 blue cards at once to play a 2-story building onto a blue space. And if it was worth 3 points, now it's worth 3 times 2. You get 6 points. So it's another one where you're scoring points every single turn. And then at the end of the game, different quadrants have different scoring. 2 of them, you want to have the most houses. And the other 2 quadrants, you want to have the tallest houses. So you're kind of trying to build out that way for the end game. But it's just really fun to kind of, get cards or play cards. Get cards or play cards like Knizia does. Super simple mechanically.
Yeah, really fun though.
That, we just explained the entire game to you.
Yeah, real talk.
And you're trying to maximize.
We played Surfasaurus Max.
We did.
Wanted this game. This game was at Essen, and we got to play it at BGG fall. This game is great. This is a joint poker game about surfing dinosaurs because theme. Again, case in point, if you don't have a theme to your game, just make it weird and I will buy it.
Might as well.
This is a game where basically you're playing a card, you're playing out 2 cards, and you're going to play a card, everyone's playing a card, you play another card. You're basically trying to make the best joint poker hand. So if I play a 2, Mike plays a 3, Jill plays a 4, you basically end up having a straight, that's great. But then if someone plays a higher card to that straight, whoever's the bottom end of that straight gets knocked out. And so you're basically
not part of the best hand.
Trying to be part of the best poker hand from all the cards played, which is a really weird concept, but it works really, really well. It is so much fun.
It is really, really fun. We played it in an ideal circumstance where Eric Martin from Board Game Geek had brought this game over, had played it a bunch and really knew it. And so they were just really good at like tracking. So whenever someone played, okay, now the new best hand is a 4 4s. This means you're out and stuff. And so we were all like very able to pay attention to like where we were in the round. Like, are we in this thing or do we need to play a different card? It was so fun, so unique. The whole everyone's combining toward one poker hand, and when you're in, when you're out.
You win coconuts or
You win coconuts or half coconuts, depending on what happened. It's insane.
It's insane.
It is really, really good. I agree with Cosmic Beat. It needs to come to the Americas.
It's so
It's
good.
a really cool game. It's a legitimately. We put this on our anticipated Essen like as a joke because they're like, look at this thing, and it's legitimately awesome.
It's one of my favorite games of the year, honestly.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so fun. Played Sweet Mess. A couple of reminds. This is another kind of in that shy range where it's like a pretty simple game, but really pretty, really overproduced, and just has an appealing theme where you are making recipes and getting resources like chocolate and whipped cream and like fruit, things like that. You're constantly making messes as you go, which is going to put these other resources on different tables around. You're always going to be taking stuff from the tables. And you're basically trying to get the resources you need to fulfill these contracts, which are just going to be different cakes, pies, things like that, flans. Confectionery. And it's really, really good. It's really fun. There's an interesting, you can only take a certain amount of resources. How you store your resources is interesting because this spot on your resource board has to be all the same ingredient. This spot has to be pairs of ingredients.
This one has to be all different.
And the way you do that is really interesting because you have to pay attention to what you're getting for the recipes, but you also pay attention to what you can actually store. There's like ways to do kind of special things with these kind of tool cards. I really, really like this game. It's super pretty, got a great production, great theme, and it's just a blast.
Agreed.
I played Take 5 with Steve in chat. This is a game. This is one of those, again, kind of like Amigo card games, of which there are many, that just is good. This is a game where you have a hand of cards. You do not want points. The points are these bowls, because each of these cards are going to have bowls on them. And you're going to choose a card to play, and then everyone's going to flip over their cards, and then the lowest card is going to get played out first. And there's generally I think five stacks of cards, and they're going to be, so there's a 6 here, then the next one will be 7 and 8 and da-da-da, and then the next one's like 24, 25 after that. And you're basically putting the cards in this row, and then I believe once you get to if you're the person who puts the 6th card in that row, you then have to take those cards, which you don't want because they have the bowls on them. And then if it's ever like a double number, like a 22 or a 33, they have a lot more. And so you're basically trying to,
that's cool.
Because it's one of the things like if there's a 25 here, you go in order. So 26, 27, 28. So if I have the 28, I'm like, okay, I think I'm safe. But it turns out you played the 26, someone else played the 27, and then it goes boom, boom, and then I have to play the next card, and I have to take the whole thing. So often you're just like, oh my gosh, how am I not going to have to take a row of these cards? Yeah. It was really, really fun. I thought it was really cool. It's just one of those Amigo card games that is very, very good.
Little games, lots of fun.
Yeah, it was a good time. We played Twattensu, the Golden Age.
Yeah, an expansion. The Board and Dice typically does expansions which are modular, so you can add in any or parts of the expansion that you want or leave out other parts. This one also, I think, vastly kind of reconfigured the solo mode for Twattensu, which I'm never going to play with anyway.
It's already enormous,
This one added like these blended color workers and stuff because you're always putting down workers, and the color of worker you place matters. And so these ones have like ones that are split down the middle, so you can choose which color it is. There was new types of buildings you could build, a bunch of cool stuff, and we already really loved Twattensu, and this took it even higher up.
Even more stuff to play with.
Man, this is awesome. So really, really loved the base game, loved the expansion, and was not disappointed in the slightest.
Twattensu freaking rules. Yeah. We put the Ares Expedition, the Crisis expansion to Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition.
I completely forgot we did that.
Me too.
Wow.
I had to put it in afterwards because I was like, oh, that's right, we played that. We played the Crisis expansion, which makes Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition co-op, and you are essentially dealing with these crises that are happening, and you're basically trying to get through them while trying to you're trying to like de-terraform the planet, aren't you? Or
you start the game with a terraformed planet.
That's right.
Then things are happening that are undoing that, so you're trying to make sure it stays terraformed.
That's what it was.
Essentially.
It was really fun. I was very surprised at how much I enjoyed this. It's what I like about Terraforming Mars Ares Expedition, but now we get to work together, which I thought was really interesting, and it kind of makes you play certain cards that you maybe wouldn't play otherwise because you're like, oh, this is actually really useful in this situation here. I really, really liked it. I like Ares Expedition a lot, and this makes it co-op and fun.
Agreed.
But that's not a hat, Mikey.
Listen, some things are a hat. This is a hat. That's not a hat. Okay? That's a mouse. Okay? And the game is that literally you might have a card with a mouse on it and stuff, and you might have a frog and a strawberry and a skateboard and various things. And they're all face up to start. But then eventually things are going to start getting put face down and passed around the table, and you're gifting people with things on cards. You're like, here is this skateboard, here is this bucket, whatever it is. And there'll be times where as things start shifting around, everything's face down, you're going to forget where stuff is or even what stuff was at all. And you kind of then turn into bluffing where you're like, just got to say confidently, like, enjoy this frock. And then at some point, someone's going to be like, that's not a frock. And they flip it over, and if it is indeed a frock, whatever that is, that person takes a card, which is bad. Or if you get found out to have been lying about what you're gifting, you take the card and are closer to being eliminated. That's all it is. It's just a simple, stupid memory game that makes you laugh so hard because no one can track anything immediately every time. And it's very funny how quickly we all lose confidence in ourselves.
As Cosmic Pete in chat said, that's not a hat, it's a masterpiece for what it is. I totally agree. For what it is,
simple,
it's
so
a
many
masterpiece.
Laughs. Exactly, that's exactly. So simple, so many laughs. It's just, it's very fun.
It works so well. Mike, you played Three Sisters.
Did. I
kind of in that whole Fleet the Dice game era,
you know, of roll and writes, another beefy combo-tastic roll and write where you're going to be getting dice from a little rondelle of dice that are being placed out in groups, and you are going to be growing crops of beans, corn, and pumpkins, and working on kind of growing those and getting garden tools and stuff. And there's also a couple of beehives and a little orchard of trees. There's all sorts of stuff that you can work your way up and score. And as always with these types of games, there are many things where you get this thing, so now you get to circle in any bubble you want, which might trigger another bonus, and you're working your way down. So very fun, beefy.
One thing I realized that we missed is Motor City, which is like the next one. We played Motor City. It's in the same thing. Lots of combos. It's fun.
Really fun. Yeah.
So we played whatever the number is in this video. One more.
One more.
We played Tiger and Dragon.
We did.
Which is a two-player. Oh, not just a two-player. We played it two-player.
Yeah.
Although it feels like it's a two-player game, right?
Kind of, but I can see how it would work at higher player count games as well. This is a game where you're placing these tiles out, and there are blue and red tiles, and red ones are attack, blue are defense, and you are trying to, or no, are they? Wait, now I'm confused. Are the colors attack and defense?
I think so, yeah. Or maybe? I don't remember.
Doesn't matter. I don't think so.
There's attack tiles and
there's attack. There's basically wherever you place your tile, you are attacking with that. And someone has to play a higher number, I think, or the same number to defend themselves, and then they can play their own attack. You're basically trying to get rid of your tiles first. And so the thing that's kind of interesting is if there's numbers 1 through 8 on the tiles, and the 8 has 8 copies of it, and the 7 has 7 copies. So if you're playing a 7 or an 8, it's not a particularly good attack because if someone else has that same number, they defend it because they're using the same move to defend. Right. So you want to kind of control what attacks you're doing using those lower numbers, which are going to have fewer copies of. And if I have both 2s, I know I can play a 2, and Nick cannot match it, and therefore cannot defend it. So I can then play again. So you're trying to do these things where you sequence your tiles that you play in order to get rid of your tiles first.
It's really fun. Really, really fun game. You're playing like different arenas each time, so they have slightly different rules. It's very, very fun.
It is very fun.
I played Tigers and Euphrates.
Oh, that's right.
My friend Tara. This is another classic Reiner Knizia game. I played it on BGA. I don't quite remember what you're doing. You are kind of expanding out, and you're basically making groups of colors. And then as you the game is all about combining groups of stuff. So I have this big whole group of my stuff, and then if it ever combines with this, they essentially combine, and then you have to see who's winning in these different colors. So like red, who has more red now in this group, me or you? And then if I have more, I kick you out and stuff like that. So it's all about strategically combining stuff. You're like, oh, I need to build this up a little bit, and then I'll combine and I'll kick them out. There's all this different stuff you can do. And I was like, oh yeah, I get why people really like these. There's like this, Yellow and Yangtze, a lot of these kinds of games by Knizia. And it was really, really good. It was on BGA, so it was kind of hard. I wasn't entirely sure what was going on at first. But then I was like, oh, okay, I kind of see what's happening. I'm like, oh, I get why people really like these games. It was very good. And I want to play it again. I want to play the other versions of this game as well, like Yellow and Yangtze and stuff like that. Because I was like, oh yeah, this is good. I see why this is a classic.
It is a classic for a reason.
Hey, Tobago.
We did. We played it on Board Game Arena, which is the best way to play it because it does a lot of automation of things that are annoying to do in real life. This is a game where you're playing out cards, you're looking for treasures and stuff, and the cards are going to give kind of like rules that the treasure follows. So it might be like the treasure is next to a palm tree. Okay, well now you know that any space next to a palm tree could have the treasure, but anything that's not next to a palm tree definitely doesn't. It can be like, oh, it's in the jungle, or it's adjacent to the ocean, all sorts of things, and then eventually you'll play enough cards that it'll narrowed down the possibilities to one space, saying like it can really only be here because that's the only thing that satisfies all the cards, and you're racing to go pick up that treasure.
Yeah.
Really interesting kind of idea for a game where
you're choosing where it goes.
You are choosing selectively and strategically where the treasure does in fact exist, and it doesn't actually exist in a spot until enough rules come out that limit it to one space. And the reason it's easier on Board Game Arena is you basically put out cubes for like places where the treasure could be, and that's just laborsome to do in real life.
And it's really easy to miss a place.
It's very easy to miss a place and stuff, and so things can get just kind of messed up. But on BGA, it just takes care of that for you and does it automatically, which is very nice.
That's one of those games that this is better digitally. It's just better digitally.
Just works better. Great game.
We played Too Many Bones Unbreakable. This is the newest version of Too Many Bones that has lava and stuff. We played this for Chip Theory Games. And it was kind of nice because it kind of got us to play Too Many Bones many times in succession, which I think made us appreciate the game more, because Too Many Bones is very much a lifestyle game. And only one play, especially if that one play you kind of get like hosed because it can be kind of swingy.
Very much so.
It can really ruin it for you, and having to play it, because we had to play it a bunch of different times to like learn our characters and stuff, really was like, oh yeah, I get why people love this game, and I really like it. This is a game where you have a gear lock, and you're going to try to find this tyrant, and you're going through these different scenarios, and these essentially a bunch of different battles. And you're leveling your person up. Every gear lock plays very differently. You have a whole skill tree you're going up. It's really, really fun. I like this version. The gear locks we had were cool. This one's got a bunch of like lava stuff in it. But it's still Too Many Bones, and all Too Many Bones you can mix and match with whatever, and I'm really excited to kind of dive more and more into Too Many Bones, because I'm now kind of like, oh, I think I like it, and that's bad because there's a lot of Too Many Bones.
Or good, I don't know.
Yeah, so I like it. I really like it a lot. But this is the newest version. It was cool.
I completely agree with what you said. I concur.
You played Trajan.
I played Trajan for the first time in a very long time. Which is why it's in the new, because it's effectively new. And I showed it to a buddy and stuff. And this is another kind of Mancala game where you're going to pick up these little cylinders and drop them off, and wherever you land on, ultimately, I think is the action that you choose or something like that. And you're trying to get the right kind of combination of colors to complete these Trajan tiles, which will give you like bonus things or bonus points and stuff like that. So it's just one that is super puzzly in different ways. Like the actions you can take, like you can do kind of like a military action, put little legionnaires out on the board, or move your general around to kind of trigger these bonus things. You can do construction or put votes in the Senate. Rome, Greece,
give this game
whatever
a theme, I would love it.
A little bit is kind of like dulled by its theme now. When I played it again, I was like, yeah,
it's just so generic.
Sort of generic,
it's just like
and point
such
salad-y.
generic Rome stuff.
Yeah, so it's like, I was like, I don't know like how much I love this, and it's puzzly to the point where it hurts my brain. But I'm not drawn in enough by the theme to like maybe necessarily want to go into that all the time. I'm not getting rid of it, but yeah, it was enjoyable. I was just like, I think I'm more with you on the like, I wish I had a retheme now. It didn't used to bother me as much.
Anything would be great.
But yeah, seven-felled point salad goodness.
You know? Played Trekking Through History. This is the next of the trekking games, although this one is very, very different than Trekking Through the World and Trekking Through National Parks.
Yes.
This one, you're trekking through time.
What's up, Hot Skull? We'll start over after this one. We'll go back to the beginning.
You are trekking through time, and you're getting cards, and you're like, essentially, you have like 12 hours to go to all these different time periods. And you're getting these cards.
Tourism, you know?
Yeah, you're getting these cards with these resources, and you want cards in order. So if you want it like, year 5, the next one you want to be like year 10. You don't want to jump all the way to the 1500s because you can't go backwards.
You can't ever go backward, yeah.
If you ever go backwards, that ends your day, which means that ends that trip, and then you have to start a whole new trip. And so you want to go, not necessarily in perfect chronological order, but you don't want to do these huge jumps unless it's really, really worth it for you.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, these cards are going to give you these symbols, which you're essentially building out on this, like, I don't know what it is, but it's like essentially a bunch of different tracks that you're trying to fill in.
Itinerary.
Yeah, it's something you're trying to do.
Yeah.
It's really, really fun. It's tough to try and get the things that you need. You want to be able to afford them. You want to get your itinerary, but you also don't want to jump too far ahead in time. It's all real stuff that happened in time. So you're like, oh, now we're going to see the gladiators fighting Rome or whatever. Now we're going to see the Great Wall being made and all this kind of stuff. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, it's a really cool game. It's very colorful, very beautiful, great art. And it has this kind of patchwork thing where if you're further behind, basically you've spent less time in your day, you get to take turns until you're further ahead. Yeah, it's just really fun.
Really
good.
Good
collection of good stuff.
Yeah,
I like this game a lot.
Blast. Really good. Played Tribes of the Wind.
We did.
This is by La Bontejou. This is a game where you are kind of a post-apocalyptic game. You're kind of like replanting the forest in this kind of like desolate wasteland.
Yeah.
That's got all its pollution, so you're trying to get the pollution out. You're trying to put tiles down, which are going to be new forests. You're then trying to build villages and up in those forests because everything's up there. But it's cool because all the cards that you play, every card's going to have requirements. Those requirements might be like you need to have at least 2 water cards in your hand. There's water, air, fire, earth. Sometimes, though, it'll depend on what your neighbors have, the person you're right and to your left. And you're never, like, using their cards. You're just like, oh, if you have less fire than one of your neighbors, you can do this thing. But if you have less fire than both of your neighbors, you get this more powerful version of that. And you're basically trying to put out villages. You're put out these, like, temples and stuff, trying to have a certain pattern of colors of trees. It's really, really fun. I just played this again and with Paul, and Paul like really loved it. And I was like, oh, that's right. I freaking love Tribes of the Wind. I think it's really,
cool.
really fun. I love any game where it really matters what your neighbors are doing, and it's really, really cool.
Completely agree. Nice little race game. Played
Twa.
Had a great time.
Not really. This game, the company was fine. The game I did not like at all.
Admittedly, when they finished, like that was the weirdest game of all time.
Yeah, this is a game where like you're rolling out dice, and it's one of those games where no matter what player count you're playing, you're always kind of playing a full 4-player game.
Right.
But like kind of like the neutral player gets whatever's left over. And this is one of those games where it was weird. Like this game is all about like using each other's dice, because when you use each other's dice, you have to give them money and stuff. So there's always a free-flowing amount of money, basically. And that's a big part of the game. And the way the dice and everything rolled out in this game, no one was doing that because the neutral player had all of the good dice. And when you pay the neutral player, it just goes to the bank, which means it's gone. It's not
so
still
money goes
in
out
the
of
world.
the economy.
So no one had any money, and it was like at the end of the game, everyone was like, that was the weirdest game of Twa I've ever played. And it was a very, again, the company was very nice. The game itself, it was a really bad first Twa experience, so I do want to try it again. But even then, I didn't really love the game, so I'm curious with a better play how much I'll enjoy it. I'm not convinced I'm going to love it anyway, but it was still a very weird, very, very weird game.
Yeah.
And I know that it was an anomaly, this one we had, so I do need to try it again. But as of right now, I am about 2 thumbs down on Twa.
Hate to see it.
What are you going to do?
Hate to see it.
Play some Ultimate Railroads, Mikey.
We'd played Russian Railroads before, and I picked up Ultimate Railroads on a super sale.
God, we gotta play more of this.
I know, because this has Russian Railroads in it, and then all the basically expansions.
all the other ones.
There's German Railroads and American Railroads and all sorts of stuff, all in the same box. This is we've only played the Russian Railroads version of this game, but it's a super ramped up worker placement game where you're going to place out workers and stuff to basically develop rails. And as you develop rails, you can develop better, more highly valuable rails, and you can get locomotives and stuff that can go certain distances down those rails, and they're kind of the more higher tier rails you put on there, they're kind of point multipliers. So for every space you do, if it's the green, it's like 4 points or something. So from round 1 to 5 or whatever it is, you're going to really kind of keep building up and get more and more valuable rounds. And you kind of go, the first round you might get like 8 points, and the last round you might get like 120. It's like crazy.
It's pretty wild.
The ramp up that's possible. And you're getting engineers, which are kind of specialists and stuff each round, and things like that. So I'm really excited to try out the different versions to see like how they change up the game, because I know it's pretty pretty different.
Yeah.
So Ultimate Railroads, I'm just excited because we love Russian Railroads, and I want to try all the different versions.
Yeah, indeed. All right, I played Union Station. This is a little Cube Rail game. It's kind of like a My First Cube Rail kind of game. Yeah.
Yeah, and I backed it because it's from I think it's New Mill Studios, who does like these little independent print runs of their games via crowdfunding. I think they do them like on Game Crafter and stuff, and so I wanted to support. And I've always wanted to try a Cube Rail game, and we finally played it. And it is a very simplified, even for a Cube Rail game, which is a simple kind of economic game. This one, you can get stocks in company, you can play some rail, or sell stocks. I think are the 3 types of actions you can do. It's very kind of straightforward. And you're going to go out and build connections between different cities, which will then kind of increase the value of that company's stocks. And then when you pay dividends, depending on how many stocks you have in a certain company, you'll get money and things like that. You just want to have the most money. It was really, really fun.
I really liked it.
Very quick.
Small.
Very small. Yeah, like the board's like this big and stuff. I really enjoyed that. So I was like, when we finally played, I was like, cool, man. I'm really glad that I got that because like it's fun and quick and kind of what I was hoping for. Simple little make some money game.
Yeah, it was great. It was a good little intro to Cube-Rail game.
Evan says, man, I bet there's so many games that start with X and Z coming up.
We are near the end here, fam. Unmatched Tales of May. Someone asked about this earlier. We're here about 2 hours later. But Unmatched Tales of May, this is the cooperative version of Unmatched, where you're going against a big bad, a cryptid like the Martian Invader or Mothman, and they're going to have a couple minions with him, like a giant ant and the Chupacabra, or maybe not, but Jersey Devil's there, I think.
Yeah, different minions.
Different stuff. And you are playing Unmatched. Your kind of game of match is pretty darn similar, where you're just moving around trying to attack the minions and or the big boss. And but you're kind of working together because it's cooperative. And then each boss is going to have certain things. They have their own board. So if the Mothman is trying to destroy these 4 bridges, if they destroy the 4 bridges, you lose. If you both die, you lose. The Martian is trying to like take over these various cornfields and stuff. And they play pretty differently. And it's super, super fun. But the thing that really made the game for us was the minions. Because there's like 6 or 8 of them in the game. And they really changed the game because all the minions also work differently.
Yeah.
And they really, really changed up the game. And then the 4 new characters you got were super cool. You can also use any Unmatched characters in Tale to Amaze.
Any character aside from Black Panther, maybe. Like there's like 1 or 2 that aren't compatible.
Just don't really work. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they say like, and you can also take these 4 characters and just play them in Unmatched. I am so excited for more of this because I'm like, man, this changed the game up so much. It was so cool. You can also now play Unmatched solo, which is cool because before you couldn't because it's a 1v1 game. It's just so darn good. I really, really liked it. The art was cool. The characters were super cool. And it's co-op. I'm here for it.
Yeah, and just like, again, that cross-compatibility with the Unmatched sets and then now this, and it's such a smart thing. It's like, take these 4 characters and just play standard and match. I'm like, y'all, with this, you have hit it so hard.
I can't. You can go so many realms with this too. Even if you just stick to cryptids,
forget it.
And it's just like, man, yeah, right. This is gonna be cool. I'm so excited for more of this.
Can't wait.
We've played Unmatched Teen Spirit,
yes, we did.
which has a Ms. Marvel, Squirrel Girl, and then Cloak and Dagger. We did a playthrough of this one. The characters are cool. Ms. Marvel was really, really cool because she's all stretchy and stuff. Cloak and Dagger are actually very similar to the set we made, although we made them independently and had not played them. We actually kind of have some similar, so get wrecked, Restoration Games. And then Squirrel Girl has her little squirrels. It's a good set. More Marvel stuff, more Unmatched. It's great because Unmatched is great.
It's always good. I played Valbara. I played this on Board Game Arena with a few people, and it's a set collection-ish kind of game. It's kind of got like some Libertalia to it, where you're playing out kind of these character cards that will dictate your sort of like initiative and the thing that you do. It's one that I was kind of, again, clicking around like, I don't know really what's going on. But you're collecting these like landscape cards and stuff that are going to have different ways of scoring, and it was fun. It was cool art and stuff.
Yeah, it looks
I'd happily
great.
play it again.
The art's beautiful. We played Vagrant Song, which is a game we had definitely been interested in. We played Vagrant Song and Vagrant Song, the Encore expansion, which is out on Kickstarter. Yep. This is a campaign game where you are like heroes and you're going against a haunt, this kind of ghost in this like haunted train car. All the haunts are a different scenario. They all play differently. They all have different stuff that they do. Everyone's character is different, and you can kind of upgrade your character as you go. It's really cool. The world, the art is like so freaking cool. It's just awesome. You're basically trying to bring these haunts, bring them back their humanity so they kind of like rest in peace kind of thing.
Yep.
And they all work differently. The first one you played was like, had like all these like big crazy bouncing bombs where the bombs were like bouncing all over the place.
Nuts.
Absolutely insane. It's really, really fun. It's still a dice chucker, so there are some times where like you can just get hosed by the dice, which is the only problem with it. Especially because you
it's
want
just the
to
nature
roll,
of these games.
Yeah, you want to roll 6s because when you roll a 6,
boom,
it's kind of like exploding dice. You get to roll another die, and we just never. I played this game 3 times. I rolled 2 6s
in 3 games, which seems mathematically impossible.
But it happens. So Vagrant Song is a really cool game. Tons of different scenarios. It's a really cool world, and I'm excited to explore more.
Yeah.
Played Velamino or
Velanimo. I think it's like Geronimo. This is a card-playing game.
It's like a ladder climbing game, yeah.
It's a ladder, kind of card-shedding, ladder climbing game where you are trying to play cards, or some mix of cards that are going to be higher than what was played before you, kind of like Scout, where, you know, the last card was 13 or something like that. You are going to try to beat it, but you can do this by playing combinations of cards. You can either play a run of cards, so like 1, 2, 3 or whatever, or you can play a set of like 3 1s or whatever
You can play
it is.
all the cards are the same color.
Sorry,
or
color.
all cards are the same number.
Sorry, color or number. So if you play the 3 cards of the same color, whatever the amount of cards you're playing is going to set the 10 value.
Yeah.
So if I have 3 cards, it's going to be 30 something. If I'm playing all the same color, whatever number is the lowest will set the single digit number. So if I have a 4 as my lowest number, I now have played 34 by playing 3 cards, lowest is a 4. If you play all the same number, it's going to be the same kind of thing where if I had 3 4s, I'd have 34 because 3 cards and 4 is the number. And you were trying to play a higher number than the card or cards that were played before to try to get rid of all of your cards.
Yeah.
There's also single cards that have like 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50 and stuff. So you kind of have these like little bam to throw down to try to beat out the other person. Ones help you steal cards from another, or I should say you're exchanging.
Yeah.
You're exchanging cards to kind of get a more advantageous hand. It's super fun. I just love the style of like how you determine what number you have.
Yeah, because if you have like a lot of the same number and a lot of the same color, oh god, do I use this card for its number or its color? And it's a really interesting choice, and you're just trying to shed your cards. It's so much fun. I played this card a couple different times this year, and it's insanely fun. To the point where, like, on our way back from BGG Con, where Mike got to play for the first time, we just bought it.
Yep.
You ordered online, so it got here when we got home, and so did Starla from our Fan Plays Games.
Yeah.
They bought it on their way home because they liked it so much. I love Volumino. I think it's
really
incredibly
fun.
good.
It's really, really fun.
All right, we played Verdant, I guess for the first time this year. It must have been very early this year.
It was very early. We played it on my for my birthday. We did a game day, and I played Verdant there.
That's
We've been hanging on to it for a little while. So this is a game kind of in the line of Cascadia. There you go. Calico, Verdant, where it is you're drafting a token and in this case, card combo, and the cards are either going to be rooms, which you can adorn with like pets and furniture and stuff like that, or plants, house plants, which are going to require certain amounts of light, either be in full sunlight, half light, no light, things like that. And you're building a checkerboard style where every plant card needs to have room cards adjacent to it and vice versa. And you're trying to kind of build out the most synergistic tableau in front of you as you can, because every time you make a match where it's like, hey, this plant wants half light and this room here has half light, you get to put I think a verdancy or like a little growth token to say like, hey, this plant's like killing it right now. And you can do stuff like that. So it's kind of lands in between Cascadia and Calico in terms of like difficulty of puzzle.
And it's so good.
How brain burning it is, and it's really, really solid.
Yeah, I really like this. Might be my favorite. We don't play it as much as like we play Cascadia, but in terms of like how much I enjoy it, I might enjoy this one the most. It's really, really good. Yeah, Verdant's a banger. You played Vindication?
I did. It's a big old Euro game that's masked as a different kind of game, but it's like there's like monsters to fight and different stuff, but it's all just like worker placement stuff. It's just Euro stuff. So it's like, basically this deals with kind of color similar like we're talking about Scholars of the South Tigris, where there are kind of the 3 primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, and then the kind of mixed colors, which will be the kind of more potent actions, which will be like fighting monsters, doing quests and stuff like that. And you're trying to vindicate yourself. For some reason, you're just a terrible person. You're trying to become a better person. The theme is super weird to me, if I'm honest. The game is interesting, but the theme is like, I'm like, what? And it doesn't shine through at all to me. I'm like,
weird. Hey man, I don't know.
What? I think it's like there's a bag where you're pulling tiles out of something. It's called the scumbag because you're a scumbag. And I think they literally were like, get it? It's a bag, scumbag. And they built the theme around that. So it's weird, but I'm like, but it's a good game.
Yeah,
And you're activating tiles by moving a piece around. There's basically, you'll be adjacent to tiles. You're activating those tiles to gain resources, move your people around the edge of the board, which is how you do that color blending to then do those bigger, better actions and stuff. It's a really cool game. The theme is just super weird to me.
Yeah.
And confusing.
Cool. We played Viral again for the first time in a very long time.
Got it back, baby.
We got it back. We got to play this at BGG Con. This is a
So it says Vindication rocks. Careful here, Mike. I don't disagree. Sorry to interrupt you. I don't disagree, but you have to agree the theme makes no sense at all.
This theme is great.
I don't care.
Well, actually, this theme's kind of too on the nose now, but nonetheless, this is a game. This is a area control game in a body, and you are various viruses trying to control the various organs of the body.
You want to be you want your virus around, no other viruses.
Yeah,
And
you're playing these cards. These cards will allow you to put more of your viruses out, move your viruses around through the bloodstream, and you do have to go through the bloodstream, so you can't just go to any organ you want. You have to follow how the bloodstream goes. You can fight other viruses, get them out of there. There's going to be events that happen. The doctors are constantly trying to research you, so at one point you can get fully researched and get like wiped out of the body. Yeah. It's really, really fun. It's got a very odd theme, but it's, again, nowadays, like COVID stuff, it's a little less fun. But I still really like the game. I think it's very, very unique the way it works, and it's just really, really fun. We just got it back, and I'm really excited about that, actually.
It's really awesome.
We played The Witcher.
Path of Destiny. Pod. This is a card-playing game, very light game, where you are playing cards, which will basically give you resources in these different areas, like fighting and I don't know, charm, negotiation, or whatever. And because you're going to be basically going into different chapters of a story.
Yeah.
And depending on collectively between all players, whatever resource is the most prevalent, you're going to be leaning maybe that direction toward like, do you want to fight these guards or do you want to talk them out of it and stuff? Is if we go for a lot of fighting stuff, it's like, okay, as a party, we are now fighting and doing this, which will take you to a different part of the story. So you're kind of playing through branching storylines and drafting and playing out these cards. In ultimately a very kind of light way. There's kind of set collection-y elements with the cards and stuff, but it's sort of like a, hey, as a group here, we're all playing individually. How do we want to drive the story? And the more things that you kind of played that matched the direction of the story that you went, the more points you get. And if you played resources that don't match the story, you get XP, which helps you kind of level up some things like that. So it was actually kind of a cool game. It's very light, especially compared to like The Witcher Old World, which is much beefier than this. This was a very kind of like approachable, sort of choose your own adventure almost game.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
We played Votes for Women. This is kind of a,
it gets so bad.
I know, me too. It gets kind of touted as a war game. It's not really a war game. It's more of an area majority game.
Yeah, it's an area influence and control game, but it's got the kind of like look and stylings of a war game. And in that whole way that you're playing these cards, kind of like Twilight Struggle
it's
and other
event-based.
ones that are event-based, that are real world events that happened. And you are playing, if you're playing a two-player game opposed to each other, one is the opposition who do not want women to have the right to vote, aka the bad guys. And then suffragists who wanted women to have a chance to vote. And you are trying to get enough states to sign on for this idea and then ratify a women's right to vote, which is really cool because you're playing, again, events and stuff as you move through eras and things that were real events, and you're taking action points to move around, put your supporters out in the states and stuff. They're getting out there, talking it up, and things like that. And I think it's just super cool. And ultimately, kind of like, it's not too difficult mechanically.
No, it's pretty simple.
Pretty approachable.
Yeah, and you can play this game co-op as well. You can also play it solo. It's very good both ways. But it's interesting because a lot of the games, a lot of your best on either side, a lot of your best like cards have a drawback because, like, if you play like the Southern strategy as a suffragist, it's like, yeah, you were able to do good stuff. That essentially allows the opposition to play one of their cards. It basically says, like, if this card has been played, you now can play this card. And it's, which again, all these things were true. And so it's a very interesting back and forth where a lot of times you're like, well, I want to play this card, but like, this might be bad for me in the end. And so it's very, very interesting. It's very, very cool. The theme is awesome. And it's, again, it's kind of a, not light game, but it's a good entry level into these kind of event-based war games.
Exactly. It's like, I think this is a good way to kind of hop into these.
It's really cool.
And
it's got like, it's got a good look to it. It's got good components. It's
Love
really,
the look
really
of
cool.
It. There's all sorts of like historical documents and things from the time and newspaper clippings. It's just a really cool production.
Fascinating, yeah. Mike, you played War Chest.
I did. I played with Atlas there in chat. He was talking about vindication, saying that you're just trying to vindicate yourself, saying you were right to be a jerk. Still a super weird theme that I don't understand at all. It's the weirdest theme of all time. War Chest is an abstract game where you're placing out these little chips that you can see that have these different icons and stuff, and that's representing the type of troop that they are, and they have different ways that they move, different ways that they attack, and you are trying to control certain areas on the map that are kind of victory point zones, and if you're holding at the end of the round, you score a point for each of that, and I think you're trying to get to like 6 points first or something like that. And it's really interesting because it's all kind of historical based, where you can either just like draft out 4 types of units to play as, or you can be like, these were like the Scots, and these 4 units are sort of like representative of like the types
kind of cool.
So it's like, it's kind of interesting in that way, and there's a bunch of expansions and stuff.
A couple of them,
It's one that's really loved by people, and I totally understand how it is. It's just kind of interesting that, like, oh man, this is like a cavalry unit and stuff, or this is range. They can actually hit from 2 spaces away, and Jimmy is much better than me at it. I did very poorly, if I remember correctly. I just couldn't do anything. But yeah, it's just like a cool game, and I love, again, the historicals. Like, you want to play as like this army and stuff, and like these are these chips.
Sure.
I was like, that's cool. There's a lot to explore there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was actually a really neat game.
Played Weather Machine.
We did.
This is another big Vitalicerda game, and this is a game where you, Dr. Lateef, I believe was his name, built this big crazy weather machine, but it had all these big ramifications.
Go
Now the government's come in and said, hey, we need to fix this because the only way to fix all this bad crap that's happening from the machine is to use the machine to do it. And so you're basically trying to just mess with the weather, which again has ramifications, and you're building out, you have like these robots, and you're like building out all these machines and like getting government funding, all this stuff. It's kind of a weird one. The theme is fun. It's got such a cool look. This was definitely our least favorite of the Lacerdas that we played. I do want to play it again. I do think this is one of those games where, like, one, I don't think it's going to be very good at 2. And then 2, which means it's just not going to get played very much, let's be completely honest. And then 2, I think, like a lot of Lacerda games, you need a couple plays. Like, I really didn't like Kanban the first time we played it. Yeah. It took a couple to like, oh, now I'm getting how to work this engine.
Big old games. It's just part and parcel with
so I really want to try this one a couple more times, but we're just going to have to sit down and do it. But also, I don't know how great it's going to be at 2. But I did enjoy it, but it was definitely my least favorite of the Lacerda games.
It just felt like I wasn't getting a lot done. Like, maybe it's that thing of like, you need to be a lot more efficient than you are, buddy. And I'm like, I'm trying.
Yeah.
Bobby says, love it. Love war chess. You are recreating famous battles and stuff. Also love my first few plays of General Orders. I really want to try that one.
Yeah. We played Western Legends Showdown. This is like a 2-player trick-taking
micro game of Western Legends.
That set in the Western Legends universe, weirdly enough. And so this is a game where there's like 3 different locations out, and those locations have different rules, and you are playing cards out to like the sides of the location, trying to essentially win the location.
You're trying to like meet their strength threshold, like collectively from cards that are played there. One might need a total value of 9 and stuff.
Yeah, or want certain cards on there. And the cards do different stuff. They might allow you to move cards around and stuff. It was cool. I liked it. The one thing that's kind of weird, though, is like when you win a location, there's a bunch of different locations. You only play with 3. When you win a location, all the cards there go away. But the location, you would think the location then also goes away and a new location comes out. But it doesn't. It just stays there. And I'm like, I want to play with the house rule of like, no, they should switch out. It was kind of weird. The game was fine. It wasn't like outstanding, but it was good.
Yeah, it was just like neat that I made like a little micro game out of it. It was like, all right, cool. Like, wasn't our favorite, but neat.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
All right, Mikey, White Castle, favorite game of the year.
White Castle, board game of the year for us. Our favorite game we played last year. It's a combo-tastic resource management game set in Japan at the White Castle Magic Castle. And you are dice drafting. You're placing 3 dice per round. You're playing 3 rounds, 9 turns total. And you're placing out a dice into either on your player board or into the castle to make use of any actions that match the color of the die that you just placed. And certain ones are going to be like kind of these light banner backgrounds, which are going to be giving you resources and things like that. Other ones are going to be kind of using those resources to do the 3 main actions of the game, which is going to be putting courtiers into the castle, putting warriors out into the training fields, or gardeners out into the gardens and stuff. And they all do different things that typically will combo together into other actions and gaining resources. And you're just trying to extract as much board game as possible from every single turn you play. And it's very delicious and fun to do so.
Yeah, indeed. Delicious, just like the White Castle burger joint.
Yeah. Atlas, I will be honest, this is our number 1 because of Harold and Kumar.
Indeed.
Go to White Castle, but I won't apologize for that.
We played Wild Gardens, which is a game where you are foraging various forageables and then making delicious meals for visitors who are coming through.
Forage-made meals.
So you're moving your forager, moving around kind of rondel style, landing on places, getting resources that are around that space, and then going to picnic tables to then turn those into recipes to then serve to these people who they want them. It's a really cute game. It's a pretty light game in terms of like the strategy's there, but like it's not very rules heavy. But it's gorgeous, and I like the theme. You're just going around foraging, and you're getting lovely stuff. The art is like absolutely beautiful. You're making again these delicious treats that make you very hungry because they look great.
They look great.
It's really good. I liked it a lot. This was on Kickstarter last year, so I'm sure it'll be coming out this year at some point.
Yeah, I think so.
But it was very good. And Bobby, yes, White Castle is very good at 2.
Fantastic too.
I played Wine the Film.
Yes, you did.
This is now called Photograph, which is on its way to us, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Shout out to Dwayne from Black Board Gaming, who was going to get it to us. We haven't seen Dwayne in a while, and so Dwayne's like, I'm just going to ship it to you. I was like, all right,
that's awesome.
Check out Black Board Gaming. It's an outstanding channel.
Y'all.
Dwayne and Alicia are amazing. So this is Wine the Film. This is a game where you are getting a hand of cards, and you're constantly going to be winding the film, which means you're going to take like one card. You're basically playing
move it back, right? And you're
because you're playing out cards, and the card that you're playing has to be ascending or descending. So if you have an 8, you need to go like 9, 10, things like that, or 7. And essentially every card you can play, I think, up to 3 values ahead of that. So if you have an 8, you can either play a 9, 10, or 11 ahead of that. So you don't have to go exactly, but you're only ever playing the rightmost card in your hand. So every turn you can choose to wind the film, which means you take one card and you can move it all the way to the left, I believe. And then you'll play that card out. And so you're basically trying to get these runs of different colors of cards, because there's like gray, green, blue, I think. And then again, you're always going ascending or descending. So it's all about drafting these cards out and getting cards from the general center of the table and getting them and then putting them in your hand and then winding the film strategically so that you can put out a card that you can kind of keep playing. It's really, really fun. I liked it a lot. Dwayne absolutely destroyed us all. But and Alicia was literally just like, she was on the other side of the table, and I was like, I don't know am I doing this right or wrong? She kept coming over. Eventually, she just sat next to me. It was just like, just telling me what to do the whole time. It was so much fun. We played at Gen Con. I really like Wind the Film. It's called Photograph. It's by Matago, I think, now.
Yeah, same game.
I would love to get this version, but Photograph is much easier to get. But nonetheless, Wind the Film or Photograph is, I think you're really going to like it. It's stupid fun.
I really can't wait to try it.
It is so good.
That sounds so awesome.
I can play Wizards of the Grimoire.
Wizards of the Grimoire. It's a card dueling game where you're trying to out-duel your opponent wizard to be the new Grimoire, the new keeper, the head wizard or whatever it is, and you're doing this through fighting, and you're playing out up to 5 of these spell cards out in front of you, and they are different. There's like red cards, which are more attacky and doing damage, green cards, which they help defend yourself, and then purple cards, which will mitigate. Basically, each card, as we talked about many times, has a cooldown to it where you're going to put a certain amount of mana cards on top of that, and you can only do that spell again once all of the mana comes off that card. So you can do the purple ones will help you mitigate stuff like that, so you can use your high-powered spells more often. It's a really interesting, kind of fun card dueling game. There's just so many of them now, and this was another one was like, wow, this is actually really solid. Like, you kind of think like, we must have done all the types of these games. You're like, now this one, again, that cooldown was just really interesting, and how you kind of manage that, and then playing out your mana cards have power values on the side, which only matter if you're kind of playing those out for attacks. Otherwise, they're put face down onto your cards, but you can kind of remember where things are. And again, some of those cards will allow you to flip them over, then use them as attacks. A lot of cool ways to kind of build out a little synergistic tableau for yourself.
It was good. Mike, you played Walk Stars?
I did. We're still in the dub. I can't believe it. I did play Walk Stars.
There's only a couple more, folks.
Was an interesting real-time game where you were making recipes for customers coming into your restaurant. And it was just chaotic and just like too hard. It was just really difficult and punishing, where basically if you lose one round, you're never going to recover, almost seemingly. So that was just something that I was like, this just is not great. Because like certain things were like, I'm the only one who can make this kind of recipe, and we need to make sure we have ingredients. So it kind of does some stuff that like Kitchen Rush does, but games like Kitchen Rush or Rush MD are those real-time games that I would prefer over this one. Right. It was just so difficult, and if you get behind, you're done. Tough. So yeah, I didn't love it.
I think this is the last one, Mikey. World Wonders.
World Wonders, a tile-laying game from Arcane Wonders where you are... weirdly, the World Wonders are not like the main
part of the game. It's the only thing I don't like about the game. It just makes no sense to me.
But you are playing out these roads, these tiles, which are pathways or roads, and then adjacent to those pathways, you can play out your building tiles, and your building tiles will be in different colors, and you have money each round that you can spend to purchase these tiles to then play out. And then if you play out the right kind of combination of roads and color buildings and stuff like that, you might be able to then claim a wonder and play it out, which might be like the Roman Colosseum or the Pyramids of Giza and stuff like that, which are mostly useful for, they give you 1 point. It's a low-scoring game. They give you a point, so it's not useless at all, but no, you get that, and it kind of just covers up more of your board.
Which is also good.
Which is also good, but it was a thing where like, the World Wonders are like, you could, I don't think you truly can, but you could, in theory, not get
I think you might be able to.
And probably like still win the game. You're like, that's weird given the title.
Yeah.
It's World Wonders, and you're like, yeah, you can kind of take the World Wonders or leave them. And
it was a good game, but it was odd in that way, where it felt like the World Wonders should be way more impactful. But
they announced an expansion. I'm hoping the expansion puts the World Wonders a little more front and center, because that was the only thing that I was just like, this is odd, given its name.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
fam.
new games.
All right.
We did it.
Give up a stretch a little bit. Okay, y'all, we're going to
Stretch.
go through these old games fast.
We're going through this fast.
Oh my gosh, my back. Okay, so now that was all the new games. Now we're gonna go through the old games we've played before.
Activate the hips.
Activate the hips.
Activate the hips.
We're gonna go through these, and we're gonna go through them fast, like a couple seconds each, because we've heard
Lickety
talk about these
split.
games before. So
Someone was taking a look, and we were averaging like 1 game per minute. I'm like, that's a good pace to keep.
for this long, yeah.
That's a good pace. That's some.
All right, under 6 hours for the new
Endurance.
games, new record.
Let's go.
And a bad record mostly,
record.
but yeah.
Yeah, but it's a record.
All right, Mikey, we played an acronym. You played an acronym.
I've been playing a butt ton of it. It's super good. I've been playing on Board Game Arena. I really love it a lot. It's so good.
I really want to try it again.
You will because it's in the top 100. So.
Played Architects of the West Kingdom. We played through all the Tome Saga, actually.
Super good. Got great expansions. Highly
Yeah, it's a worker
recommend.
investment game. I like that. It's really good. It's my second favorite of the West Kingdom games.
Jimmy says, I'm expecting that we didn't start the fire. So we didn't start the fire. Bandito, as you talked about, Bandito, really good, fun co-op, just kind of like
So simple,
chaos
so
and stuff,
easy,
so simple.
impossible to win. It's just great. It
It's
just
just
works.
It's just a fun game. It's just a fun game.
Yeah. Played Baseball Highlights 2045.
We usually play at the start of the baseball season. We did this past spring as well to celebrate baseball coming on back, although there's nothing to be excited for baseball unless you are a Dodger fan for the next decade.
Pretty much,
but Baseball Highlights is a great game. That
Simulates
is
baseball
robot
well.
baseball.
Yeah, love it, love it,
so
love it.
much.
Played Beer and Bread.
Such a
Love
good
Beer and
two-player.
Bread. One of my favorite two-player games at this point. Your rival families,
Multi-use
brewing beer,
cards.
baking bread, trying to do that better. You have to do both equally because your lower score is your actual score for the game. It's so good. Watch our playthrough.
Love it. I played Beyond the Sun with the expansion recently. We'll also be playing this during our challenge and stuff. It's a great kind of tech tree development game. The expansion was really cool because you get these leaders and kind of special abilities and stuff. Highly recommend the expansion.
Cool. Played Birds of a Feather. This is a game where you're trying to put
bird
you're
watching.
and it's a game you're putting out birds, but they can also get like scared away by predators and stuff like that.
Yep.
It's a really good game.
You're trying to observe as many birds as possible.
Yeah,
Great for
basically
a
trying
big
to
group.
watch birds. Yeah, but they can kind of scurry away.
Yeah.
It's a good little game. I like it a lot. Small
Super
box
light.
game, and it just works well.
Yeah. We played
great.
Blitzkrieg. We talked about the other games. This is probably our least favorite of the in 20-minute games, but it is one where you're fighting over different
It's a true
arenas.
tug of war game.
Tug of war game where you are in World War II and fighting in the Pacific or fighting over Western Europe and things like that and trying to control things by playing out these little
Good
chits.
game, but my least favorite of the three.
Yeah.
Played Boone Lake. We just got the Boone Lake Artifacts expansion. I
play it right
want to
now.
play it. I love Boone Lake so much.
Why don't we play the expansion right now?
My gosh, Boone Lake is great. It's a big, crazy game. I'm really excited about the expansion because one thing it does is speed up the game, which is great. Gives you all these different options, but I really like Boone Lake. It's a big, crazy game with not a lake, actually.
Now it's weird. Now it's weird. Boop, as we talked about, is a cat game where you're trying to get 3 kittens and in a row to upgrade into cats. You want to get 3 cats in a row to win, but they all boop each other and move pieces around, so you have to kind of boop into
So
a line to win.
cute.
Very cute, very great.
Great.
Crackling Mike's, because we're going so fast.
Mike's play this game.
Brass Birmingham is amazing. It's a fantastic Martin Wallace game where all shared infrastructure and positive player interaction, where you're trying to mooch off of what everyone else is doing, and it's fantastic. Such a good game.
Yeah. I played Burn Cycle. I sold this a couple times this year. This is a big chip theory game where you are robots trying to overthrow your human oppressors, but you're doing it through heists, not really through guns ablaze and stuff.
Yeah.
Everyone, you have a different
Stealing
mission,
information.
trying to do stuff, go through different floors of a corporation. I really, really enjoy it, but I prefer it solo because then you can just kind of play it at your own pace, you know?
Agreed. Play Cacao. I'm playing, just finished another game on Board Game Arena. Phil Walker
good.
Harding, Praise
Praise
Be, like
be.
one of the best classic Phil Walker Harding tile laying games where you're putting out jungle tiles and worker tiles that have certain distributions on the 4 sides of the tile. And as things get put up against it, you activate them. So you activate some now, some later. So good. Try to sell cocoa.
Play Can't Stop is a game where you cannot stop. You
stop, won't stop,
are
100%.
rolling dice trying to move up these tracks. You want to get 3 of your things to the top of the tracks. And every round you can only go up 3 tracks in that round, and you want to keep rolling. You have to roll at least one of those 3. If you ever don't, you can't move up. That means you busted. You go right back to where you were.
Yep.
It's very, very fun. One of the best push your luck games out there. It's a classic for a reason.
Caper Europe, another 2-player fantastic game where it's again kind of a tug of war where you're trying to pull like 3 heists and put crew members out of the different locations and stuff and kind of pull the influence over to your side and stealing jewelry and things along the way. Great card drafting game, amazing production. There's
Yes.
different cities that mitigate the game, change it up.
Yeah. Played Carpe Diem.
Super ugly still.
Still super
fun
ugly.
Still.
Less ugly, but still really, really ugly. You're building out an estate. somewhere in Europe.
Doing stuff.
Putting like buildings next to each other and stuff, and it's very, very, very fun. But God, it's just the most themeless, ugly game ever. But it's still a very good game.
Yeah, even the new version's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Castle Burgundy OG, still amazing. We love the new one for its fanciness, but come on.
This one's fine, yeah.
It's great too. Castle Burgundy continues to rip.
Boom. Played Kid Vernick.
We did. We played with the expansion, in fact, the Forgotten Folk or whatever
Which
it's
I
called.
really want to play with again.
Yeah, me too. Caverna is one that, for me, still, I really enjoy, but sits just lower for me in the Uwe Rosenberg list of games.
See, I think
But
it would be
like
one of my favorites if we played it more.
Maybe.
But I think that's me. I don't know if that's for
I
you.
just don't feel encouraged to play it more.
Yeah,
but
you
I don't hate it.
I might just start soloing it more because I do really want to play it more.
Yeah.
But I think I want to play it more than you do.
Copy that about the headphones.
Thank you. We played Clank, just normal Clank. Oh, wait, I didn't put in the normal. Clank Catacombs we also played this year.
We played 353 games.
353 games. Clank Catacombs is the only way to play Clank. But this Clank, still very good.
Still
You're
very fun.
delving down a dungeon, trying to get treasure, trying not to make noise, or else you get ate by a dragon. Clank Catacombs, though, we'll never play this version of Clank again, I don't think
so, especially because Clank Catacombs is like a reset at this point.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about what cards are in the deck, so yeah.
Great game, though.
Amazing. We just played it again, and as part of our challenge, I played it like 4 times in December on Board Game Arena. It's literally one of the best games of all time. It's so good. Scotland
3, baby.
stuff.
That's it. Scotland stuff.
That's all I got.
You played this game.
Clever Forever. I love all the clever games, and
You
Clever
do.
Forever I still love. I like them all in app form. I don't think I need to play a single one of them physically ever again, but I love the apps.
Yeah.
Just rolling right, themeless goodness.
I played some Codenames Duet.
Nice.
I played this online during a stream. I love Codenames Duet. It's so good. I love trying to get into my partner's head, trying to figure out. Man, it's just so much fun. I just love it. It takes Codenames, which I think is an outstanding game. It just makes it even more fun. I love Codenames Duet, and it's very green. Wait, Coimbra, Mikey.
Coimbra. This is a fantastic dice drafting game where you are doing stuff, getting cards, which will bump you up tracks. You'll get income from those tracks and stuff. It just does a bunch of things where it's like, if you've been playing board games a while, everything about it, you're going to be like, I know exactly what you're talking about, move on. Yeah. And it's very fun.
Yeah, it's very good.
Fun game.
You played Coloma. Played this at BGG Con with Benita and Brandon Ajar.
Yeah, we did.
It's a really good simultaneous selection game based in Coloma,
so fun, man.
an old kind of west town. And you're doing a whole bunch of different stuff. You're like surveying a river, building bridges over that river, like exploring the land, taking care of bandits and stuff. It's really, really fun. I love simultaneous selection games, and this is one of the better ones to do it.
Jimmy, I see the jokes you're putting in there, and I appreciate you. Sliver, sorry, Foundations of Rome, man. I don't hate it. I would play it again. So don't take it personal now. Crisscross, Reiner Knizia, goodness, where you're putting in symbols and rows and columns and trying to score both of them. You want both of them to be really good for you, and it's going to be difficult to do. Very good, very easy.
So good.
Right to play.
Play with anybody. God,
Crocodile, still amazing.
masterpiece.
Best dexterity game ever. Slippy slide them discs into the middle. It's so good. Karamov stuff. Oh my gosh, it's so fun.
It's just outstanding. It's just
You already
outstanding. Cubitos. This is a game with cubes and racing, kind of like Quack's Quillenberg in a way
racing.
where there's catch-up mechanisms, but there's all these different kinds of dice. They all have abilities they can do. You can switch out those abilities from game to game. And you're trying to do one lap around whatever course you're on. You're rolling dice, trying not to bust. It's really, really fun. This is my favorite of like the kind of bigger push your luck games for sure.
Yeah. Decorum is a game where you are working on designing the decor of a house. You're putting up lamps and paintings and things like that, but you all have rules about how you want the house to be, but none of us are confident enough to communicate that clearly.
Yeah, we sure
So
are.
we're simply trying to hint at it by the way we're putting things out. Like, no, I think blue lamp should go here. I really want an antique picture right here.
Yeah.
And people are like, why? You know what I mean? And yeah, it's really fun.
Yeah, it's so good. Play Dreadful Meadows. We play this every year around Halloween. It's a game where you are a candy confectioner and you are trying to build out a big candy farm, basically, and you're farming that candy, using that candy to fulfill contracts, but you also use that candy to buy more patches for your farm. It's so good. Great production. More thinky than you think it'd be. It's got more depth of strategy than it seems at front, and it's just such a cool theme. I love it. We'll play it every single Halloween.
You know
You've played this game that's objectively a
Dune
game.
Imperium is good. I really like it a lot. It's a worker placement deck building game. It's now online, so I played it. I played it online a few times because Nick won't play with me, but it's a
We
really
don't even
fun
have
game.
it. What are you talking about?
No, we don't have it. All right, I'm gonna say you won't play with me.
I won't, but you're right.
It's a really good game. It's really good.
I do want to try it again, to be fair.
It's really fun.
Played Eco's First Con. I played Eco's First Con at Dice Tower West, per usual. I think I was pretty much the only ones who liked it. It seemed to be in the minority on this one. But I freaking love this game. It's a bingo-style game where you're drawing these things out of a bag, trying to fulfill these cards, put the symbols on them. You get to activate them. You're making a continent with everybody else. You're trying to make it work for you. I think it's outstanding, but we're mostly in the minority on that one.
Yeah.
Played Fantasy Realms. We talked about this earlier with Marvel Remix. This is a game where you're going to be making a hand of 7 cards. On your turn, you can either draw a card and then discard a card to the middle, or draw a card from the middle and then discard another card back down to the middle, and all the cards will work together. It's like you have a wizard, but if you have a wizard and the scepter, this wizard's worth like 40 more points.
Yeah. Trying to build out the ultimate hand of 7 cards.
Yeah, it's insanely fun.
It's so good. Feast Road, best game of all time. Listen, it's just so good. It's just worker placement to the max, tile placement to the max.
5 Tribes. I think we talked about every single Moncala game we've ever played today.
That is true.
That's true. 5 Tribes is a Moncala game where you're picking up meeples and then dropping off one by one. Wherever you land your meeple, you will take all meeples of that color and then activate that tile. If you completely remove all the meeples from the tile, you get to claim that tile. Really, really good. This is one of those games that's just, when you play it, you're like, God dang, this game is good.
It's so great. It's just so fantastically good. Framework, I love it. It's such a good, it's in that Uwe Rosenberg, like I said, based on habitats, flow through adjacency, where you're trying to build tiles of the same frame color, all connected, and you want to have tasks where you might need like 7 reds. And if you can build 7 unbroken reds, that's all considered adjacent to that tile, and complete those tasks, trying to get all your discs gone first. It's so good. I've been playing on Board Game Arena against lots of people.
I played Fuji Flush a couple times this year.
Yeah, you did.
Fuji Flush, I'm curious where this is going to end my top 100. I have a hunch it's going to be very high, like potentially pushing the top 10, because when you have the right group with this game, I honestly think there is no game, especially this kind of filler game, that is more fun to play than when you have the right group. Fuji Flush is kind of a ladder climbing, kind of a joint ladder climbing game where you're trying to flush each other up and playing higher cards. It is so much fun if people buy into it. And if they do, it is literally one of my favorite games of all time. That's how much I enjoy it.
You'd be hard pressed to find a game that's more fun when the vibes are right.
Yes, and that's the thing, and that's why I think it's going to end up being super high on my list.
Yeah.
I played Funfair at Dice Tower West, not Dice Tower West, Gen Con. I played this with Shavo, Bay, and Tara. This is kind of the nicer version of Unfair, where you're building out a amusement park and you're building out rides. You can put stuff on those rides. So if you have a roller coaster, you can put a loop or like a corkscrew or a big old flag to be like, here's the roller coaster.
Theme it after pirates.
Yeah, exactly. And you're basically trying to do that, getting employees, which are going to give you special powers. It's really, really fun. I like it. It's very casual, very nice, and I like Funfair a lot.
Yeah. Great art, too. Talked about the other Get On Board much earlier in this video. This Get On Board is also great. You're just trying to get people dropped off, rolling right, fun stuff.
Boom.
Geekopolis, amazing game. Listen.
Mike's number 2 last time we did 100.
So elegant, so good. God, I love this game so hard. I've been playing on Board Game Arena. It's
very good.
So good.
It's very good. Played Glenmore 2 Chronicles. This is a game, I don't know how I feel about this game. I feel like every time I've played this game, I've liked it less.
Yeah, it's kind of going like burp, burp, burp as we play it, but I want to try the different Chronicles to see if there's anything that like really captures us. But it is a good tile laying game. It's just one that after you play a few times, you're like, I see, it gets a little samey.
Yeah, so I'm curious with the modules, but I have liked it less every time we played it.
Yeah.
Play the Grand Hop. This game is so good.
We now have our copy of the Deluxe Master set. It's an all-time classic for a reason. It's such a good game. Quad use cards, 4 different possible uses for each card.
Just played it recently with Shay. It's, oh my God, it's so good.
Yeah.
It's just so good. I don't know what to say. Grocery Trail, I'm going to say boom and boom. Because Grocery Trail, 2nd edition, still great, still love it. 2nd edition is very, very nice. Grocery Trail Argentina, also very, very good. New Zealand's our favorite. Honestly, I will play any of the 3 of them at any time because they are so darn good.
I'll go down any Great Western Trail at any time, baby. Yep.
Green Team wins. We played this a bunch this year. It's one of our favorite party games at this point.
I don't want to talk about it because I'm freaked out, man. There's been a hole in the matrix. We don't have time to talk about it.
What?
There's a hole in the matrix. I bought a copy of the game and it said 3 to 6 players, and I was like, that's weird. That seems too small. And then we played it over Christmas, and we have a box that says 3 to 12 players, and I genuinely am like, I've had a tear in the universe moment with this.
Yeah.
And why did I think there was 3? I swear.
This is a game where you want to be in the majority.
I swear to Glib, I know what I bought.
There's going to be a question, and then you want to basically be in the majority with everyone else. If you do, you stay on the green team.
Checking the box.
Hadrian's Wall. Hadrian's Wall is a big
3 and
roll-in-
12. Okay, I don't know what happened.
It's a big roll and write game that's really a solo game. But you can play this on BGA and stuff. It's really, really good. I'm really excited for the next version of this game, which is about like the Mary Queen of Scots, I think, right? Or
I don't know.
some of that,
Yeah.
some like England stuff.
It's mechanically related to this
but
game.
bigger. And I'm like, let's go. There's a whole solo campaign in the game already. I'm like, yeah. How it's out, great Ube
Still love
game,
it.
farming stuff. You're building, you're making farms, you're getting crops. It's great.
Doing stuff, playing cards, all good stuff.
Cody's
Hanmakoji
also
still
great.
is amazing. Been playing it on Board Game Arena recently, and man, it's good.
It's really good.
Such a
right?
good 2-player heads-up card game.
Yeah, it's super good. Le Havre,
All-timer.
my
All-timer
number
great.
2 last time we did our top 100.
Worker placement goodness. Uwe Rosenberg ain't no one better than Uwe.
Yeah,
Sorry.
this game is just, it's good. You
Sorry.
have good choice after good choice after good choice. It's so good. I'm super excited for what we're talking about.
Our Halloween project this year, we'll say that.
Indeed. We finally got to play this game, I think, like properly at a good player count, and it's very, very good.
Really fun when you play by the right rules. When you play by the not right rules,
rulebook
it's very
is
confusing and difficult.
Not that great. Yeah.
It is. We just literally misread something.
Oh, yeah?
We
Okay.
just misread something
Okay.
that sent us on a path. And then when we were looking at the rules, we're like, this doesn't make sense because we were operating under a misconception.
That's fair.
That we simply misread.
Fair.
So I can't blame the rulebook.
Great game, though. It's a Wonderful World. One of my favorite games of all time. It was in my top 10 last time.
Card
Drafting game,
drafting.
engine building.
That's good.
It's just so good. Oh, my gosh, I love it. Playing Jaipur.
2-player card game, great stuff. You're putting out sets of cards and playing them to collect these tokens worth money. You're trying to win the best 2 out of 3 rounds. You're only the first one to win 2
Yeah,
rounds.
it be good.
Yeah, it's great.
It be good. Karuba. I played Karuba online because this is one of those games where if everyone has a copy of Karuba, you can play with an infinite amount of people. This is a game where you have explorers. They're trying to get to certain temples. You're building out paths, but everyone has to put out the same path at the same time. But you end up building it in different ways. You're trying to get to these different temples first. You get more points for doing so. It's great. It's classic
really
for a
fantastic.
reason.
Really fantastic.
Ooh, that's right. I played Keystone North America this year. I'd forgotten how much I liked this game.
Yeah, when we played it again, I was like, man, this is good. You're putting out animals into rows and columns. Like you're going to score rows and columns, and you need to have ideally ascending numbers like 2, 3, 4, and things like that to be able to score these cards. And there's keystone tokens, which make them doubly valuable. And there's all this stuff with the landscapes that you play. It's just good fun.
Yeah, there's a whole
puzzly
solo
game.
campaign. We were talking to
Yeah.
Isaac Vega, who owns Roan Scotland. He was talking about how people love the solo campaign. It's made me really want to play it because people like go crazy over the solo
They
campaign.
really
for this
put a
game.
lot
So,
of investment into that solo experience. It
Yeah.
seems like to good effect.
play some King of 12. It's a simultaneous selection game
baby.
where you are trying to have the highest value die as possible. If you do, you win that round. You're trying to win, I think, twice, and you'll win that whole round. It's very, very fun because it's simultaneous selection, so stuff's getting all crazy because 2 people chose the same thing, and therefore they're eliminated and all this stuff. It's much, much better than I ever thought it would be when I first saw the
It's
game.
great.
Played Kites, real-time game where you're...
Follow-ups the Kite's out now.
Yeah, exactly.
know.
Yeah, and so you basically have these sand timers. Anytime you play a card that matches a sand timer, you flip that sand timer over. You basically need to keep the sand timers going by playing these cards. You're trying to get through all the cards. That's how you win. It's co-op. It's very fun.
It's great.
It's good.
Played Lacrimosa, just buttery smooth turns.
Buttery
Are you remembering your times with Mozart?
We killed him, but...
And Mozart
We
was a
were running
famous
from the cops.
DJ, and you're remembering their time, partying with them, going around Europe, doing stuff. And you kind of want to like prove that you were the most influential on Mozart's life and help them finish their final concerto post-mortem.
Yeah, it's very good. Buttery smooth. Play some Legacy of You.
It's good.
Gosh, I just got to play through this.
I need to sit down and go through the whole campaign.
Yeah, dude, got to do it, man. You know,
Gotta sit down and go through the whole
this
campaign.
is a solo campaign game by Garfield Games that's very, very good, very tough. But as you lose games, the game will
Hard
get a little
worker
easier.
management,
As you win, they'll
resource
get
management.
harder. It's so good. It's just one of those games that's just like it's crisis management. You're trying to make it work. It's very tough, but very good.
It's heavy, man. It's tough in that.
Play some Long Shoot the Deuce Goon.
Long Shot the Dice game is a game where you're rolling and riding and betting on a horse race as it develops in front of you. You're going to roll dice, which will move one horse forward. Based on whatever horse was activated, other horse may activate as well and scoot forward as well. And you're trying to, just based on what gets rolled, do different things, work on rows and columns, get money, place bets, outfit jockeys with jerseys and helmets and things like that, and trying to have the most money at the end of the game.
It's really good. I played The Loop. I played some solo The Loop. I finally won a game of The Loop. I think
you did it, man.
Mike was holding me back or something, you know?
I definitely was. Every time I play, I'm like, I'm not doing anything. I don't know what
I love
I'm
The
doing
Loop.
wrong.
The Loop is one of my favorite games. I really, really enjoy it. It's a crisis management game with a cube tower and stuff. There's something about this game that I just adore. And I really want to play it with the expansion. There's just something about this game. I can't really describe why I like it so much, but I just do. I absolutely adore it.
Agreed, man. Agreed. I played through My City for the second time. We played it, a couple years ago, and I played it with another group of friends, and it's still so fun. It was really fun. Karen ran through the rest of us again for the second time in a row. She just dominated everybody, and that was upsetting. But shouts out. I'm also proud of her. She is my wife, and I'm like, good for you. But why'd you have to do it to me?
Truth.
Great game, great campaign that you can actually get through because it's light.
Utopia's here as well. We already
talked about it. It's not old. It's new.
You played New Frontiers, Mike?
We did. Race for the Galaxy game. I think there's like an expansion coming for it. I'm excited to play more new stuff for that. But I think Roll for the Galaxy is officially my favorite of those games.
Ooh, let's go. Play some New Fjord. You have in Norway getting fish and building out stuff and getting rid of forests and putting buildings down. Uwe stuff.
It's a quick Uwe.
Yes,
quick
Uwe. It's very good.
Nice.
Played some Orleans recently. Played some Orleans Invasion, specifically the co-op version. I love Orleans. It's really, really good. There's still a bunch of different versions of Orleans we have not played, and I really want to get into them because I freaking love Orleans. I think it's outstanding.
It's real fun, man.
Paint the Roses.
More Paint the Roses. Paint the Roses just shows up often in our life because there's just a lot of people. I love showing it to people. I love playing it with people that we played with before. It's just a fantastic deduction, cooperative game. It just works really well. Fantastic production value. And I just love that playing these tiles. You get a lot of room to feel clever in this game.
Yeah,
it's just fantastic. And what great motivator to not getting your head chopped off.
Exactly. But Paladins of the West Kingdom, we played this we played a big long stream. We played all 3 West Kingdom games. Paladins is great. It's the heaviest of the 3. It's my least favorite, but I still do really like it. You're getting workers, activating different worker placement spots with those workers. It's very, very good.
Paladins is so good, man.
Yeah.
So good. Played some Paleo, which is a game that in between our first play and this play, we were like both like, is that game any good? And we played it and we're like, oh yeah, we really like this. Why do we forget that? And we will forget it again before we play it again, I promise you. But it is right back there.
It is good.
And it's really good. It's really fun. You're flipping over cards, exploring stuff, dealing with encounters, fighting, you're hunting stuff, you're early folk. And you're trying to just survive as a group. You are working together and assisting each other and stuff. It's just it's really good. Interesting and fun and just like a weird game, not to linger too long, but a weird game where it's just like, sort of the best thing is to explain a couple little things and then just start playing and you will figure it out. Yeah. And so you have to kind of take that leap of faith, but it's satisfying to do so.
With Pandemic and Iberia. Someone sent us Pandemic and Iberia. We appreciate that so much because we hadn't gotten this game. Pandemic, you introduced to new people, and you're like, oh, that's right. This game is still pretty much the GOAT in terms of getting people into board games.
100%.
They were so into it. We played Pandemic Iberia, which is the one set in Spain, but this one's set in olden times. So there's no curing disease. You're just trying to treat
It's impossible to win, I'm officially saying.
Pandemic Iberia is very difficult.
Understand what we're doing wrong, but we lose horribly every single time.
Yeah, but they're both great. Pandemic is the GOAT for a reason.
Yeah, I agree. Iberia is the best.
Patchwork, it's good. 2-player, brutal, patch.
You all know it.
Quilt making game. Love it.
Polyomino tiles, weird stuff. Make that quilt as full as you can.
Gotta love it.
Delicious.
Played some Planet Unknown.
Baby.
Have we played our version?
No. 100% no.
Wow.
We have not.
Planet Unknown is great. It's a simultaneous tile laying game where you move this big old lazy Susan that has tiles on it. Everyone grabs a tile from their kind of sector, puts it in there. You're trying to bump tracks. Bumping tracks allows you to bump more tracks, combos and wombos. It's great. I freaking love Planet Unknown.
It's so good, man.
Ooh, I got to play. Here's the thing, Mike, you know what's funny? I played Planet Unknown or Dice Tower West, and then the next game I played was Prague and Complete Regni. And they happened right next to each other.
Whoa.
But I freaking love Prague and Complete. Mike doesn't like it because he didn't play it this year. I did, though.
I'm so sad that I didn't play it. I was like, oh, ow.
I taught it to a couple people at Dice Tower West, and I was like, oh, that's right. I freaking love Prague. You're building up Prague. And like the King Charles Bridge, and you're building up the cathedral and the Hunger Wall, all this kind of stuff. It's really, really fun. Vladimir Suki. It's stressful. You only have like 14 turns. It's great.
Bobby, we do always focus on building trains and water purification, and we still lose every time. So I'm like, what?
Doesn't matter if we lose every time.
Wrong?
Played the Prodigals Club, taught two of our friends, Jimmy and Crook, the Prodigals Club, and Jimmy's been trying to play it for a while. And I was reminded, oh yeah, that's right. This is why this game's always in my top 5 of all time, because I freaking love the Prodigals Club.
She's just unique.
Yeah, dude.
You know, she's unique.
She hits different, man. She's built different.
Yeah, built different.
This game is the sequel to Last Will. And instead of trying to lose all your money, you're trying to lose all your money, lose all your friends, and lose an election, trying to be a big old D-bag. And it's just really, really fun. It's heavy. It's tough. There's something about it. It's just built different, and I love it.
Just different kind of game, man. And Atlas is all about, Praga is all about the Megs.
We had Praga, Prodigals Club, and Pulsar, all Vladimir Suki games.
Weird. You're right.
Yeah, weird.
Pulsar 2849.
A good game that never gets played.
No, and it won't. I don't know why. There's
just something about it.
Mechanically fine and everything, but every time it plays,
I
can acknowledge it's like design, and then I was like, I just don't want to return to it. I don't know why.
I like the game a lot, actually, and I will never pull it off the shelf. It's just one of those ones. We played it once, didn't pull it off the shelf for 2 years, pulled it off the shelf this year, and I know it's not going to pull off.
It's like I would really rather play. I'll play Evacuation, Woodcraft, Praga, and Underwater Cities, and Prodigals Club before this. So it's just low on the totem pole. It's not
still
bad.
Good though, but just low.
It's not going to happen.
I played the Quacks Equilibrium. I believe I played this with Ruel and Michelle this year. We were at Xander's, and Quacks Equilibrium is great. I have definitely cooled on Quacks Equilibrium a lot. We played it a ton when we first got it. My definitely push your luck game of choice is Cubitos nowadays.
Sure.
But I still do love it. It's still great. It's still good to get people into the hobby because it just works really, really well. In the end, it's still great, but I have cooled on it a lot, and I'll play it maybe once a year.
Yeah. Raj the Ganges is the Dice Charmers.
I played this.
The roll and write version of Raj the Ganges.
Yeah.
Still good?
Oh, yeah, it's still great. I played at Dice Star West because Jabs wanted to play it. It's so good. This roll and write version of Raj the Ganges, kind of like Joan of Arc, the Orleans game. It feels like its parent game, but it's definitely a different game.
Carves its own path as well.
Yeah, so good. My gosh, it's so good.
It's so good, man.
You played Roll for the Galaxy.
Again, I played Roll for the Galaxy, and I think it's, and I'm not alone in this, but I think it's my favorite of the Galaxy games, the Race for the Galaxy games. It's just fun getting all these dice, rolling all those things, choosing an action, and stuff, and it goes by quick. Roll for the Galaxy is just really great. It's just really solid. I almost bought it the other day. It's that Paper Hero, and then I didn't because I didn't. And but I do like it a lot.
Yeah, I know you do, yeah. Played Scout. Nana has kind of taken over our small card game of choice.
Yeah.
But I do still love Scout.
Scout's awesome, man.
It's still so good.
Yeah, it's not getting played as often anymore, but it's really good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
It's still absolutely outstanding. Seesaw and Paper. We haven't played our physical version of this, but I love Seesaw and Paper.
Yeah, we have the expansion too.
I know.
It's just only a couple cards, but I really want to play this game more. I think it's just really neat. That art is so beautiful and really cool. And it's just, cool set collection-y stuff. I think it's a super good game. Yeah, I think it's super good.
Yep. Search for Planet X, talked about the Search for Lost Species earlier. This is still one of my, I really, really love these games. It's a deduction game where the game has rules. Certain things can or can't be next to each other. You're trying to find Planet X. It's insanely good.
Jimmy, I forgot you have Roll. Dude, let's literally, next time we hang out, let's play it. I love that game so much.
Played Seasons for the first time in a long time this year, and it's very good.
It's still so good. It's still a great game. It goes by
engine
quick
building,
and
it
stuff.
does,
Engine building. Man, it's a good game.
Seasons is great. We had it it was one of the first modern board games we got.
Yep.
And it's still really good. We play it maybe once a year, if that.
But it's held the test of time. Every time I play it, I'm like, this game still
this game rocks.
is great and isn't showing its age.
Played a whole bunch of So Clover.
You already know it.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's always the party game of choice. I played it the other day with Steve and stuff. I mean,
we played it over Thanksgiving with Atlas and others and stuff, and Crook and chat, and we all were staying up, way too late for our age, and eating chips and stuff as if we were 15 and there weren't going to be consequences for our actions. Fully, while Karen and I are like, our kid's going to wake up really soon. We should probably not play again. Let's do another round.
Yeah, you got to do it.
It's so good.
You got to do it.
That was one of the funnest times I've had in a long time.
Yeah. You played Sorcerer City.
I did. It's the first time in a very long time. First time since March of 2020 at Aircon.
Yeah.
And you know what? I appreciated this game in the right environment. We played a 3-player game where it's a little quieter and easier to track, like how the monsters work and stuff like that. And it is a fun game. It still does have too much going on. And it's just a little difficult to kind of manage. But I like what you're doing in the game. And it's a fun game. And so I enjoyed my play quite a bit in that quieter, easier to understand what's going on setting.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Totally. Played a whole bunch of Strike, a couple different times. Strike's great. It's
no.
the most thematic, great game ever. If you disagree, you're wrong. Your gladiators fighting in an arena. It's amazing. It's one of the greatest games ever made. Super Mega Lucky Box.
Super mega lucky box. Praise be to Phil.
It's a roll and write game. Kind of
a
bingo-y kind of game. It's just really, really good. It's
just simple.
Filling out rows and columns, trying to fill in cards. When you fill out a row or column, you usually get like kind of a bonus. It's just great, and it's called Super Mega Lucky Box.
Yeah, it's just a very light kind of chilling it game, but I enjoy myself thoroughly every time I play it.
We played Taverns of Thieves. I think we played the expansion this year to see if I liked the game. Still don't really like it, unfortunately.
It didn't quite change our view on the game. There's still just too many frustrating elements with too little mitigation. There's more mitigation with like the wine. There's like basically cubes that can be any value, but there's just rounds where we're going to be like, oh, I didn't do anything useful that round because of just bad luck.
Yeah.
And like, that sucks.
It does happen.
It's a bummer.
Yeah, I really want to like it, but I never do.
Yeah.
We played Teotihuacan. We played a couple things. We played the new deluxe crazy version. And we played this version, both with every single expansion, and it is nuts that way. But it's fun.
It's nuts that way, but it's really fun to just go for it, man.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, the new deluxe version is cool because there's a lot of quality of life stuff in there.
Yes, thank
Excited
goodness.
to get that.
Thank goodness.
Played the original Terraforming Mars. I think we played it digitally. It's still good. I definitely prefer Ares still, but
100%.
here's the thing. They're all still mostly the same game. Terraforming Mars is a great game.
Yeah, I still really enjoy Terraforming Mars, but we'll default to Ares when possible.
Yeah. Played some Tidal Blades, Heroes of the Reef.
That was the first game I played last year. The first game we played on the 2nd of January.
I still love Tidal Blades, man.
Me
It's
too.
just like, we only play it once a year, so I really enjoy it. I'm excited for the second one.
Yeah.
To come out, the kind of dungeon crawly one. But I still love Tidal Blades. I love the world. I like Banner
Love the
Festival
world,
a lot.
the art, setting it all up. It's just big and splashy. It's too big to set up very often, but
Yeah, but it's a good game.
Yeah, I never am disappointed when we play.
Yeah. We played Teletum.
Teletum.
Good game.
Here's the thing, Nick. I played it. I enjoyed it, the combos, but now I'm with you on the art.
It's so ugly.
I can't play it anymore, man. I just can't.
That hard, huh?
Yeah.
It's so ugly. I was talking to someone about this the other day,
other
and it's
T
like,
games that I was like, I'll play Teotihuacan every time before. I'll play that. I'll play Twat and Suyu every time.
I love the gameplay of it, but it is so ugly to the point. The cover looks fine. The rest of the board, I'm just like, this is not acceptable. Especially when you also have games like Barcelona from Board and Dice, which is gorgeous. I'm like, where's the...
But also, when you make this cover, which has colored stuff, I'm like, why does the inside not match this?
Yeah, it's weird.
All it's super
it's tough, man.
weird.
It's
and
ugly
at
to the
first I was
point where
sort of
it
like,
annoys
oh, give
me.
it a pass. The mechanisms are good enough, but I'm like, no, not anymore. They're not.
Yeah, it really bugs me the way it looks, but I do like the
I
mechanisms.
kind of want to give our board to somebody though, an artist, and have them kind of Middle Earth map it up and make that middle more beautiful, and then see if it's cooler.
It would help. It would definitely help.
Right? It helped.
We played Too Many Bones, the base game. At least I played Too Many Bones, the base game.
Yeah, you did.
And it's still Too Many Bones. It's just Too Many Bones. It's the same as Unbreakable. I still really enjoy it now. I almost broke it out this weekend to solo because I've been like, oh, I put some Too Many Bones. So, and we have like Undertow and stuff too. So like, yeah, we got
a lot of Too Many Bones.
So I'm probably gonna start playing it again here.
Boom.
I played Tales of Tucana. I played this right after I played Raja's Dice. We kind of had a TLN meetup time, and we played Trails of Tucana and Strike. Trails of Tucana is good. It's a roll and write where you're kind of trying to connect. Like you have E, and you're trying to connect that through going to various things.
And go through certain things along the way.
It's a good roll and write. It's just a solid roll and write. There's a lot of roll and writes, so it doesn't stand out too much for me, but I will always play it if someone wants to play it. It's one of those kinds of games.
Exactly right. Turing Machine is still amazing. You can play it on Board Game Arena. It works great there. Love it physically so much. It's just fun to put together those puzzles. And I am very much better physically than online.
Really?
Online, I play fast and loose, and I am wrong so often.
Yeah, right?
Because I'm just playing too fast. I'm like, dude, slow down. Slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Slow down, bro. Slow down, bro. Played Twilight Inscription. I was just talking about it yesterday or the day before that I really want to play this one again.
Yeah, me too. I just played TI4 this week, so now I really want to play Twilight Inscription again because I'm like, oh, yeah, this is that symbol from that. Like I'll understand all the iconography.
All the in-jokes, yeah.
Yeah.
I really like it. It's TI4, a roll and write. It's big, it's crazy, but it's actually not, it looks more daunting than it actually is. And I really, really like Twilight Inscription a lot. I think it's super fun.
It's very fun. A lot of combos to explore.
Played Village Rails. This game's a banger. It's an absolute banger. You're building out a rail network.
Routes and stuff.
And you're always going to play 12 turns, and you're building out your routes, and you're trying to connect stuff, get certain symbols on the routes.
Contained. Great game.
It's just so good.
So good.
Played Viscounts. This was the last game we played in our Tome Saga big old stream. Viscounts is, at this point, I think my favorite of the West Kingdom games.
Sure.
It's just so smooth. It just hits different. It's just great.
I love it. The turns are so buttery and great. It's such a good game, man.
Right.
Such a good game.
I played Viticulture at Dice Tower West. It was the second to last game I played. I played with our friend Jerds, and it's my favorite game of all time, and it still is. I got to teach it to someone for the first time.
Man, that must have been kind of cool.
It was cool. Yeah,
Like,
it was.
man, doing that gives you a new appreciation.
Yeah, it does.
It
And
reminds you, like, God, this is
It was
great.
just me and Jerds, and it was just us two playing like on like Sunday morning. And I played that. Then I played Cosmo Octopus. Then I left, and so it was really really fun. It's my favorite game. So that ain't changing. We played Wayfarers South Tigers, which I think is both of our favorite Garfield games.
Best Garfield game ever.
Yeah, it's really good. It's very
To
good.
the state.
It's very big and open. Who knows with Inventors, right?
Inventors might go for it. I don't know. I'm really excited.
It's big open game. You're charting the sky and charting the sea and the land, trying to find the
Putting a
circumference of the Earth.
tableau out to here. It's just really great.
So good.
Such a good
It's
game.
so good.
Such a good game.
I played some Whirling Witchcraft. I played this at Dice Tower West with like Reg and a bunch of other people, and I like Whirling Witchcraft a lot. There's some issues with Whirling Witchcraft where one,
Yeah.
there's not enough cubes in the game.
Yeah.
You run out of resources every single time you play this game, and it's so frustrating.
And then the book thing, the icons is
Yes,
just like, you should have
there's a
left that
couple,
out.
which I think they did a
It's
second
just-
printing. I think there's more cubes, and the icons are on like a card or whatever.
There's a couple
But
of quality
nonetheless,
life things where like, you guys didn't quite dial this
You're
in
making
correctly.
potions. Those potions will turn stuff into other stuff, and then you're sending it to your opponent. You're trying to overwhelm them. I really like this game.
really
There's just some quality life stuff that make the game so
Yeah,
frustrating.
there's a
to
couple
play.
of missed things. Atlas says, when are we going to get Wormiculture?
I'll play
It's
it.
coming soon. It's
You know
coming
it.
real soon. You already know. Whistle Mountain and the Canyon. Whistle Mountain is a really fun game that Atlas made me cry playing, and I won't ever forgive him for that. This game where you're playing airships around this scaffolding that you're building over this kind of canyon, which is slowly flooding, and putting machines onto that. And wherever you place your little airship, whatever is adjacent to you, whether it be a spot that just shows a resource or a machine, you can activate all those things in whatever order you want. You're gaining resources, spending them off of your player board to build bigger machines, and a lot of things will do things where you just generate points by playing it, and you're kind of continually building up scaffolding, which will give you points for kind of how structurally sound you put those scaffolding, and that will then give you spots to place your machines. But if I build some space for scaffolding and then my turn ends, Nick can be like, cool, machine right there.
Thank you.
And so you got to be careful with that stuff. But it's
Yeah.
a super fun game. I
Really
really,
good.
really enjoy it.
Played Wingspan. Still like Wingspan. Still
Wingspan.
probably prefer Wingspan solo. I'm interested in Wormspan, although it's not about worms, which I think is weird. But
Again, I
nonetheless,
get that Wormspan, like Vermspan, is like dragons, but I hate that name so much.
call it Dragonspan.
You should have done with it, which is like clunky to be fair, but it's like Dragonspan. It's just like, I would have probably.
But I love Wingspan. It's a tableau building game. I'd probably prefer it solo. I just want to get in my own little puzzle, and I just want to build a weird bird engine that is kind of broken, and I love it. I really like Wingspan a lot.
Yeah.
We played some Witchstone.
We played
game's
this
great, dude.
this past fall and stuff. Reiner Knizia classic. He kind of also made Millefiori at the same time. That got all the attention. This one kind of went by the wayside, but there's an expansion coming for this.
Yeah, dude.
It's just fun,
Combos,
super
wombos.
combo. You can build up like the most powerful turns ever for the different types of things you can do in the game. It's really fun. I really like this. It's a great October game for sure.
Yeah. We played Wonderland's War. We actually just got the expansion stuff for this, like yesterday.
Last night.
Yeah, so Wonderland's
sweet.
War is a big bag building battling game, kind of like Battle Quacks. It's really fun. This is a game that can be kind of swingy. That you can have some bad luck, and that can kind of sour a game sometimes. But I
a
love the
luck
art. I love the
dependent
minis. I love the gameplay. I just really, really enjoy it, and I'm always down to play it, basically.
Yeah, really fun. I'm excited to get the Shards of Madness stuff in there, or whatever
Played
the
Woodcraft.
sponsor's called.
Another
We
Suki
did.
game. Ross Arnold and Suki.
It's good, man. You're trying to
make
build
wood
out,
stuff.
wagons and tool things, anything with wood, and you might be made of wood yourself, who knows? And you are doing dice mitigation stuff and splitting dice and things to complete these contracts. It's just really fun, very satisfying because the thematics of the game inform how you're splitting your dice and doing dice mitigation because you're sawing things in half. And it's just very fun that
It's
way.
so insanely good.
Yeah.
Like World Fair 1893. Love some World's Fair. It's just so good. It's an area control game, set collection game where it's based on the World's Fair, and you are trying to get your exhibitions for the World's Fair essentially approved, more or less, into full-blown exhibits. It's very cool. All the cards have stuff that was actually at the World's Fair. It's very, very fun. I love it. It's been around. It'll never leave our collection. It's great, and that is
Is it?
We did it. Hey, we got through those old ones real fast.
Real quick.
If you want to know about the newer games anyway,
Yeah,
so you know,
no one's here. No
we
one's
talked
here
about
anymore.
these games. So that is it. 6.5 hours in. It's very long. We have been taking longer and longer to wrap reviews, and
But
they're meandering now, and that's okay.
hold on, what's 6.5 hours? Okay, so 6.5 times 60, 390 minutes. 353 we found out games talked about. That's barely more than a minute a game, which is a really good pace to keep.
Yeah.
For that long.
I'm impressed
I'm impressed with ourselves, if no one else.
Nonetheless, that is our rapid review all of 2023.
We did it.
353 games because we realized we missed a couple in there, but hey, what are you going to do? We are here. We out here. It's been a lot of talking. We're going to get out of y'all's hair. Thank you for being here. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Like this video just for the endurance alone.
Come on.
Give yourself a like while you're at it because if you stayed here to the end,
Thumb yourself
you're
up.
the MVP. Watch this over a span of like 2 weeks because it's going to take a while.
Take your time.
But nonetheless, we love you all to death. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. It was a really good year. Let's see if we can play even more this coming year and make this even longer. Come on. Love you all to death. We're going to get on out of here. So that's it, Mikey.
All right, Mike.
Any
Good
last
job.
words?
No, that's all I got for you.